William Gargan stars as Barrie Craig, confidential investigator.
Exercise can be beneficial or it can kill you. One guy I know walked himself to death. But still it figured, seeing that the walk he took was the last mile.
The National Broadcasting Company presents William Gargan in another transcribed drama of mystery and adventure with America's #1 detective, Barrie Craig, confidential investigator.
Barrie Craig speaking. In these supersonic times, with the great wide world shrinking to the size of a pretzel, crime is global. Chase a hood across New Jersey, and you're likely to catch him in Botany Bay, or in Algeria, or Madagascar. In view of all this, the cablegram on my desk one merry morning didn't surprise me a bit. It had been dispatched from mid-ocean. The date line read, SS Shalimar. The text of it said, arriving Friday, 6 p.m. Please see to arrangements for armored truck at pier for safe transfer of the priceless Barrie tomb relics. You were highly recommended by an official of the Cairo police. Signed, Oscar Melamed. The priceless cargo of anything generally brings out the worst in people, and this one was no exception. Hello?
Mr. Craig?
And this is?
I'm Lisa Barnum. I'd like to discuss something with you. Something extremely important.
Capital letter B?
Capital letter B?
B for the Barrie collection.
Why, you're uncanny.
Yeah. I learned the art of divination from one-note Olio Myers.
One-note Olio Myers?
Yeah, a trombone player in the T-Bone Casino Philharmonic.
Go ahead. Finish your joke.
Olio always knew on Friday he was going to get canned Saturday.
Can we meet and talk as soon as possible?
Well, why not?
I'll come to your place.
No, I'll come to your place.
But I'd much rather.
I prefer women in their natural habitat, doll. It helps cement a truer understanding. Lisa Barnum lived in a building that had a taxidermist in the downstairs store. While I looked for her doorbell in the row of 8 bell pushers, a stuffed chimpanzee came out of the taxidermist to stick a gun in my ribs.
Looking for somebody?
Yes, I am.
Lisa Barnum. You're calling on her?
I confess.
Then you're with me from now on.
Your gun says.
My gun says. You see that green and gold job over there?
Snazzy.
We'll take a spin in it. You and me.
Vertically?
Oh, you mean sitting up?
You got quite a grasp of the English.
No. You won't be sitting up.
I won't?
You'll be laying down. Turn to his side a little, huh?
This much?
Yeah. I like hitting them on the side of the ear.
Every man to his taste.
No yelling now when you get it.
I'll try to be a gentleman about it.
We don't want to be scaring people.
I came to with my left ear as big as Dumbo the elephant's. I tried stretching my legs to see how the old blood was circulating. And I knocked over what sounded like a garbage can. I reached a hand out in the pitch dark to get the feel of my surroundings. Almost strangled a cat. I tried getting my bearings by scent. My lungs began to choke up from what smelled like a poison gas barrage. I hate saying the obvious, but where am I?
In a cellar.
And where are you in this blackout?
Over here, sitting on a box.
Why?
Why not?
Now, that stumps me. Say, where's that mustard gas blowing from?
You really disapprove of my cologne.
When I get it in lethal doses.
How do you feel?
Mainly perplexed.
Perplexed? Oh, the answers are simple, really.
They always are when you know them. So inform me.
Here?
You know a better location?
Mertz's drugstore, just down the block. You'll want penicillin ointment on that ear before it infects. Here, I'll help you up.
I've always relied on the kindness of women, Lisa. You no doubt are Lisa Barnum.
Yes, I am Lisa Barnum.
In Mertz's, I got one ear swabbed and taped while Lisa bent my other ear.
I saw you assaulted on my stoop. I was upstairs at the front window.
What's your floor?
Second, I ran down to the street to see you thrown into that man's automobile.
That man being?
Why, I don't know. I hailed a taxicab and followed you.
Why?
Why? What would you have me do?
Well, yell police, good and loud. If you were really alarmed about me. However, go on with it.
You were carried into that cellar and abandoned there. When it was safe,
You joined me?
Yes.
Oh, my heroine.
You are an irritating man.
Time out while I check through my pockets.
Well, is anything missing?
Something is.
Your wallet?
No.
Then,
A cablegram I got this morning.
a cablegram?
Don't play dumb.
All right, I won't. A cablegram telling you where and when Oscar Melamed would arrive.
Oscar Melamed and precious cargo.
The man who assaulted you was after the information.
Obviously, and he's got it. And what are you after, baby?
It's a long story.
Well, try condensing it into a few words.
All right. Our family name was Barrie, before it was changed to Barnum.
I get the emphasis.
My uncle, Dexter Barrie, was an Egyptologist. He spent his entire mature life in search of tomb relics.
You make him sound dead.
He vanished without a trace 2 years ago.
Well, where was he then?
In Alexandria, Egypt. My last contact with him was a letter he sent me. I have the letter here, if you'd care to read it.
Oh, later. But meanwhile, you briefed me on the contents of it.
The letter states that he'd come upon a priceless collection of Byzantine tomb relics. That he was registering them in his name, Barrie, as the Barrie collection.
And?
And period.
And of Uncle Dexter.
Yes.
And you suspect foul play?
I believe he was murdered and that his collection was stolen.
I see. Are you the last known living Barrie?
If Uncle Dexter is dead, yes, I am.
Finish what's on your mind.
The tomb relics rightfully belong to me.
So sue for them.
Sue? Should I really be so proper, Mr. Craig? Only sue the man who caused my uncle's murder?
The accused being my current client.
Oscar Melamed.
Well, now answer me this. How did you know the Barrie collection was on board the SS Shalimar en route to here?
I don't care to disclose my sources of information.
Then you can never be my client.
Why can't I be?
Secretive clients worry me. I always imagine they're taking my head size.
Taking your head size?
So the dunce cap will fit nice and snug. Friday, 6 p.m., found me on the pier where the SS Shalimar had docked as ordered. And also as ordered, I had an armored truck hired and standing by for the safe and orderly transfer of the Barrie collection. A guy in a red oriental fez who had introduced himself as Oscar Melamed stood with me, watching 2 giant-sized crates being loaded on the armored truck.
I am grateful for your very conscientious services, Mr. Craig.
Repeat that to yourself when you get my bill. Now, when the collection's all loaded, where does it go?
I have given your driver written instructions.
Don't call him my driver. I got the armored car service out of a telephone directory. I make no guarantees.
The collection is to be stored in a vault. I have already made the arrangements.
What's it all worth, Melamed, in round figures?
$300,000.
Well, that explains the buzzards buzzing around.
Every thief in the world has plans to steal the Barrie collection.
Well, we've got at least one native hood around, eager to liven up the competition.
One?
Mm-hmm.
There will be 20, Mr. Craig. You will see.
Well, that junk's loaded and bolted in, Melamed. You want me to ride on the truck?
No.
Be a lot smarter if I did.
The driver has his instructions. Let him go. We will remain here.
Well, you're sure casual with 300 G's, Melamed.
I do not want you injured, Mr. Craig. That is why you remain here with me.
Just what's that supposed to mean? Oh, that sounds like there's something up your sleeve. Some nice hunk of oriental cunning.
Where is your police headquarters, Mr. Craig?
Raymond and 6th. Why?
Let us go there together and await the report of the daring theft.
Theft of the Barrie collection?
Yes, the theft of the Barrie collection.
At police headquarters on Raymond and 6th, we haunted the teletype machine. Completing our trio was a sallow-cheeked sergeant named Joe Tuesday, who looked as if crime gave him an acid stomach.
I've had dizzy characters popping into headquarters before.
Hey, look it.
Look it?
What the ticker tape is saying.
Huh? Oh. Armored truck seized by gang in machine gun raid at corners of Beaver and Howard. Driver and guard kidnapped. Order statewide alert.
Well, you're a champ prognosticator, Malamed. With the hijacked armored car problem in the laps of the Metropolitan Police, Malamed and yours truly went for a spin in my jalopy. The joyride was his idea.
Pier 17, Hoboken. You choose the proper approach, Mr. Craig. But first, you have an important thing to attend to.
Like?
Like the automobile behind us. See, in your mirror?
Yeah, we're being trailed, all right. An old New York custom. Familiar job, the one behind us. Green and gold convertible.
You have seen it before?
I'm getting a nostalgic twinge in my ear. The bum one. Well, shall we tangle with them or lose them?
Lose them, of course.
Fasten your safety belt. Before the green and gold job behind us gave up a hopeless chase, they sent out a signal of defeat.
They are shooting at us.
We're out of range, Malamed. And get your fingers out of my knee.
But I'm nervous.
Who isn't? Now wave a last fun goodbye to the boys. Alone at last on Pier 17, Hoboken, a banana boat was whistling hello to the USA.
Ah, the Susie Q.
Well, why should a banana freighter give you that radiant glow of happy health, Malamed?
Can't you guess, Mr. Craig?
Yeah, I can at that. Sitting midst mountains of bananas aboard the Susie Q is a big piece of ancient Egypt.
A Barrie collection.
Dummy crates aboard the SS Shalimar, and the real McCoy aboard the Susie Q.
A necessary subterfuge. I'm sorry to have used you as a...
Decoy's the word. It's okay with me, so long as justice triumphs. But is justice triumphing, Malamed?
I do not understand your question.
I've got a suspicious nature.
But you trust your own judgment.
Yeah, I do that. And no offense intended, mind you, but you personally don't come off too good in my judgment.
You have doubts about my integrity?
Swine that I am, yes.
The ways of the East are perhaps strange to the West.
$300,000 spells bonanza even in the Hindustani tongue.
But I am the owner of the Barrie collection.
I've heard other points of view on that.
Other points of view?
Yeah. A doll named Lisa Barnum. Lisa Barnum Barrie. Niece of Dexter Barrie.
Oh, I see. Now I understand the reason for your suspicion.
It's only one of my reasons.
Dexter Barrie was a guest in my country, an eccentric expatriate.
What do you mean eccentric?
A better word would be fool. An amateur Egyptologist and an uninformed one. The man was a vagrant, a mere professional beggar.
But he registered the collection as the Barrie collection. The one now aboard the Susie Q there.
A fraudulent registration, Mr. Craig. Barrie was in my employ as a gardener and chauffeur. He registered possessions belonging to me, Oscar Melamed. I have affidavits.
Oh, that's your story. Where is Barrie now?
I can only repeat rumors.
Like?
His death was reported. He had contracted a disease in the Kilimanjaro ranges.
Kilimanjaro? What was Barrie doing in Hemingway's private ballpark?
Looking for fossil specimens. Now, if you will tell me What is your fee?
Paying me off here and now, huh?
Yes, Mr. Craig. You have been useful, but now you are useless. How much?
Peel off $1,000, Sahib, in New York coin. I took the $1,000 and copped off, but I didn't go too far from my ex-client. I was on his tail, automotively speaking, all the way from the Susie Q to a warehouse in Newark, where the Barrie collection was unloaded and stored. I made careful note of the address. In my office the next morning, business began to boom. The chimpanzee who loved toying with my left ear, he had a gun in each hand. Hey, there's only one of me, Buster.
I carry 2 guns to balance the weight. I don't want one shoulder down lower than the other.
Oh, I see.
Remind yourself of something, Craig.
Meaning?
Where you went with Egypt when you shook my car yesterday.
Oh, Pier 17, Hoboken.
And then to where?
I don't know. I got paid off and canned at the pier.
Baloney.
Slice it, please.
A smart guy like you.
Would know where $300,000 worth of loot is stored.
Yeah, would know.
Mind if I pry into your character a little?
What befoozles you about me?
How a creep straight out of a Manhattan sewer got himself in the middle of a Cairo, Egypt conspiracy.
I got a friend on the lam in Egypt. Maxime Odessa, 3-time loser, so he can't never come home. He sent me a letter.
About the collection?
Yeah, about.
Then you're freelancing.
I got a few pool players in with me.
On your way out, surrender your guns to Sergeant Joe Tuesday.
Joe Tuesday? Where is he?
In the lobby, running the elevator, on the back stairs, and on the roof. You know what an octopus Joe Tuesday is.
You got cops staked out, huh?
For your exclusive benefit, Buster, I'm a guy who takes pride in his ears.
So I had...
Sticks and stones.
Oh, blast my way out.
You'll make an unbeautiful corpse. Exit smiling, Buster.
Imagine me walking into a cop's stakeout. Me, Ponjo.
You're beginning to bore me. Skidoo now. After Ponjo, the 10th Avenue Arab, came Lisa. In top form, throwing curves at me.
I thought over what you said.
And?
I decided to take your advice.
And?
I engaged an attorney, the firm of Brendel, Curdle, and Damhauser.
You're suing Oscar Melamed.
For the Barrie collection. We've already served papers.
A summons and complaint.
And a restraining order. Melamed is not to take the collection out of the country without consent of the court.
What adjudication are you after?
Sale of the collection and the proceeds of it to me.
$300,000, huh?
Approximately.
Lots of mink and banana royals. What about the alleged murder of your dear Uncle Dexter?
There isn't much I can do about a murder done in Egypt or elsewhere.
Yes, there would be the jurisdictional problem. Now, you want to inspire trust and confidence in me?
Yes, so very much, Barrie.
I wondered when you'd begin to coo Barrie at me.
You wondered?
Yeah. A doll finds her lie is showing. She brings sex appeal into the breach. It's not as old as sin, baby. It's older.
What do I have to do to prove my utter good faith?
Prove you really had an amateur Egyptologist uncle named Dexter Barrie.
Prove You don't think I made him up?
Didn't you?
Why, if this isn't... Mr. Craig, do you often have whams on your head?
Only when my feet ache. Let's talk about the morning's news, huh? The Barrie collection's on every front page.
So it is. So what?
Oh, $1 million news break, figuring the space and pictures. And here, a feature interview with Oscar Melamed. How his Oriental ingenuity baffled every Raffles from Tibet to Hoboken, New Jersey.
But it all does qualify as big news. Or does it mean something else to your warped mind?
It does, doll. But I won't tell you. Not until I tell it to Oscar Melamed first. Now, try sitting on my lap. I'll toss you out of the window.
Why, you're nothing but a stick of wood.
Oh, I'll just bet you tell that to all the boys. Melamed had company when I found him. Company just about to leave. Distinguished, middle-aged, black Homburg. The type American tycoon with nervous money and a collector's itch. I caught their parting words.
Then I'll assume it's agreed, Mr. Melamed.
We are in complete harmony, Mr. Cartwright.
You drive a hard bargain, but I can afford it. Good day.
Good day, Mr. Cartwright.
Tell me, which Cartwright is it? The banker or the steel baron?
Mr. Cartwright is in oil.
Marinated in your special brand of oil.
Why have you come here?
Putting it bluntly, to stymie a bunco game.
A bunco game? No, what absurdity.
The trash you're trying to palm off as treasure.
You call the Barrie collection trash?
I do. And all the hijinks and publicity around it is only a build-up for susceptible suckers. What you're really selling him is a collection of newspaper headlines. The publicity has him so dazzled he won't remember to inspect the merchandise. Oh, I see you stopped laughing. Okay if I bore you with the details of your fraud?
I'm listening.
Thanks. Lisa Barnum's in with you, a full partner in the swindle. Her phony uncle routine, and now the lawsuit against you is just more stage dressing. Like that armored car and the two fighters. All more bait for suckers.
And the gangsters? Are they also full partners with me?
No. The mob was on its own. Flies around honey, or what they thought was honey. But all grist for your scheme. The shenanigans of the mob got you more juicy headlines. Helped make trash really look like treasure. Now, you going to take a rest gracefully? Or are you the type who blows his fez?
Despite these circumstances, Mr. Craig, I am forced to admire you.
Well, thanks for saying it. It's what I live for. The goodwill and admiration of my clients. After all, man doesn't work for bread alone.
You have been listening to William Gargan in another exciting transcribed mystery drama from the adventures of Barrie Craig, confidential investigator. Tonight's story, Sweet Larceny, was written by John Robert. Next week, it's the strange story of Corpse on the Town, about which Barrie Craig has this to say. In Corpse on the Town, Death rewrites the script of a Broadway show when a bachelor producer becomes a widower in two easy stages, marriage and murder. The National Broadcasting Company has just brought you an NBC Radio Network production with William Gargan, starring as Barrie Craig, confidential investigator. Directed by Andrew C. Love, our cast included Edith Terry, Lou Krugman, Jan Arden, and Jonathan Holt. Join Groucho Marx for You Bet Your Life tonight on the NBC Radio Network. The Amazing Mr. Malone.
Operator, get me the office of John J. Malone.
The American Broadcasting Company presents The Amazing Mr. Malone, an exciting half hour of mystery created by Craig Rice and starring Gene Raymond. Our locale is the city of Chicago, the time, the present, and the hero of these weekly adventures, The Amazing Mr. Malone.
Malone is the name. John J. Malone, attorney and counselor at law. And before we get underway tonight, I'd like to thank all our old clients and welcome the new ones who came by. We'll be here every week at this time, so if you're in the neighborhood, drop in. You're always sure to meet some interesting people. Take Paul Conrad, for example. Mr. Conrad is the stocky gentleman marching down the fourth floor corridor of the Benson building. You can tell from his walk that he's a man with confidence in himself. When he comes to a door marked Larry Hogan, Private Investigations, he doesn't hesitate for a second, but barges right in. Yes. Mr. Conrad is a boy who knows his way around.
Hello, Hogan.
Huh?
I said hello.
Oh. You know, it's a funny thing, Mr. Conrad, but I was just thinking about you.
All right. Let me in on the joke.
Huh?
You said it was a funny thing, and I could stand a laugh these days.
Oh, you know what I mean. Hey, why don't you sit down?
What's the matter, Hogan? Don't you think I can take it standing up? What have you got for me?
Well, it's like I told you on the phone, Mr. Conrad. You know, you can't rush these things. Now, you take a a lady like your wife.
Now we're getting down to cases. Who's the boy Doris has been seeing?
Well, we haven't been able to run him down yet, but I expect I'll have something for you by next week.
That's what you told me 1 month and $400 ago. Just what kind of a chump do you take me for, anyway?
No, I resent that, Mr. Conrad.
Oh, don't get me wrong, Hogan. I don't blame you. I certainly acted like one. What's the man's name?
Let me go.
Come on, Hogan. I'm losing my patience. Well?
You think you're smart?
Not where my wife is concerned. Otherwise, I'd never let a gun like you bleed me. Now, who's the boy Doris has been seeing? Didn't you hear me, Hogan?
Sherman. Jackie Sherman.
Jackie Sherman, huh? Where'll I find him?
At the Brighton Apartments.
That's very kind of you, Mr. Hogan. Now, if you'll be good enough to make out a check for all the dough you've clipped me for, why, I won't trouble you again.
Just a second.
Hello, Jackie.
Doris, what are you doing there?
Now, darling, you're not going to be angry with me. I couldn't stay away.
Oh, look, Doris.
Oh, don't be mean, Jackie. Honest, I couldn't help myself. I was sitting home all by my lonesome, and I started to think about you. Next thing I knew, I was in a cab.
You aren't the craziest dame.
Mm-hmm.
What am I going to do with you?
Well, if you're stumped for an idea, maybe I can give you one. Come here, darling.
You know, maybe you've got something there. Let's try that again.
Yeah, go on, Jackie. Don't let me stop you.
Paul.
Hello, Doris. Why don't you introduce me to your friend?
Listen, Conrad.
Oh, you won't have to bother, darling. Obviously, he knows me. Guess that gives you the advantage.
Mm-hmm.
You see, Jackie, I didn't find out about you until this afternoon.
Really?
Uh-huh. Doris, suppose you leave us alone for a while so we can get better acquainted.
No.
Go on, darling. I'll see you later.
No, I'm not going. You think I'm afraid of you, Paul? Well, I'm not. I'm glad you found out about it. I'm crazy about Jackie.
Crazier than you were about O'Neill or Burton or Wilson? And what was that fellow's name in Springfield?
Shut up.
I just want to make sure that this is different.
Well, it is.
I'm impressed. All right, clear out.
No.
I'm warning you, baby.
I'll call you later, Jackie.
Did you hear that, Jackie? She's going to call you later.
Look, Conrad, don't try and push me around. It's never been done successfully.
There's a first time for everything, isn't there?
Why don't you stop playing the outraged husband? You know your wife.
Careful, friend. You're speaking of the woman I love. And she loves you, too. You mustn't forget that.
Why, you...
Yeah. She's crazy about you, Jackie. I don't know what you got, but it's a cinch you aren't going to have it long.
Yes, sir, Wadley. Hey, what happened to you, Mr. Sherman?
None of your business.
Yeah, but look at your face. Did you have an accident or
I
something?
said none of your business. You know a boy named Daniel Seymour?
Yeah?
Is he here now?
Well, look, Mr. Sherman, like you say, it's none of my business.
Like I said. Now, where is he?
In the corner booth.
Send a bottle over to the table. You.
Huh?
You're Daniel Seymour?
Uh-huh.
You mind if I join you?
So happens I do.
Oh, you don't understand,
No,
Seymour.
you don't understand, mister. I'm in no mood for company. Know what I mean?
My name is Jackie Sherman.
That doesn't change my mood.
I'm a friend of Sonny Wilson.
So?
So he thought you might be receptive to a business proposition.
Ah. Well, if it's business, that's different. Sit down.
Thanks.
Yeah?
Seymour, how'd you like to make yourself $500?
It's a pretty ridiculous question, Jackie.
Well, all you gotta do is take care of someone for me.
And what might this someone's name be?
Paul Conrad.
Oh, is Conrad the boy who roughed... Pardon, I shouldn't even ask. This wouldn't be the same Conrad who owns the Club 59 with Jerome Barney.
Does that make a difference?
Certainly. Conrad and Barney are big operators, and a kid like myself don't bat in their league. Unless there's a big incentive. Know what I mean?
All right, what do you want?
Another 500.
Fair enough.
You know, Jackie, I like a guy who don't quibble over a couple of pennies. Let me tell you, fella, you'll be happy with the service. Know what I mean?
Come in.
Hello, Conrad.
What brings you here, Barney?
I just thought I'd drop by to see how you and Doris were getting along.
Just peachy.
You couldn't expect me to know. You haven't been down at the club in quite a while.
And I've had other problems on my mind.
You got room for another? We're short.
What do you mean, we're short?
I just finished going over the books with Harold Plant. He tells me there's close to $50,000 that he can't account for.
Is what?
Well, I didn't mean to upset you, Conrad. Still, I can't blame you. 50 grand ain't peanuts.
What happened to it, Barney?
I was hoping you could tell me.
Well, let me get this straight. You think... just a second. Don't go away, Barney. I'll be right back.
Take all the time you need, Conrad. I'll be here.
Yeah, what the devil?
Yeah?
Have I the pleasure of addressing the amazing Mr. Malone?
Don't tell me. It can't be Lieutenant Brooks.
Can't it?
I know I'm asking the impossible, Lieutenant, but if you had a mind, what would be on it?
You know, that layoff did you good. Before your vacation, I didn't think your jokes could get any worse, but you fooled me.
You're wasting your time on homicide, Brooks. Have you ever considered radio?
You like my delivery?
I think it's the greatest thing since the U.S. mail. What's up?
Ever hear of Paul Conrad?
What about him?
Got himself knocked off at 5:30 tonight.
What's that got to do with me?
Well, silly fools that we are, we're holding his partner for the murder.
Jerome Barney?
Uh-huh.
You're crazy.
Oh, I bet you tell that to all the cops.
Barney couldn't have killed him.
You didn't even know Conrad was dead. You already got it figured out Barney isn't the killer.
That's right.
That's my boy who said that. Unfortunately. All right, Malone, we haven't been amazed in months. Come on down here and get to work.
You are listening to the amazing Mr. Malone. Today, more than ever before, Americans must be made to realize that freedom and the rights of the common man are a precious heritage. History has proved that people start to lose their freedom the moment they think it is forever secure. That is why we must all work at keeping our American heritage of freedom. For freedom is everybody's job. Many nations of the world today are standing at the crossroads between free government and dictatorship. But there are those who still aspire to political, economic, and religious freedom, and they look to America as an example. Well, it goes without saying that what Americans do during the troubled months ahead can greatly influence the decision that the war-exhausted peoples will make. To win against the totalitarian idea, Americans must become more aware of their citizenship. As a good citizen, remember your American heritage and work to defend your individual liberties. Do this by taking a more actual part in the affairs of your community and in fulfilling at all times the duties of American citizenship. And now, back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
Well, that's life for you. 1 minute you got it, and the next you haven't, as Mr. Conrad learned to his sorrow. And 2 hours after the police picked up Jerome Barney for teaching him the lesson, I was down at headquarters where I was greeted by the team that panicked the policeman's ball in 1922, and they were still using the same material.
Hey, Sussman, look who's here.
Do I have to, Lieutenant?
Oh, now come, Sussman. Let's have a little respect for the gentleman. This is, you should excuse the expression, John J. Malone.
Attorney and counselor at law.
Oh, that's a great routine you got there, fellas. Do you do a repeat performance for the coast? Where's Barney?
Oh, well, Malone, seeing that he's one of your clients, we gave him the best seat in the house. Of course, it doesn't compare with the one he's going to get at Joliet.
Whatever happened to all the straight men on the force?
We traded him to the straight cleaning department.
That's enough out of you, Sussman.
Only he can make the jokes.
Professional jealousy, Hank.
Come on, open him up. Malone?
How are you, Barney?
Fine. How soon can you get me out of here?
What's the matter, Mr. Barney? Haven't we made you feel at home?
All right, Brooks, knock off already. What have you got on him anyway?
Where do you want me to start?
At the top of the page.
Okay, number 1, he was spotted leaving Conrad's apartment right after the murder. Number 2, the gun was in his pocket.
Why did you do that, Barney?
Because my fingerprints are on it.
Hey, what?
Well, I lost my head, and I picked it up when I saw Conrad was dead.
Oh, that's a jolly one.
Come on, Sidney. Fool us both and try to use your head. Where's his motive for killing Conrad?
Where's his motive?
Yeah.
Conrad was tapping the till down at the club. The books were short to the tune of almost 50 grand.
Is that right, Barney?
Well, sure, but if I killed Conrad, how was I going to get my money back?
Because you boys had a partnership insurance policy on the lives of each other.
You know, I forgot about that.
Well, it's a pleasure to remind you. Well, what do you say, Mr. Malone?
I wish I could think of a smart exit line.
Oh, you leaving already, Counselor?
Yeah.
Why, you haven't been at all amazing.
Well, that makes us even because you haven't been at all amusing. I'll see you girls.
Just a second.
Hello, Mrs. Conrad.
Yes?
I wonder if you could spare me a few minutes of your valuable time.
I'm afraid I'm busy.
Oh, you can't be that busy. My name's Hogan.
Hogan?
Larry Hogan. I'm a detective.
Oh. Well, won't you come in?
Thanks. Hey, it's quite an establishment you got here, Mrs. Conrad.
Can I offer you anything?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Of course, I told Lieutenant Brooke.
Oh, I guess there's been a slight misunderstanding. I'm not with the police.
But you just said...
Yeah, I know. I meant I was a private detective. Hey, is that bar just for show? Or is
Get out.
Oh, no. Let's not be hasty, Mrs. Conrad. I know you're upset about your husband, but then he was plenty upset about you.
What's that supposed to mean, Hogan?
Just what it sounded like. I was doing a little research for him. Get me?
No.
Well, a couple of months ago, he dropped by my office and asked me to do some checking on you.
Well?
Well, if I say so myself, I'm pretty good. Didn't take me long to find out about you and Jackie Sherman. The next time you do something like that, honey, you want to use a little discretion.
I think I've heard enough.
Good. Now, let's say, suppose I drop around, let's say, every Wednesday morning.
What for?
Well, to pick up my check. Though, actually, I prefer cash.
You're wasting your time, Hogan. I don't intend to be blackmailed.
Oh, now, baby, who said it was blackmail? You're just buying my services.
I don't need them.
Huh? You're making a serious mistake, Mrs. Conrad.
Are you threatening me?
Why, I wouldn't dream of it. Still, I got something to sell, and if you don't want to buy, I'll bet I can find myself another customer.
Yeah?
I'd like to talk to John J. Malone, please.
You are now.
Well, you don't know me, Mr. Malone, but my name is Larry Hogan.
Who?
Larry Hogan. I'm a private eye.
A private eye. You've been seeing too many Bogart pictures. I bet you even own a trench coat.
Look, Mr. Malone, I called to do you a favor.
Why?
What do you mean, why? You're representing Jerome Barney in the Conrad killing, ain't you?
Well?
Well, what would it be worth to your client if I can clear him?
What do you want?
Well, I'm no pig, you understand. How does $500 suit you?
It suits me fine.
Well, the party for you to see is Mrs. Conrad. Her hubby hired me to keep tabs on her.
Who was she holding hands with?
A boy named Jackie Sherman.
Jackie Sherman.
Yeah, he lives at the Brighton.
Well, thanks a lot, Hogan. I'm forever in your debt.
Hey, wait a minute, Malone. What about my dough?
Hey, what dough?
You promised me 5 bills.
No, I didn't. I said 500 would suit me fine, and it would. I haven't made a penny since I came back from my vacation, so if you'll excuse me, Hogan, I got to get down to cases.
Yes?
Mrs. Conrad?
That's right.
You don't know me.
And what makes you think I'd like to?
I've got references.
What about samples?
Well, that can be arranged, too.
Well?
In public.
In that case, you better come in.
Thanks.
What did you say your name was?
I didn't. But it's Malone. John J. Malone.
Offer you a drink?
You can try.
What'll you have?
Anything you've got.
You're taking quite a chance.
Well, I believe in living dangerously.
That's a reporter for you.
Pardon?
Well, you are a reporter, aren't you?
How could you tell?
Well, there's a certain something about all you newspaper men.
Does it show?
Oh, definitely.
Well, I guess there's no fooling you. You know a Larry Hogan?
No. Am I missing something?
Well, if you are, I'll make up for it.
Here's your drink.
Thanks.
Good?
I don't know when I've had better. Now, I tell you what I had in mind, Mrs. Conrad.
The name's Doris.
Well, I didn't want to presume. How would you like to do a personal series on the murder of your husband?
Oh, what do you mean, a personal series?
Oh, what it was like to be married to a big shot?
I'm afraid I couldn't.
Why not?
I never learned how to write. Now, maybe if I had someone to collaborate with,
That's an idea.
you'd be willing?
No. But maybe Jackie Sherman would.
What did you say?
Well, let's face it, Lover, you and Jackie are a natural. He probably knows more about this case than anyone else. How long have you two known each other?
Get out.
Out? I haven't even finished my drink.
You're going to get out of here.
Now, Doris, you wouldn't throw a glass at me. Yeah, I guess you would.
Get out.
Now, don't be angry just because you missed. It's hard to hit a moving target. It's lucky your husband didn't present that problem. Don't say it. It's been grand, Lover. Let's do it again real soon.
1, 2, 1.
Hello?
Is that you, Jackie?
Yeah.
Darling, you got to come over here.
You out of your mind, Doris?
You don't understand. A newspaper man named John J. Malone was just over here.
Who?
John J. Malone.
He's no newspaper man. He's a lawyer.
But he just told me...
He's representing Barney.
Well, that's even worse.
What did you tell him?
I didn't tell him anything. He knew about us.
Oh, how?
Hogan must have told him. Jackie, I got to see you.
Don't be any stupider than you have to be, Doris.
Well, I can't go on like this.
Look, will you try and get this through your head, baby? We're through. Washed up. Finished.
Oh, no, we're not.
I say we are.
And what about me?
You don't have to worry. According to the World Almanac, there are a million other men in Chicago.
How dare you say that?
It's the truth, isn't it?
All right, Mr. Sherman. I can see you're looking for trouble. Maybe I know just the girl to accommodate you.
Hello, Seymour. Remember me?
Well, the bandages look familiar. Squat.
I was very surprised to hear you were still in town.
Why? We expect me to leave, Jackie? I got nothing to hide.
I disagree with you.
Never seen it to fail. Look, Jackie boy, up to this point, my association with you has been very pleasant. You know why? Because you didn't tell me how to run my business. Know what I mean?
Well, don't you think with Conrad dead that you...
Conrad? Never heard of him.
Now, look, Seymour, you... All right, look. I'm willing to pay you $500 more to get out of town.
Well, if you're going to put it on that basis, Jackie boy, I'd be an ingrate to refuse. Know what I mean?
I don't.
What?
That's what I hate about this place. They never keep out the riffraff. What are you doing here, Malone?
You probably won't believe this, Seymour.
Probably not.
I had no idea you were here. I was following your friend. Imagine my surprise.
Beat it, Malone.
Say, what's the trouble with me today? Nobody seems to want me around.
Maybe you ought to start reading the ads.
That's a thought. And I got one, too. What do you suppose Lieutenant Brooks is going to say when I tell him that Mrs. Conrad's boyfriend has been consorting with a hired killer?
Is that what you think I am, Malone?
Uh-huh.
Well, you're wrong. I never harmed a soul in my life. But you keep talking like that, and I might surprise myself. Know what I mean?
Well, what are you stalling for, Sussman? King me.
King you? Wait a minute, Lieutenant. How'd that checker get there?
It was in that box all along.
Funny, I didn't see it.
Are you implying that I would cheat?
No, he wouldn't do that, Sussman. He's just dishonest.
Well, if it isn't the amazing Mr. Malone. What do you hear from Perry Mason?
Why don't you give up, Brooks? I don't think you boys will ever replace the Keystone Cops. What did you find out?
Find out about what?
Conrad's murder.
Oh, haven't you heard, Mr. Malone? We've got the killer under lock and key. It's a fellow named Jerome Barney, who by an odd coincidence happens to be your client.
You mean you haven't done any more work on the case?
Well, it seemed like such a waste of effort with you on the job. Shall we get back to our game, Sussman?
Listen, you comics, you know darn well that Barney didn't kill Conrad.
Well, enlighten us, Counselor. Where did we make our mistake?
Mrs. Conrad was holding hands with a boy named Jackie Sherman.
Do tell.
20 minutes ago, Mr. Sherman met with a fellow named Daniel Seymour, and you know what Dan Seymour does for a living.
Yeah, I have my suspicions.
Well, what deduction do you Hawkshaws draw from that?
Now, you listen to me, Malone. As strange as it may seem, we occasionally get an idea once in a while.
Yeah.
Now, it's your theory that Seymour gunned Conrad on behalf of Jackie Sherman.
Yes.
Well, there's only one thing wrong with that. When Conrad was killed, Mr. Seymour was being questioned by the police 15 miles away.
He what?
So I guess you'll have to find yourself another suspect. It's your move, Mr. Malone.
You are listening to the amazing Mr. Malone. The United States Forestry Service has declared a state of emergency. Drought conditions across the nation have increased the danger of forest fires. Recently, 17 forest fire fighters lost their lives. Due to these unprecedented drought conditions, destructive forest fires are causing widespread damage in the West, the Rocky Mountains, New York, and in New England. The danger of similar disastrous fires elsewhere is rapidly increasing.
The only obvious reason that 90% of forest fires are started is carelessness on the part of the average American. All persons entering wooded or forest areas, or even driving through in automobiles, are urged to exercise extreme care when smoking or using fire. Learn by heart these simple rules. Crush out cigar, cigarette, and pipe ashes. Break matches in two after using. Drown all campfires, then stir and drown again. And find out the law before starting any fire outdoors. Remember, 9 out of 10 forest fires are caused by people. You can help prevent them. And now, back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
I wonder if Professor Einstein had as much trouble with his theory as I had with mine. Here I had it worked out so beautifully that Dan Seymour had killed Conrad at the behest of Jackie Sherman, and according to Lieutenant Brooks, there was only one slight flaw. It had never happened that way.
Say, Malone.
Huh?
Your mouth's still open.
Now, listen, Lieutenant, are you sure that Seymour couldn't have killed Conrad?
Positive.
How do you know?
Because at the time of the murder, we were having a little tete-a-tete. I got a phone call yesterday afternoon that Mr. Seymour had secured himself an assignment and a little interview might be in order.
Who was your tipster?
My friend didn't care to leave his name.
But the point is
that at the very moment Conrad got himself gunned, I was looking into Seymour's beautiful brown eyes.
Well, how about Mrs. Conrad?
Yeah, hey, how about her?
I mean, why couldn't she have killed her husband?
No reason, except she didn't. At 5:30, she was having cocktails in Evanston. Any further nominations?
Hogan.
Who?
Did you ever hear of a private detective named Larry Hogan?
Yeah, several times.
Well, he was the one who gave me Mrs. Conrad and Jackie Sherman.
Well, that was sweet of him.
Maybe Hogan killed Conrad.
Oh, Malone, don't you think you're reaching a little?
Well, why not?
Where's his motive?
He did some work for Conrad.
By you, that's a motive?
Suppose Conrad refused to pay him. Suppose they had a... Wait a minute, Lieutenant. I think I see it all now.
You do?
Yeah. Put your head on. We got work to do.
Hello, Jackie.
Doris, I thought I told you on the
phone... Oh, now,
phone...
sweetheart, you know you didn't mean that. You couldn't possibly.
Couldn't I?
No. You're crazy about me, and I'm crazy about you.
You're crazy, period.
You're wasting your time, Jackie. You can't make me angry. I know how much you care. But look what you did for me.
What did I do for you, Doris?
You know.
Yeah, but we don't. So suppose you enlighten us, Mrs. Conrad.
How did you get in here?
Oh, I suppose we should have knocked, Brooks.
Yeah, but they probably wouldn't have paid any attention.
All right, Malone, what do you want?
The party who killed Paul Conrad.
I thought you were a lawyer.
That's a common mistake. Actually, Jackie, I'm very bad in a courtroom, so I find it much easier if we never go to trial. All right, Lieutenant. Like they say in the police manual, do your duty.
All right. Mrs. Conrad, by the power invested in me,
No, Lieutenant, not her. Him.
What does that mean?
You killed Conrad.
Are you nuts?
Now, there's no reason to be sore, Jackie. You went to a great deal of trouble to work out this plot. I'm just seeing to it that you get the proper billing.
Say, Malone.
Huh?
If it's not asking too much, would you mind drawing me a diagram?
Oh, I thought the doctor told you to lay off those stupid pills.
Well, Malone, we can't all be as smart as you. After all, if I knew all the answers, I'd be doing guest shots on gangbusters.
Well, it had to be Jackie Sherman.
Had to be. Huh? Why?
Couldn't be anyone else.
Where was his motive? Don't tell me he was in love with Doris.
Of course not, but you saw the shellacking Conrad gave him. Well, Jackie wasn't the kind to take it laying down.
No, that still doesn't prove anything.
Well, where do you think your tip came from to pick up Seymour?
Jackie?
Whom else?
Well, that makes a lot of sense.
Sure it does. Jackie knew his name was bound to pop up in this case. He was the most obvious suspect.
So he hires a killer and then tips us off about it?
Exactly.
Oh, that's Miss Sugar.
It's not crazy at all. Jackie had a great knowledge of psychology. He banked on us figuring the way we did. It didn't seem possible that having hired a gunman, he'd do the job himself, which is just what he did. Why do you think I had no trouble following him to Seymour? He led me there, deliberately.
Then I can't get over it. Did you realize how unusual this case was?
You mean I didn't wind up with a beautiful blonde?
No, I've seen that happen before.
Oh, what then?
Well, I've been running around with you, man and boy, almost 3 years, and this is the first time I can remember where you didn't get your head parted in the middle with a lethal weapon.
Say, that's right.
Yeah, let's just hope it doesn't establish a dangerous precedent. Good night, Malone.
Ever hear the story of the gangster who was haunted by ambition? He was going to be public enemy number one if it killed him. You got to give the boy credit. He made it. I'll tell you all about it next week, so why not pick me up in my office at the same time? I'll be waiting for you. Good night.
Gene Raymond was starred as John J. Malone. Our program was written by Gene Wang and directed by William P. Rousseau. Music by Basil Adlam. The Amazing Mr. Malone is produced by Bernard L. Schubert. The events and characters depicted in this story were entirely fictional. Any resemblance to actual places of people living or dead is entirely coincidental. This is George Fenneman inviting you to be with us next week. The Amazing Mr. Malone has come to you from Hollywood.
This one's about Pete Kelly. It's about the world he goes around in. It's about the big music, and the big trouble, and the big 20s. So when they ask you, tell them this one's about the blues. Pete Kelly's blues.
417 Cherry Street, Kansas City. It's a standard speakeasy. The ceiling is low, the prices are high, and the whiskey is cut more times than a chin at a barber college. The entrance is just wide enough to handle one at a time, vertical or horizontal. My name's Pete Kelly. I play cornet. We start every night about 10, and we play till the last buck is home safe in Lupo's cash register. George Lupo owns the lease. He's a fat, friendly little guy you can always count on for a 20 in exchange for 2 10s. But that's all right. He lets us play the kind of music we like, and every once in a while he'll let us duck out to make a couple of phonograph records. All he asks is that we're back in an hour and 15% of the take. Well, last night, Matty Wynn had been after us for 2 weeks to make another record for him, to fill out one side. Matty ran a 2-turntable recording joint in a loft over on Baltimore. During the day, he'd keep busy making $2 personal records for the folks to send back home to the farm. At night, he'd rope a combo like ours to put out with some Dixie for the local market. We'd already pressed a few for his label under different names. The Spickardsville Sparks, the Grundy Growlers, the KC Cats. Maybe you got 1 or 2 in your collection. Hold on to them. They're pure. Well, it was getting on to 11 when I pushed the tempo on the last number in the second set. Lupo glared at us as we hustled out, packed up our instruments. We piled into a taxi in Red's Erskine coupe and slammed out for Baltimore Street and Matty's loft.
Come on, I'll help you with the bake.
All right. Let's keep it light, huh? This is a residential district now. Hold it down, boys, huh? Hold it down.
Hey, fellas, quiet down now. Quiet.
Pete?
Who's that, Red?
Looks like Zelda.
Oh, Pete, I'm so glad I didn't miss you.
Yeah, Zelda.
I have to... Could I talk to you for a minute, Pete?
All right, what's on your mind?
Alone?
I got a recording date, Zelda.
I know, Pete. That's why I came here.
We have to get back to 417.
A minute, Pete? A half a minute.
All right.
Okay, Petey, we'll wait upstairs. All right, you guys, let's move. And Pete.
Yeah, Red.
We don't sound like much out of corner. Make it snappy, huh?
All right.
All right, inside, Mo. Okay.
Thank you, Pete.
All right, come on, Zelda.
Don't be mean, Pete. I've had my share of meanness. The way the newspaper...
What did you expect? Rave notices for the way you divorced Matty to marry a hood like Johnny April?
I have a right to live my own life.
Sure, no matter whose life you kick to shreds doing it.
I love Johnny. He loves me. Oh, Pete, of all people, I thought you would understand, that you would...
Now, look, Zelda. I like a guy named Matty Wynn. In my book, he didn't rate the kind of treatment you dealt him.
You like a guy named Matty Wynn. How much do you really know
All right,
about...
Zelda, just funnel this down. Now, what do you want?
Matty refuses to see me, Pete.
That figures.
I want you to talk to him for me.
Saying what?
You and Matty, you always got on well together. He may listen to you.
Now, look, Zelda, I got a job to do. Get to it.
Matty's got a record that belongs to me. I want it.
What kind of a record?
It's a record you and the boys made once, June night.
Well, you're beginning to make a lot of sense, Zelda.
He'll understand, Pete. Just tell him I'll give him anything he wants for the record. You just tell him that, Pete. If you talk to him, maybe he'll...
Now, look, Zelda, just for the book here. I never liked you much.
I know.
I think you were grief for Matty from the first day he met you until the day you dealt him the final foul. All right, now, why don't you just leave him alone?
For Matty's sake, believe me, Pete. For his sake, I must have that record, and if you're a friend of his, Pete, you'll advise him to give it to me.
All right. I don't know what you want with an old disc of mine, but if it's something you need, it's something Matty's better off without. Matty?
Well, Pete, I'd begun to think you deserted us for the Mound City Blue Bloods.
I just left Zelda.
course. The wisest thing any man could do.
She's waiting for me downstairs.
Why is it, Pete, that we always assume the vulture to be male?
She seemed more like a frightened rabbit.
Zelda, rabbit? Mink, yes, but never rabbit.
All right, Matty, I'll tell you about it after the session, huh? All right, let's get it on the road, huh? Matty, what do you want us to do?
Well, you've just got one side to fill. Last time you did me singing the blues, we never did get a good take on Dixieland One Step.
Okay, all right. Come on, guys. Let's like each other, huh?
Quiet down. Now, quiet down.
All right, let's do Dixieland One Step.
How you want routine, Petey?
Well, let's see. Like this. Everybody going in. Nick, slug those brakes solid. Matlock, you take the first little break on clarinet.
Yeah.
And Mo, you take the second and really blow it out, huh? Give me a...
And everybody in on the first chorus, huh?
Yeah, that's right. And I'll take it for 16. Matlock, you take 16, everybody out. Good and bright, huh?
Yeah, okay.
All right. Ready, Matty?
Second. Okay, take it on the count, huh?
All right, now, here we go. Well, felt good, huh?
Yeah, it was good for me.
Fine, Matlock. Matty?
That does it, Pete.
All right, you can pack up. I'll see you back at 4:17, huh?
You stand behind, Pete?
Yeah, 10 minutes. Leave the Erskine for me, will you, Red?
Sure. Look, Pete, you come here to take care of your business. Leave it that way, huh?
Don't worry, Red. I aim to. Will you take my horn?
Yeah.
I'll see you later.
All right.
Nice, Pete. One solo seemed a little long for time, but I think we can get it all on.
Look, Matty, I know this is probably none of my business.
The papers and her marriage to Johnny April has made Zelda everybody's business.
Well, she asked me to talk to you about a record.
Indeed.
An old one of ours, June night?
Yeah, June night. I remember it well, Pete. I always considered it a splendid achievement in jazz that should one day become a collector's item.
Zelda doesn't know jazz from German measles and cares less, but she said she'd give you anything you want for that record.
You can tell Zelda that she can purchase a copy of June night at Lambert's for 35 cents.
Yeah, that's why I don't get it.
And if you're fortunate, Pete, you never will. Forgive me, Pete. I don't mean to be sharp with you, but you're young and carefree. Stay that way. And if Zelda should again approach you, take a trip around the world or someplace else, but go.
All right, Matty. She asked me to ask you, and I asked. Good night.
Good night, Pete.
Hey, you Pete Kelly?
Who wants to know?
Hear that, Perry? He wants to know who wants to know. All right, I'll tell you. I want to know. Feel better?
Sure, I'm Pete Kelly, but I got a right...
And I got a left. Let's ride.
Thanks, but I got my own car here.
Right now, ours is safer for you. It's bulletproof.
Well, I was going to tell him I didn't need a bulletproof car. He showed me the gun. It was a .45. I know how to admit it when I'm wrong. So we got into the bulletproof car. During the ride, I cased the two artillerymen. Except for their faces, I'd seen them a couple of times before. At 417, over at Sour Sammy's, at Fat Annie's, the same tightly tailored blue suits, the same long, itchy fingers, and the same razor-edged lips and eyes. Oh, there's hundreds of them around. But they're pretty right guys. You gotta know how to handle them. Just do as they tell you, and the chances are you won't lose more than one eye. Well, the car glided to a smooth stop in front of the Roxbury Apartments. The private elevator shot us up to the penthouse. My stomach caught up with me as the Gunsels pushed me into a living room that was slightly smaller than Swope Park, but less crowded. One man, all shoulders, no hips, and rich black hair, a face that'd make Wally Reed cut his throat. He was sitting at a table with earphones on. He was tuning a radio. He glanced once over his shoulder at me. I didn't jump more than 20 yards. It was Johnny April.
Just a minute. I've been listening to something good on the earphones. Here, I'll plug in the speaker for you. You hear that music?
Yeah.
Nice reception, huh?
Yeah.
Just got it. 12-tube superheterodyne, Magnavox horn. Pulls in Frisco without static. The best. Drink?
No, thanks.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Canadian import, the best. You sure you want number one?
Yeah, sure.
Well, luck.
Luck?
Yeah, it's good stuff. Got a jolt, the best. You know who I am?
Yeah.
You sure?
Sure.
What's my name?
April. Johnny April.
That's right. You know my wife?
Your wife?
My wife.
Yeah?
You sure?
Yeah, Mrs. April.
Don't you know her better than that?
And what?
Than Mrs. April?
Well?
Huh?
Well, sure. I know her. I knew her when she... Well, before she...
When she was married to Matty Wynn?
Yeah?
But you didn't call her Mrs. when, did you?
Well,
What did you call her?
By her name?
Which is?
Zelda.
Zelda, that's right. That's all I wanted to fix. Now we both know what we're talking about, Zelda. You understand now?
Yeah?
That's why I invited you here to talk about Zelda. And why you're bothering her.
Oh, you lost me, Mr. April.
Not a bad suggestion, but first I want you to tell me what you and Wynn are clubbing Zelda with.
You're asking me to play without a cue sheet, Mr. April. I don't even know the tune.
Tonight you stopped Zelda on Baltimore Street. You talked to her on a corner. You were seen. She was pleading with you.
Now, look, Mr. April, you're spinning it backwards. She stopped me, asked me to speak to Wynn.
About what?
Well, about a record she said belongs to her.
What record?
Well, it's a record. One that I made for Wynn. It's called the title. Yeah, I know. This sounds silly, but it's true.
Half right, Kelly. Sounds silly because it isn't true. What do you want with Zelda?
All right, April. You take it any way you like. All I want from Zelda is distance between us. Now, I got a date to play.
Jake, teach him. What are you and Wynn cooking?
Nothing.
What do you want from Zelda?
Nothing, I tell you.
Johnny, what are you doing?
This the crumb who stopped you tonight?
Yeah, he's the one.
How much did Wynn pay you, April, to take Angel off his hands?
What did he want?
Money. Yeah, he said he and Wynn would make trouble for me. For you.
What kind of trouble?
My divorce. About my divorce. Open it up again unless I paid them.
All right. Now listen to me, Ten Horn. You got luck. You got lots of luck. You should light a candle to your luck. Next time you fill a ditch. This time I only warn you. And these are the warnings on the way. Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, you go to Union Station. You buy a ticket, east, west, north, or south. You go. You go till the train runs out of the rails. No more room for you in Kansas City. Only in that ditch. You hear me?
I hear you. Well, Jake and Perry drove me back to the Erskine. They dropped me on Baltimore. I sat on the curb, my head between my knees. After a while, I felt a little better. I could breathe again. The lights were still on up in Matty's loft. He was probably working on the master. While I navigated the long flight of stairs, trying hard to hold back the sudden anger kicking up in me. It wasn't Matty's fault. He'd warned me about Zelda. No use to take it out on him. Well, I went into the loft and made an effort to hold it down. But it was a wasted effort. Matty wouldn't have minded anything I said or did. Matty wasn't even there. Only his body, half covered with the burlap used on the walls to soundproof the joint. He'd been shot once through the head, clawed down enough burlap over himself to make a shroud. I picked up the phone in the office, gave Central the number of Sour Sammy's joint, and waited for Sammy to see if Barney Ricketts was under his favorite table. Barney Ricketts is the only ex-bootlegger I know who went broke in 1922. He set out to prove that a man could drink his gin without ill effects. But he never set a time limit on the experiment. No, Barney hadn't come in yet to Sour Sammy's. Well, I left word for him, meet me at Fat Annie's place. I started to leave. I hesitated and went back to Matty Wynn, spread a clean handkerchief over his face. I made the street 3 stairs at a time. I crossed the river, jolted the Erskine down Boulder Road to Fat Annie's place.
I'm just beat, Pete. Right down to my shoes.
Yeah, it's a noisy crowd, Maggie.
Out-of-town wine buyers with gin chasers. Murder.
Yeah, do you want a beer?
Thanks, Pete. I could use it.
All right.
Hey, draw 2, will you?
Barney ain't been in yet, has he?
No. You got trouble again, Pete?
Where can I buy a new birthday? The stars are ganging up on me.
Ain't nothing in that astrology, Pete.
Well, there must be some explanation. Yes or no, hot or cold, I catch it.
What's the misery this time, Pete?
Only that Matty Wynn caught a bullet in the head.
No.
And if I'm not out of KC by morning, he's going to have company. Look, Maggie, do you remember a disc I cut for Matty? June night?
Sure do. Good session.
You got a copy of that one?
Right on top of the pile.
Where?
In my room, just down the street a piece.
Well, I'd go with you, Maggie, but I don't want to miss Barney.
I'll get it for you, Petey.
Thanks a lot.
Ah, Pete Kelly, noted troubadour, bar of the barrel houses.
Hi, Barney.
And Maggie Jackson, canary of the cribs.
I'll be right back, Pete.
Thanks a lot.
Petey, I've just suffered a great hurt. No sooner did I set foot in Sour Sammy's joint than Sour Sammy himself came a-grinning and a-smirking to tell me with undisguised glee that you were waiting for me here. He was openly delighted to see me go.
Yeah, look, Barney.
I was sorely tempted to ignore the message, merely to aggravate Sour Sammy, you understand. But since it was you, Petey, and in distress, I'll warrant, I came on the wings of Mercury.
Thanks, Barney.
Mercury, that's a thought, Petey. We've tried ether in our beer, chloroform, and even a tincture of laudanum. Now, what would a soup spoon of mercury do? No, too risky, unless, of course, one's...
Barney, listen to me, will you? I'm breathing against the clock.
Never will I forget Sour Sammy's attitude, and after all the credit he's given me, too. No, Petey, it proves only one thing. Man is essentially an asocial animal. We band together only because we find it impossible to survive alone.
Yeah, I know.
But there is no true affection anywhere. Like the wolf, yes, take the wolf, Petey. He too herds, but only in times of want and stress.
Yeah.
And as soon as he doesn't have to rely upon his fellow wolf for survival, off he goes to prey upon his own. Yes, Petey, like the wolf, man is a lone hunter, hating the herd because he is forced to depend upon it for survival.
You all through?
Very well, fellow wolf.
Johnny April, Barney, do you know him?
Oh, yes. A fine gentleman, Johnny April, never kills on the Sabbath.
Well, I can't wait that long. He gives me till morning to get out of town.
Foolish man. Right now, you should be navel-deep in timetables.
Look, I got sucked into this by his wife, Zelda. She asked me to get a record from Mattie Wynn that belongs to her. She told April that I'm trying to shake her down. I got worked over, and Wynn got a bullet.
What's on this record?
I don't know. It's just a disc I once made for Mattie. It's called June Night.
Why does Zelda want it?
I don't know.
Why did Zelda lie to April?
I don't know.
Here's the record, Pete.
Thanks, Maggie.
And who shot Mattie?
I don't know.
Let's save time, Petey. Just tell me what you do know.
Well, all I know is that Zelda's after this record, and she doesn't want April to know it.
And that's the copy there?
Yeah, June Night. I thought maybe we could spin it once, and maybe it'll give us some kind of a message.
I'll put it on the phonograph, Pete.
Thanks, Maggie. I'll wind it up for you here. All right, listen to it, huh?
Good quality. Mean anything?
Nothing.
No hidden meanings or codes or ciphers?
Nothing there but the music.
Tell me, Petey, how are these things made?
What?
A recording.
Well, you record directly onto a round table of soapy wax, and then they dust this wax with graphite, and they dip it in a copper plating tank. From this, they make what they call the mother, or the stamper. And that's what turns out the records that you buy in the store.
I see. And the wax master, that's always kept in the recording studio?
Yeah.
When you've finished a job, Pete, can anything else be recorded on the master?
Well, I suppose you could dub from one master to another, yeah.
Petey, when I was a mere lad, my old father told me, when you seek an answer, child, always go to the master.
Well, I pointed Barney for the door. We got into the Erskine and jolted back over Boulder Road and across the river. Barney insisted on expanding his wolf-man-herd theory all the way back to Baltimore Street. By the time we reached Mattie Wynn's loft, my fangs were on edge. Barney looked away from Wynn's body as we headed for the file room. I yanked open a metal container. It was empty. The master of June Night was gone. Yeah, your old father was right, Barney.
He also told me the master will always be there for you. Notice the disarranged state of the files here, all the compartments.
Yeah.
Whoever came for the master of June Night went directly to the right file as you did. Didn't find it there and ransacked the rest of the place.
Well, then Mattie hid it figuring something like this, but where?
Let's look around the control room, Peter.
No, there's no place there to hide a flea.
Did you ever read a story called The Purloined Letter by Edgar Allan Poe?
Not now, Barney.
A wonderful little tale.
Now, look, Barney,
In
some
this
other...
particular story, Petey, a number of detectives were taking a room apart by the seams, searching for a letter. They couldn't find it, and why? Because man is blind, Petey. He never recognizes the truth when his eyes fall on it, just as our eyes now fall on this peculiar-looking record on the turntable.
Yeah. Barney, you wouldn't leave it out just like this.
Prove me wrong. Play it.
All right. Let's listen to it and see.
You understand what you're to say, Zelda?
You want the script for me?
Not that I don't trust you, of course.
Let's get on with it, Matty.
A little closer to the microphone, Zelda.
This close enough, Matty? This close enough, Pete?
Don't be foolish, Zelda. Put that gun away.
Give me the record, Pete.
Sure, in exchange for that gun.
You get what's in the gun.
Like you dealt it to Mattie? The record here on the turntable all the time, and you broke 3 nails ripping those files apart?
Face the wall. Keep your hands up. Lean against it, both of you.
Excuse me, madam, but I just dropped in to make a record for the folks
Shut
back
up.
home. Surely.
One move, and I'll give it to you in the back.
That's my department, Zelda.
Johnny!
Give me the gun. All right, Zelda. I tailed you here. I only bought a small piece of your yarn. Now I want the rest of it.
I didn't want to involve you, Johnny. I came to pay them off. They killed Matty. See? See there? And I got the gun away
No
from...
good, Zelda. Can't you see his face? He's just run out of mileage and ideas. Listen to this, April.
No, darling. It's a frame.
Shut up. All right, Kelly, I'm listening, and it better be good.
All right. Here it is. It's all on the record.
Just close enough, Matty? Perfect. Now, just in case anything goes wrong, this recording will be our protection from each other. To whom it may concern, my wife, Zelda, and I have entered into this agreement of our own free will.
All right, just get to it, Matty.
Go ahead.
I have told Johnny April that I want to divorce my husband and marry him. When this is accomplished, it is our intention that I be made a widow as soon as possible and then remarry Matty Wynn.
Just for the record, you agree to decoy said Mr. April to a predetermined spot where you'll be unarmed and without bodyguard. I agree to shoot Mr. April. The police will not question your story that he was ambushed by a rival mobster, identity unknown to you. You will then inherit the April money and return to me. You agree?
I agree. Crazy enough to do anything for you. Even when you tell your own wife.
All right.
That's enough.
This will be legal.
Johnny.
April, don't shoot her.
Johnny, don't. Please, don't.
Get over, Zelda.
No.
Back off so I won't miss you. Zelda!
Johnny!
He can't hear you.
I should have let him kill me.
You fell in love with him, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Only one thing I didn't count on.
Yeah. You can't dance at two weddings with one heart.
Pete Kelly's Blues, starring Jack Webb, with story by Joe Eisinger and music by Dick Cathcart. Ladies and gentlemen, the Red Cross already has allocated more than $1 million for emergency relief work in the flood-stricken areas of Kansas, Missouri, Illinois, and Oklahoma. The biggest Red Cross job, however, will be rebuilding and refurnishing homes in the flooded areas. Cost of this job will run into the millions, more than present Red Cross resources can provide. That is why President Truman has issued a special appeal to all Americans to contribute generously to a special Red Cross flood fund of at least $5 million. Send all contributions to your local Red Cross chapter.
The proceeding was transcribed.
Yes, senorita, we guarantee to teach you the latest South American dances in 10 lessons, or we refund your money.
I'll buy that, Miss Ortega. There's something about the samba that I just can't get.
Samba and rumba are included, of course. Now, your name, please?
Sally Henderson.
Mm-hmm. Occupation or profession?
Oh, I'm secretary to Mr. F.X. Markham. He's district attorney here. Oh? Why? What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. Miss Henderson, we will not be able to start your lessons for several weeks. Will that be all right?
Well, no, not especially all right. Well, you know how it is with these things. You make up your mind to do them, and then, well, once you do, you'd like to do them right away.
If you are in a hurry, you might try somewhere else. I'm very busy. I have many people to give lessons to.
Well, one more shouldn't make any difference.
Excuse me. Hello?
Rosita?
Yes, this is Senorita Ortega.
Look, don't hi-hat me, Rosita. It's Ronaldo.
Yes, what is it?
This connection must be bad or something. Rosita, this is Ronaldo, remember?
What is it you want?
To see you for one thing, to get my job back for another.
I'm sorry, there is no position open here now. Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute, Rosita. Take it easy. Maybe if there isn't a job open, you wouldn't mind making a small loan to a friend?
Absolutely not. We have nothing further to discuss, Ronaldo.
Oh, yes, we have. We have a lot to talk about. I gave you a week to cool off after you fired me. But nobody's hiring males dancing teachers much. I'm not doing too good.
I'm sorry.
That's all you can say, I'm sorry? Rosita, you've got no idea how sorry you're going to be.
Now, where were we, Miss Henderson?
Oh, you had just decided not to give me dancing lessons, Senorita. But after what I just overheard, I've decided perhaps I'd better get in touch with my boss, the district attorney, right away.
Now, you see, Mr. Cummings, it is really quite simple. Now, listen, watch. Just 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You see, the entire Rhumba is built on the 1, 2, 3 rhythm, just like your American waltz.
Is it, Rosita?
Please, Mr. Cummings, pay attention to what I'm trying to teach you. Head up. No movement from the waist up. With the feet, 1, 2, 3. Come, we try it again.
1, 2, 3. You do it. I like watching you.
You can do it if you try, Mr. Cummings. Come, try, eh?
No, I'm a little too clumsy for that kind of thing. I realize that this is my 10th lesson and I haven't learned to dance. But I've learned something that's worth a whole lot more. I've learned about you. That's come to mean something to me.
Stop playing, Manuel. I'll call you when I want you.
Okay. Oh, this is what I like. You and I alone, Rosita. Of course, it isn't exactly an ideal setting, but it will do.
And, the ideal setting, what is that?
That's the kind of thing I wrote to you about, Rosita. Moonlight, away from people. Some place where they never heard of Rhumba lessons.
You are quite, romantic, Mr. Cummings. Your letters are very dear to me.
Are they, Rosita?
Yes. Mrs. Cummings must be a charming woman, Mr. Cummings. I wonder if she is equally an understanding woman. You think she would like reading your letters?
You wouldn't show them to my wife.
Oh, Mr. Cummings, how could you even think such a thing? No. In fact, I might even be willing to part with them, despite their great sentimental value to me. How much would you say they were worth?
Oh, so that's it, blackmail.
Blackmail, Mr. Cummings? Oh, no, I merely asked for a friendly estimate. How much would you say those letters are worth? Is that blackmail?
You know it is. And you want to know what those letters are worth to me? They're worth a whole lot more than your life is.
Good evening, Senorita Ortega. Rinaldo is not here?
No, he is not, Senorita Raymond. He won't be here. I told you that a dozen times. Go on back next door where you belong, please.
That is no way for one senorita to talk to another.
Senorita? Oh, don't make me laugh. Just because you teach Spanish and because you can fool whoever it is that is stupid enough to come into your studio. Don't think I believe you are Spanish.
You know many things that aren't good, Senorita Ortega. It's true, I'm not Spanish. And my name is not Ramon. But I didn't come here to talk about me. Where's Rinaldo?
I do not know. Here, there, somewhere. I have not heard from him since he quit his job here last week.
Quit his job? You fired him. Don't try to kid me. He knew a little too much about you. Knew the cute little blackmail racket you had going for you. That's one of the reasons you let him go.
Is it? And what's the other reason?
I'm the other reason, and you know it. He was starting to go for me. He was starting to overlook you. You're getting a little old, Ortega. A little tired looking. You can't blame a man.
Get out of here. You, whatever your name really is, go on, get out. Get out or I throw you out.
Better get somebody to help you.
Help me? I need nothing to help me. I'll push you right out.
Get your hands off me. Take them off. You asked for this.
Huh? Oh, a knife you carry, do you? Well, you won't use it on me. I'll get that from you. I will. Stop it. You're breaking my wrist. The knife. Drop it. Drop it on the floor. Ow. Drop the knife.
My wrist. You've broken my wrist.
You are lucky that isn't all I break. Now, get out of here and take this knife with you.
Okay, I'll get out. I'll take the knife with me. But you never can tell, Ortega. Both of us may be coming back. It may be something, and it may be nothing, Mr. Markham, but I thought I'd tell you about it.
I'm glad you did, Sally. So you went up to one of those private dance studios last evening, and when this Senorita Ortega found you were working for me, the district attorney, she wasn't very anxious to have you take the course.
Oh, it isn't that so much, Mr. Markham. It's the phone call she got from somebody named Ronaldo. That's why I tried to reach her last night on the phone. He sounded mighty serious when he threatened her.
Yes, I didn't get in till quite late. And he was serious, all right, Sally.
What do you mean?
Look at this memorandum that came into me just before you arrived. It's from Sergeant Heath at the Homicide Department. Here, read it.
Rosita Ortega, private dance instructress, stabbed to death in her studio midnight last night. Mr. Markham, she's dead.
Mm-hmm. Apparently. And I was about to go up to the dance studio to meet Philo Vance there. I'd called him.
You mean that maybe I gave you a clue to the murderer?
A clue to the suspect, undoubtedly. Somehow, clues to a murderer are never this easy to find. Well, Vance, Sergeant Heath has this Ronaldo individual in the late Senorita Ortega's studio. Shall we go in?
No, not for a moment, please, Markham. Let's stay here in the outer office a minute. It was quick work on Sergeant Heath's part.
Apprehended Ronaldo? Yes, it was. Heath has another suspect for us, too, a Senorita Ramon. She teaches Spanish in the studio next door.
Senorita Ramon. That's right. I noticed her sign as we came down the hall. Well, Markham, I'm about ready to go to work. It's been quite a while since our last murder case, and life is little to a private investigator without a murder.
To a private investigator such as you, that's undoubtedly correct. Now, how about this Ronaldo, Vance?
Let's get him in here now, if you will, Markham.
Right. I'll have Heath send him in. Sergeant Heath, would you ask Ronaldo to come here, please?
Sure.
He's on the way, Vance.
Good.
I'm Ronaldo Alvarez.
Right in this way, please, Ronaldo.
Sure. What happens now?
Ronaldo, I'm District Attorney Markham. This is Philo Vance.
Vance, huh?
You heard of Mr. Vance?
Who hasn't? But I don't suppose he can want anything from me.
I might, now that Sergeant Heath apprehended you so quickly.
What apprehended? I walked in here this morning to see Ortega. Didn't know a thing about her being dead until then.
Perhaps that's true. Ronaldo, why did Senorita Ortega discharge you?
Why? Because she thought she could get along without me. That's why.
Was that the only reason?
What is going on in here? Why am I being held like a prisoner in the studio?
It's all right, Heath. Let her come in. All right.
Why am I being held in there like a thief? Why?
And who are you, may I ask?
Me? I am Senorita Ramon. I have the studio next door.
Oh, I see.
Is that reason enough for me to be held until you get ready to speak to me?
I think it might be, Senorita Ramon. That accent of yours is slightly spurious, too, I might add. What is your right name?
Her name is Margaret Stone, Vance.
Thank you, Ronaldo. You knew her?
Very well.
Ronaldo,
Would you please wait in the studio just one moment, Senorita Ramon, or Stone, whichever you prefer. I promise you we won't be more than a few minutes.
Okay. Only I don't like to be kept hanging around like a pet dog.
Quite a young lady there, Ronaldo.
Her? She's really something, Vance. And, can I go now?
Not yet. Ronaldo, I'd like you to tell me all you know about the late Senorita Ortega and who might have killed her.
Look, Vance, I'm a dancer, not a detective. But Rosita did have something off the record going on with a guy named Cummings. Jack Cummings. He was married, and he wrote us some letters.
That sounds like something, Vance.
Yes, it does. Where did the Senorita keep those letters, do you know?
I should know. I saw her looking at them only last week. I got an idea that was one of the reasons I was fired. They're right in that desk Mr. Markham's sitting at. Middle drawer.
Yeah? It's locked.
Well, that shouldn't be entirely unexpected. That paper knife ought to be capable of prying the drawer open. Set it right in the center, Markham.
Right.
Well?
No letters. Nothing that even looks like a letter.
Really?
It's like I told you then. Cummings killed Rosita for those letters.
That sounds logical.
And very pat. Where were you at midnight last night, Ronaldo?
Midnight? I can tell you. I won a Rhumba contest over at the Shadowland Dance Palace a little after midnight. I was there all night. Mary Morgan, she's my dancing partner. Maybe we're going to do an act together.
I'd like to know a little more about this Cummings man you mentioned, Ronaldo. What's his first name?
As far as I know, it was Jack. He took lessons from Rosita.
You know the name, Vance?
Jack Cummings. No, I don't think I do. There is a quite wealthy merchant in this city named John H. Cummings. Ronaldo, was Cummings rather big, about 45, gray hair parted on the side?
That's about right.
You do know him then, Vance?
Yes, I know of him, that is. I attended an exhibition of his wood carvings about a year ago. Wood carving's his hobby. He's quite good at it, too, as I remember.
Vance, listen, the Ortega girl was killed by a knife. Cummings carves wood as a pastime.
Certainly. And they had a motive. Those letters. If I know Rosita, she was using those letters, too.
It adds up, Vance. I'm going to have Heath pick up Cummings at once. What we found out this morning practically proves it was he that killed Rosita Ortega.
Does it, Markham? Personally, I'm of the opinion that what we found practically proves that he didn't.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Rhumba murder case began when Rosita Ortega, a dance instructress, was found knifed. Vance's suspects include a Spanish teacher, Margaret Stone, a dancer named Ronaldo Alvarez, whom the senorita had discharged, and Jack Cummings, merchant and amateur woodcarver, who, we have reason to believe, was being blackmailed by Senorita Ortega. Ronaldo has told us that he had been at the Shadowland Dance Hall the entire evening previous, dancing with a hostess there named Mary Morgan. And I know that Vance checked the dance hall, found out her apartment address, and is there with her right now.
I'd like you to know something, Miss Morgan. This is the first time I've ever been in the apartment of a dance hostess.
Oh, gee, high-sounding name, Mr. Vance. I'm a taxi dancer. You sure you don't mind that record playing? I like music. It relaxes me.
I don't mind at all. Mind if I ask you some questions?
Go ahead, ask.
First of all, these pictures of Ronaldo that are in your place here. How many of them are there?
Oh, 3 in here and 3 in my bedroom. I go for that guy, Mr. Vance. He's a swell dancer. Excuse me.
Surely.
We won a Rhumba contest last night at Shadowland. Did I tell you that?
Not that I recall. What time was the contest held?
12:15. Ronaldo and I have been practicing all night.
At Shadowland?
Sure, at Shadowland. Oh, it was perfectly legit. He bought tickets, the same as any customer.
My knowledge of dance halls is a little limited, Miss Morgan. Tell me about Shadowland.
Wait till I turn off this record, huh? Well, Mr. Vance, there are about 25 of us girls. They call us hostesses. We sit around till some fella comes over and asks for a dance.
Some fellow?
Well, sure. Fellas come up there to dance, and they buy a bunch of tickets, and they dance with us. Every time they dance, they give us a ticket.
I understand. Now, you were telling me about Ronaldo. I know he won a contest with you a little after midnight, but he says he was with you all evening from 9 o'clock on.
That's just about right, too. He got there about 9, and we started dancing. We didn't miss a dance until the contest. Every dance we danced.
You must have been pretty tired.
Oh, I do that every night. I'm used to it. Only every night I don't get a break like dancing with Ronaldo every dance.
I'm curious about one thing, Miss Morgan. How much money do you girls make, if I'm not being too personal?
That ain't personal, Mr. Vance. We get 6 cents on every ticket. Tickets cost a dime, and the house makes 4 cents.
I see. You really do have to do a lot of dancing to make money, don't you?
That I do. Why don't you come up sometime, Mr. Vance? You look like you wouldn't get fresh or nothing.
I might do that, Miss Morgan. This case I'm working on seems to be getting nowhere. The lack of clues is a little fantastic. Perhaps after I solve it, if I solve it, I might devote some time to the light fantastic.
Yes, I know you. You teach Spanish in a studio next door to Senorita Ortega's.
That's right, Mr. Cummings. Only I'm not Spanish. And that has nothing to do with why I came to your apartment. We are alone.
Yes, but what has that to do with what you're going to say?
Plenty. I just came from a little interview with Mr. Markham and Philo Vance. They wanted to know what I knew about Ortega's murder.
What did you tell them?
Nothing. Cops don't pay for information.
What are you driving at?
This. Ortega was murdered about midnight last night. You were at a studio at about that time. I saw you. I want $10,000 to keep quiet about it.
I won't pay it.
I think you will.
Get out of here. I've worried enough about my being up there last night. I was there to get something that belonged to me. But I didn't kill her, do you understand? I didn't kill her. I won't pay a cent.
You will. You've got a wife, respectably married children. You wouldn't want them to read about you in the papers? You'll pay.
Get out of here. Get out. I won't pay a cent. Get out of here.
Everybody throws me out, and everybody's sorry they did right afterwards. One more chance, Mr. Cummings. Are you paying?
I said get out, and I meant it. Get out.
Okay, stop pushing. I'll go. In case you change your mind, you know where to reach me. I'll give you an hour.
An hour? An hour? I can't pay her. She'll blackmail me for the rest of my life. I can't pay her. I can't face the ruin I'll bring to my family. I know. Where is it? I always kept it here. Oh, here it is. This is my way out. This gun of mine. First I'd better write. No, I'll telephone my wife. That'll be better. Quicker. Oh, no. No, I can't talk to her. I can't. I've just got to do this now. The longer I think about it, the longer I'll put it off. And I mustn't put it off. I've got to...
I wouldn't if I were you, Mr. Cummings.
Who are you?
My name is Vance. Philo Vance. Mind if I take that gun?
Here, take it. Take it quickly.
Thank you. I'm glad my appearance has that effect, Mr. Cummings. I take it you were going to kill yourself because of your connection with the Ortega murder?
Yes, but I didn't kill her. Only no one will believe it when they find out I was up there last night.
I wouldn't say no one, Mr. Cummings. I believe it. And as soon as I meet Mr. Markham up at the Shadowland Dance Hall, which I'm to do in a few moments, I think everyone concerned will believe it, too. There's nothing quite so desolate looking as a dance hall during the day, is there, Markham?
Oh, I don't know, Vance. An empty stadium at night, an office building on Sunday. They give this dance hall a little competition for desolation.
Perhaps you're right. So this is Shadowland, Temple of Terpsichore.
Hey, you two. What are you doing here?
Watchman, Vance?
I think not. Must be the manager. I phoned him a while ago. My name is Vance.
Oh, yeah. You called me, didn't you? Who's your friend?
This is District Attorney Markham.
How are you? What can I do for you, Vance?
Have you the records I asked for?
Oh, sure. In my office. It's right here. Come on in. Not much doing around here this time of day.
We figured that out for ourselves.
I got the records right here on my desk. Here they are. Last night, Mary Morgan, the girl you asked about, Vance, turned in 40 tickets.
40, eh? Tell me something. How long does a dance last?
All lasts the same time, and the music is continuous. We got 2 bands. Every dance lasts exactly 2 minutes. We do a minute break between dances to collect tickets and let people on and off the floor.
What's that information for, Vance?
Just general knowledge, Markham. All I'd say that's what it's for. One thing more. How much did Mary Morgan make the night before last?
I'll have to find that out for you, Vance. Won't take me a minute.
Don't hurry. We'll be here when you get back.
Well, Vance, I've got something to tell you. We're picking up Jack Cummings, the man Ronaldo spoke to us about. He was supposed to have written some letters to Senorita Ortega, remember?
Of course. And you picked him up, eh?
Yes. You see, the girl who has the place next to Ortega's, Senorita Ramon, saw him near the Ortega apartment at the time of the murder.
And she told you that?
Definitely.
Markham, I wouldn't overlook this Senorita Ramon if I were you.
You mean you don't think that Cummings murdered the Ortega girl?
No, I don't. I told you that once before. I know who the murderer is, Markham. And believe me, it's not Jack Cummings. Just leave me here in your office for a few minutes with Ronaldo, Markham, and I'll be with you.
Right, Vance.
Well, Vance, what's eating you?
Not a great deal. I've been over to see your girlfriend, Mary Morgan.
Have you now? Great girl, huh?
Terribly loyal. She's in love with you, apparently.
Because my pictures are all over her apartment? She's a picture patsy. Before me, there was a shipping clerk. I'm doing a little better than him, though. One more picture. He only had 5.
Well, congratulations. Ronaldo, what made you think you could get away with murdering Senorita Ortega?
Me? You think I killed her?
No. I know you did.
And I'm supposed to say, oh, no, please, please, don't turn me in. I did it. I admit it. But don't turn me in. Nuts, Vance. You don't know a thing.
Don't I, though? I wouldn't be quite so sure.
I'm listening, but I'm not paying too much attention.
Might be an idea if you did.
Sure. If I couldn't prove where I was last night, maybe. But I can't. 500 people saw me win that Rhumba contest at 12:15 last night in Shadowland.
I don't doubt that at all.
Well?
Senorita Ortega was killed at midnight. Shadowland is near enough to the Ortega studio for you to have killed her and then gone over to the dance hall.
Oh, it is it? Look, Vance. I was at Shadowland all night, from 9 o'clock on. I didn't leave the joint. Mary Morgan can tell you that.
Yes, I know. In fact, she did tell me that. So you claim you couldn't have killed Senorita Ortega because you were at Shadowland all evening.
Of course.
You stick to that story, my boy. It's a perfect alibi. Perfect for me. You see, instead of proving that you didn't murder the Ortega girl, it proves you did. Well, Markham, what you want to know then is how I knew Ronaldo killed Ortega. It's a matter of mathematics. Sit down and listen.
Very well. I'm doing both.
Good. Ronaldo said he danced every dance from 9 o'clock to midnight with Mary Morgan. That's 3 hours.
That's right.
Now, the Shadowland dance hall manager told me that each dance lasted 2 minutes with 1-minute intermissions between each dance. In other words, there were 20 actual dances per hour.
Can't argue with that either.
All right, let's take it from there. 20 dances per hour for 3 hours makes 60 dances. In other words, if Mary Morgan had danced every dance with Ronaldo, as she claimed, she would have turned in 60 tickets.
Mm-hmm.
But she didn't. The manager told me she turned in only 40 tickets.
So she only danced with Ronaldo 2 hours and not 3.
Of course. That gave him an hour off to murder the Ortega girl. He thought he had a foolproof alibi because he knew Mary Morgan would lie for him. But they overlooked the detail of the tickets.
Yes, they did. Silly of them, wasn't it?
Our friend Jack Cummings was silly, too, going to a studio like Senorita Ortega's to learn to dance. There are hundreds of legitimate dance studios, recognized licensed places. You're almost looking for trouble when you go visit someone like the Senorita.
Fortunately, there are no others we know of, Vance. Well, Ronaldo has confessed in view of the way you broke his alibi, and it looks like the end of his career to me.
To me, too. But, Markham, it also looks like the end of the Rhumba murder case.
I need your help, Steve. I need it badly.
Well, you don't say hello or how you been. You don't get the old 1-2 greeting like we give on the outfit. When the going was tough, you just need help, and you need it fast.
I took it for granted.
Yeah, don't we all? All right, so you want help. So why me?
I opened my new drugstore only a month ago.
The, big one you always said you'd be owning.
All right, so I shot my mouth a bit in the forces. But I got responsibilities now. And right now, I've got them big.
And they are?
I had a new assistant start Monday.
Yesterday?
Yes.
And that's a problem?
Today, he sold a bottle of cyanide tablets for aspirin.
They call you that strong guy. Steve Strong. But right now, you're sitting in your office, looking through the window at the street lights, painting highlights of blue and orange on the black palette of asphalt. You look at the people crossing from highlights to shadows and heading home. You look at the dazzling displays of shop fronts. You look at their closed doors. And you feel as if you're the only one in the world who's working back. You get that feeling every time you're working at the office after 5. But tonight, you got that feeling strong. But you can't figure why. Then your door opens and your reason for waiting comes in.
It's good of you to wait, Steve.
The door shuts behind him, and you look at Grant Edwards, corps man from your outfit in 45. The medic who bragged he'd have his own drugstore one day. And now he's got it. Big, shiny, and spanking new.
I need your help, Steve. I need it badly.
So you don't say hello or how you been? You don't give the old 1-2 greeting like we give on the outfit. When the going was tough, you just need help, and you need it fast.
Oh, I took it all for granted.
Yeah, don't we all? All right, so you want help. So why me?
I opened my new drugstore only a month ago.
The big one you always said you'd be owning?
All right, so I shut my mouth a bit in the courses. But I got responsibilities now, and right now I've got them big.
And they are?
I had a new assistant start Monday.
Yesterday?
Yes.
And that's a problem?
Today he sold a bottle of cyanide tablets for aspirin. He what? I know, but it happened. We found a bottle of 25 missing in tonight's poison register check.
But how did...
I sell a fast-action headache tablet of my own. I was bottling cyanide tablets into 25s last night before closing, and he was filling with headache tablets nearby. They both carry bottles of 25 tablets. He used one of the bottles labeled aspirin by mistake.
That was last night. The person he sold them to could be dead by now.
We only noticed the mistake tonight. I do a daily check each night on our poison stock and check it off with a list of drugs sold in the poisons registers. There were no sales of cyanide tablets today.
Just how strong are these tablets?
2 can kill a man. And 2 is the dose on the aspirin bottle.
Why didn't you go to the police?
The publicity. It'd kill my business. I've worked and sweated for too long now to lose it inside 2 months. That's why I came to you.
With only me looking for that bottle, it can kill the one who's got it.
But the police, they'll put out a general call. Everybody in town will know.
You ever figure just how much a human life's worth? You ever figured money? No. Because you can't. The same way you can't figure a human life against the value of a drugstore business, new or old.
So you don't help me?
I never said that. I'll help. But you gotta ring Captain Jim Daly of Homicide first. I don't do it alone. 8 million people's too many for me. You watch Grant Edwards' face as he rings Daly. You hear Daly do a vocal explosion on the other end of the phone. You watch Edwards' face go pale beneath his summer tan. You watch, and you remember the young medic who always played the big doctor act. The young, high and mighty medic who doctored you up in 45 when you were busting out in fever. And then you remember the 72 hours he sat up in one stretch to pull you through. Yeah, you remember all that. But it still doesn't make the scales against another human life. A life that's hanging by a thread of chance. A thin chance that none of those tablets have been taken.
Daly said you could stay with me.
You figured Daly said a lot more, but you let it ride. Maybe Edwards was a bit high and mighty in the old outfit, but right now he's been whittled down to size. The size of a man in trouble.
If you help me, Steve, I'd be grateful. You don't just know how grateful.
Oh, why me? Why not the police? I'm only one, remember.
You had a knack of pulling a trick out of a hat once. I'm gambling all I've got on you doing it again.
Well, that's a big gamble. 8 million to 1.
That's not so big. The assistant remembers serving one girl with aspirin. He bought the only bottle of my special headache tablet sold today.
You tell the police that?
Yeah. We're going around to see the assistant now.
I see. And you figure we can find that girl first. Beat the police before they get to sending out the emergency radio and TV calls. And that way save your business, huh? Yeah. Simple. All I gotta do is find one girl and, how many million?
Well, that's not as tough as all that. You see, she's a regular customer, and her first name's Lucy.
Oh. You figure how many Lucys there are in this city?
I don't know the house, but I think I know the street she lives in.
Huh?
I walked her home one night.
You did? I seem to remember a wife someplace.
Oh, lay off, Steve. She was just walking my way at closing time, that's all.
So I believe you. All right. You give me all you know, and we try the street door by door.
I can give you a closer bearing than that. She lives between Pitt and Elm off Daymore Road.
You go to Pitt and Elm. You start asking questions to every apartment house janitor and landlady till you find one who's got the answer you want. And it's a big picture of relief you see spreading over Edward's face.
Yeah. Sure, I got a girl that answers that description. And the name of Lucy.
You look at the towering mother of mansions, And she plays you back like she figures you're Lucky Luciano. And all the public enemies rolled into one.
But that don't mean you're getting in to see her room.
We'll settle for her.
What's she done?
Nothing.
And what do you want her for?
We're old friends.
You haven't been here before.
We're older friends than here.
She's only 19. She's been here 2 years.
Look here, we haven't got time to bandy words, woman. She's got a bottle of poison by mistake. We've got to stop her from using it.
You mean she doesn't know about it?
Of course she doesn't know about it. You think we'd be pushing stupid questions if we were?
All right, all right. You got your shirts running all up your back. You've got room 41.
41. All right, Steve. Let's get up there fast.
You can't throw up.
What?
All right, bright and beautiful. Why?
She's not in. That's why.
So a bottle of poison stays in the room till she comes back.
If you're not the law, you don't get in.
That, my ancient one, is where we differ.
Come on, Grant.
Oh,
let's go.
Here, you come back. Don't stay as a private guest only.
As from now, the notice has changed.
But you can't get in. The door's locked.
If the door's locked, how do we...
38. Must be the third one along. Yeah. 41.
What's like she said, locked.
Pity. It's a good door, too.
What are you going to do?
What do you think? The door's locked, a bottle of death waiting inside. We got no key and no cooperation, so we just...
That's breaking in, damaging private property.
Yeah.
How'd you tell?
Oh, you get away from me. You broke my door down. I'll get the police.
After you, Mr. Edwards.
I think we should. I mean, we could.
You want your tablets, don't you? And the door's open? It is. Wide open.
That's taking private property.
You wanted your tablets my way, so you get them my way.
All right, let's get them and go.
Now, we'll try the bathroom. Here we are. Medicine cabinets. Yeah. And this is why you pay me. 1 full bottle of tablets labeled Edwards Fast Action Aspirin. 1 other bottle marked Edwards Fast Action Aspirin with 6 tablets left. This could mean you're locked in.
She bought them before she ran out.
You can now thank all your lucky stars. And me.
Here. I've been looking at that door. You two can go to jail for this.
She wants a damage paid for, Grant.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Discover the cost?
Let me see. Well, it was a good door.
Not that good, Miss Midas. Now, goodbye.
No, not until you get out.
We've got what we want.
So what do I tell Miss Tanner?
Ask her to come to Edwards Drugstore tomorrow.
That all?
It's enough of your ears to flap on.
Well, there's no need for
ready,
you to
Grant?
get the darn root.
All I want.
Here.
Let's go. You take Edwards back to his drugstore. Ring Captain Jim Daly at Homicide and tell him to stop the emergency calls going on the air. But he says you'll have to hold them till the police laboratories make a test on the tablets first. You try to argue that you're backing a lore machine. So you do like he says and take the tablets into headquarters.
These are tablets?
You look at Jim Daly and see the pinched lines of annoyance on his face. You watch as he counts them, careful and methodic, like he was back in trainee cop camp. And then the annoyance whips up to anger as he looks up.
You take any tablets out?
I prefer my cyanide in capsule form.
This is no time for cracks, Steve. You come in here all bucked up because you beat us to finding the bottle. But you do the first dumb thing I'd get from an amateur. You didn't count them.
I was going to, but when you said bring them over, I left it.
You left it till nothing.
All right, so if I didn't count them?
Those emergency calls still go out. 2 of the tablets are missing.
Lucy Tanner buys a bottle of special headache tablets from Edwards Drugstore. She buys the tablets before she finishes the first bottle. But she takes 2 tablets from the full bottle and goes out, taking the tablets with her. But the tablets she's carrying aren't aspirin. Sure, they'll kill a headache. But they'll kill her right along with it, because the tablets she's carrying are cyanide. You don't figure why she takes the tablets from the new bottle. But you try to figure when, where, and how soon before she'll be swallowing the 2 pills of death. You're thinking all this in Jim Daly's office, down at police headquarters. And Daly's thoughts are running you a parallel.
She could be lying dead in some gutter for all we know.
You know, she must have put the tablets in her purse to use later, because if she'd taken them in a bathroom, she'd have been waiting when you broke in. But waiting dead.
Somewhere out there in the big city is a girl with death walking beside her. Somewhere, sometime,
she's going to put those tablets in her mouth. And if she does, you can thank the fact that you had me hold back the first of the emergency calls going out. The calls she'd most likely have heard. The ones before the evening newscast.
Look, I didn't sell the tablets.
No, but you should have counted them before you rang. Not left it for when you got here.
Well, all right.
Yes, all right. This time you better work in with us all the way. Or find her fast your way and keep in touch.
I got 2 chances.
Yeah, that's right. But only 1 nick and 1 private detective license. And if you miss out this time, you're going to lose both.
Jim Daly's sore and he's mad. And he's got a right. But right now, it's not your neck you're worried about. It's Lucy Tanner's. And a guy who stands to lose everything if she takes the tablets before you find her. So your first call is to Edward's apartment.
Oh, Steve, I was expecting you. Daly rang.
He tells his wife he's going out. And you notice he doesn't say where. And you notice something else. For a married couple, they're not very close. Sure, there's affection there, but it's all on one side. His wife. But you figure you've bigger problems to face. And you get Edwards into your car and go back to Lucy Tanner's apartment. You see the landlady, and she tells you Lucy Tanner works in a nightclub. And for a few more bucks, she tells you the name.
Welcome to the Blue Hen, mister.
She's blonde, soft, and warm. And showing more than a smile.
Can I help you two gentlemen? The Blue Hen is open to please every customer, especially men of muscle. And just feel that muscle.
All right, sweet child. I'm not a customer. Yet.
Oh, then I'll make you one.
I want Lucy Tanner.
What she got that I haven't more of?
I wouldn't know, but from where I stand, I couldn't imagine.
Then you don't want her?
Look here, do we have to hang around?
Sure, Grant.
You didn't answer my question.
Sure, I want her, but it's strictly business. And if you tell me nicely, I'll give you a big present for later.
Oh. What's the present?
Me.
I knock off at 2.
Where do we find Lucy Tanner?
She should be on the floor show tonight, but she's got a sick headache.
A headache? No, she hasn't.
Hold it, Grant. Go on, kid.
Yeah. A sick headache. And a pig beer she has. She's gone to Lester Carter's party.
Where do we find Lester Carter?
Oh, you'll take me there later?
Sure. After 2.
24 East, 52nd.
You and Edwards beat it fast down to 52nd. You find the address, and you find Lester Carter.
You said you want Lucy Tanner? I say she isn't here. What then?
He's big, he's fancy, but he's tough. So you figure it'll be quicker to play it gentle.
I asked a question.
Then catch the answer, Mr. Carter. I'm her brother, and I want her urgent.
You think you can take her away, huh? Back to her hometown?
No, I don't. And I don't want to. I just want to see her before she swallows cyanide.
Listen, Crumbo.
Now, don't play it tough, Carter. You may be big, but I've taken bigger.
Yeah, you must be playing it straight. Yeah, you'd be calling disaster if you weren't.
All right, so where do I find her?
First, who's that guy in the car out there?
He's my bosom pal.
Another small-town hick, eh?
Now, look, Carter, we haven't got time to make...
So you try to kid me Lucy's going to commit suicide. Well, let me tell you something.
You can tell me nothing I don't want to hear. Now, talk quickly and quietly. Where is Lucy Tanner?
And if I don't tell?
Lucy Tanner dies, and you get life for manslaughter for withholding evidence.
Lucy wouldn't kill herself. She's got too much to lose.
Sure. Only a life.
How do I know you're not a cop?
You don't. But you can listen. She bought some aspirin, but they weren't aspirin. They were cyanide. She bought a mistake, and she's carrying 2 with her.
And she thinks they're aspirin. She takes 2 aspirin to stop a hangover, knows with her last drink. You better get to her fast.
To where?
4 blocks down, DeBroy Mansion. She went for a private party with Turner Elliott. He's a boyfriend.
Right.
And you better hurry. She was ready for her last drink when she left here 20 minutes ago.
You leave the Lester party and head for your car. You bounce into the seat cushion and look across at Grant Edwards. You see by the look on his face, he knows you're reaching the point of conflict. The climax that can mean life or death for a girl called Lucy. His face is a moving picture of emotions as you drive the 4 blocks and pull up at the De Broy Mansions. And inside a minute, you're beating your knuckles against Turner Elliott's door. There's no light coming from under the door, but that doesn't mean they're out. So you knock again. And the door opens, but not the one you're facing. It's the door behind you, across the corridor. And the woman you're looking at has weary anger written in every wrinkle.
If you two are expecting an answer from that apartment, you won't be getting any. The apartment's empty.
Empty? You mean Turner Elliott doesn't live here?
At this time of the night, you wake me up and have the nerve to speak to me like
This time of the night, it's urgent. If he doesn't live here, where does he live?
If anybody's got a right to be annoyed, it's me. Waking a body up at this time of the night.
Listen, lady, it's a matter of life and death. Where's Elliott living now?
New Broy Mansions was extended to 2 blocks of apartments. New block's only just been finished.
So where does that lead us?
Mr. Elliott moved into the new block only last week.
Next door?
Yes. There's a big stretch of lawn divides the 2 blocks. The idea is to keep the kids off the street.
All right. What's his apartment number?
Oh, even if it is urgent, you can still use a civil tongue.
What apartment?
And when you see Mr. Elliott...
Can't you understand this is urgent?
Tell him I'm getting tired of being woken up by his friends in the middle of the night.
The number of the apartment, I told you...
All right. I only want him to know, that's all. It's on the 1st floor, apartment 4.
Beads of sweat are standing on your forehead as you leave the woman. Run down the stairs and across the stretch of lawn between the old and the new apartment. You look up and see a lighted window that could be apartment 4. You see a man and a girl against the window shade. Then you do a quick 1-2 up the stairs, and Edwards is running with you neck and neck. You run and you run fast, because the girl you saw was taking something from her handbag, and the man is holding out a drink.
To the left. That's it. Apartment 4. Hey, what the heck?
You don't knock, but you go in fast. See the girl with a hand up to her mouth, and in the hand, 2 round tablets.
Don't take them! Those tablets! No, don't!
The shout came too late. The girl has already dropped them on her tongue.
What the devil is the meaning of charging in and shouting like that?
She's just taken cyanide.
What?
Well, don't just stand there, Edwards. Do something. You're the only medic around here. Just give her a glass of water. Water? The cyanide? You crazy?
No, but it's not cyanide.
Not cyanide. Here, Lucy. Drink this.
Oh, thanks.
Yes, Steve. If it was cyanide, she'd be dead.
Say, what's all this about the coffee?
Coming like that, we frightened her. She swallowed and caught her breath, that's all.
Then those 2 tablets she took were aspirin.
What's all this about, Mr. Edwards?
Those tablets you took, were they from the bottle you bought at Edwards' drugstore today?
Yes, but why come in here?
I'll have you thrown out.
Don't bother, Elliot. We're leaving.
But those tablets...
Just forget we ever came in, honey. If you ever can. So her tablets were only aspirin, huh?
Yeah.
And that means...
Someone else has the bottle of cyanide. Who, Steve?
Who? You ring Daly at Homicide, but they say he's out, so you leave a message that Lucy's tablets were aspirin. And you tell them you're going back to Edwards' apartment to start all over again. Jenny Edwards lets you in. And she doesn't have to be psychic to see the worried lines on her husband's face.
Grant, what's wrong?
Oh, nothing, just business worries.
Oh, I wish you'd tell me some of your trouble sometimes, dear. It does help, you know.
Don't be ridiculous, Jenny. There's nothing you can do.
But you look sick. Very sick.
I am. Sick with worry. And a headache to boot.
I'll get you a brandy and an aspirin. Do you want something, Mr. Strong?
Make it a scotch. Double and straight.
All right.
So, what do we do now?
Nothing but wait till Daly rings or calls round.
But that may be ours.
Not if I know Daly.
We can't just sit here.
You think of anything we can do?
No.
You'll feel better after your brandy.
Take a drink, Mr. Strong.
Thanks.
You want water with your aspirin, dear?
No, the brandy will do.
Well, cheers.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Cheers.
The tablets, the cyanide.
You look down at the crumpled figure on the floor. You look at the body that had been Grant Edwards. You call a doctor, ambulance, the police. But you know there's nothing you can do. cyanide is deadly, and it's quick. You get Jenny Edwards to a chair. Dazed and broken, she tells you the answer to a question. Shortly after, the door bursts open and Daly explodes into the room.
Tom, what's all this I hear about? What happened?
You tell him how Jenny Edwards called into her husband's drugstore on the way home from a shopping trip last night, after Edwards had made out the daily report on poison stock.
So any poison bought before closing would really be on the next day's sale.
And her husband was busy, so she didn't disturb him. When the assistant came out, she got him to wrap up the list of things she wanted.
Uh-huh. And on that list was a bottle of aspirin.
Yeah. Pity Edwards forgot marriage is a 50-50 partnership, no matter what. If he let his wife share some of his business worries and listen to some of hers, he'd have known what was going on in his house. And she'd have known about the missing cyanide. And the first thing she'd have done...
The first thing she'd have done would be to check on her own aspirin bottle.
Some men will never learn. Not even the hard way. Well, like I said, I'm a romantic guy. But I've got a lot of good friends in and out of the force, and I like to keep them. I also like to help keep law and order in the community. I'll be with you again. But for now, this is Steve Strong, or as I'm more often referred to, that strong guy, signing off.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe starred Van Heflin for the first 3 months in 1947 on NBC Radio, but then returned in 1948 on CBS with Gerald Moore playing the famous Raymond Chandler character until the show's end in 1951. One of the best-known, hard-boiled, old-time detective shows, and still extremely popular to this day. In Friend from Detroit, which aired March 5, 1949, Betty Pryor has disappeared. A gambler has been found shot to death, and there's a missing $25,000 trust fund. All the elements of a case that's right up Philip Marlowe's alley. Next is The Fat Man, that great detective created by Dashiell Hammett and running on radio from 1946 to 1951. It starred J. Scott Smart in the title role, a large, good-natured private eye named Brad Runyon, and Ed Begley as Sergeant O'Hara. Amzie Strickland played his girlfriend, Kathy Evans. The Australian version of the show, which ran from 54 to 55, is the one that survives today, however, with Lloyd Barrow in the title role. In Murder Makes a Statue, a woman offers Runyon $200 to help her, but before she can tell him what help she requires, she faints, and when she comes to, she can't remember anything. The only clue is a wedding ring in her pocket. Then, the Casebook of Gregory Hood, which started out as a summer replacement for Sherlock Holmes in 1946, but when Sherlock Holmes didn't return in the fall, it wound up running from 46 all the way to 51. Hood is considered a gentleman detective, meaning investigating isn't his primary job. Hood is actually an antique dealer who solves crimes on the side. Gail Gordon played the character at first, followed by Mr. Radio himself, Elliot Lewis. In The Murder of Gregory Hood, which aired June 17, 1946, we have a very complex case that goes back many years into Hood's past, leading up to the present when he pretends he's been murdered and then tries to find his own killer. Sounds a little bit crazy? There's a really great story behind the crazy exterior. Next is Jeff Regan, Investigator. Another great, but short-lived, unfortunately, hard-boiled detective show. The great Jack Webb played Jeff Regan, and then later two other actors, Frank Graham and Frank Nelson. Known as the Lion's Eye, as he works for Anthony J. Lyon of the International Detective Bureau. The show ran from July to December 1948 with Webb, and then from October 49 to August 50 with Frank Graham in the title role. In The Lonesome Lady, John Renzo is dead, and his insurance company wants Regan to investigate if the death was a bad heart or was it a murder. An intriguing mystery that hits all the great hard-boiled notes. And the next is a very rare show called The Blind Spot, about a British police homicide department and the murders that they solve. Each case is told from both the criminals and the police's point of view, and in each case a single fatal flaw, or a blind spot, is identified that causes the case to be solved. In Burglars Discover a Body, a murdered woman is found dead by some burglars while they're robbing her home. The air date is unknown, as is little else about this show. If you know anything about this show, I'd appreciate it if you'd leave the information in a comment. Then we have It's a Crime, Mr. Collins, which starred Mandel Kramer as San Francisco detective Greg Collins, and then Gail Collins played his wife. Yes, her name was Gail Collins. Richard Denning played her Uncle Jack, and Gail and Jack both got involved in Greg's cases, usually whether he wanted them to or not. Now, Greg was a tough guy when he needed to be. He had a good amount of the requisite gritty street smarts, but unlike most hard-boiled detectives, he was married instead of the typical swinging single guy. In Rockabye Murder, which aired January 20th, 1958, Mr. Collins is mayor for a day in a small western town, and then someone's murdered. Next up, we have The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall, a lesser-known but great detective show that ran from 1944 to 45 on Mutual. Walter Hampton starred in the title role as an instructor at a boys' school in New England, but who also did some amateur detective work on the side as a hobby. In Mrs. Mullett Disappears, Mrs. Mullett, Witherall's housekeeper, is kidnapped. She manages to escape her captors, and then she and Witherall team up to capture the kidnappers. It aired on July 30th, 1944. Now let's enjoy these great shows, and I'll see you in a bit.
When my telephone rang, it jerked me out of one nightmare and right into the middle of another, where a woman with a secret, a worried man, and a shadow out of the past met with fear and fury in the dead of night.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Friend from Detroit.
There was a wood nymph dressed in nothing but a veil of dewdrops. She was pirouetting from one huge bluebell to another on gossamer wings. And with every turn, she smiled and came closer. But just as I reached out for a hand, something happened. The bluebells changed into old tomato cans and started to ring. A bandy-legged little man with a jackhammer went to work on my head. I fell over a cliff, and just before I landed on a red-hot pile of broken Scotch bottles... Oh, I woke up. But the jackhammer didn't stop. I switched on the light and looked at my watch. It was 1 in the a.m., and the phone on my bed table was screaming for an answer. Hello?
Marlowe, this is Dave. Betty's gone. She's in trouble. You gotta help me, Marlowe. You gotta come over to my apartment right away.
Wait a minute. Who is this?
Dave Pryor. I run the coffee joint on the corner. You know me.
Yeah, sure, Dave. I remember. What's the matter?
My wife, Betty, she's gone. You gotta help me.
Dave, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm in bed. Besides, you know I don't monkey with family quarrels.
It's not like that, Phil. Believe me, I'm scared for her. Phil, please, come over to the apartment. 2000 Beechwood right away. It's a matter of life
Okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Marlowe, I thought you'd never get here. Look, somebody fired a shot through the door, and when I got back with the aspirin, Betty was gone.
All right,
and
wait a minute, Dave, hold it. I'm not even awake yet. Look, sit down. Take it from the top. Slow.
Yeah, okay. Maybe it started this morning at the coffee joint when a fancy guy came in and talked to Betty. She waits on the table.
Yeah, I know. What do you mean fancy?
Well, a slick dresser, cufflink, stick pin, all that. I didn't know him, and Betty tossed him off to me as a masher. Maybe he was, but she seemed upset.
Slower, huh?
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, tonight about 9, another guy came in, a chunky bird with a deep voice. Betty had just got back from shopping, and I was in the kitchen. See, when I heard a tray of dishes fall and Betty came back, white as a sheet, she was scared, Phil, scared stiff.
Hey!
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. Go ahead.
I looked out, and that chunky guy was leaving. Betty insisted he had nothing to do with it, that she was just nervous.
Was somebody else in the place at the time?
Let's see. Yeah, some Tribune reporter that comes in every night was up at the counter. He was the only one.
And Betty stayed on the job till you closed, huh?
Yeah, till midnight. But, Phil, she was in a bad shape.
Mm-hmm.
After we got home here, she sent me out with some aspirin. I was only out for 15 minutes, Phil. When I came back, she was gone. And look, this bullet hole in the glass doors of the backyard. Somebody out there shot at her, and maybe hit her or something.
All right, Dave, steady. Now take it easy. You and Betty have a gun?
No. Why?
Well, in the first place, the bullet went out through this glass. It didn't come in. And another thing, Dave, who did you call tonight after you phoned me?
Why, nobody.
Phone directory on the dresser here is open to the B's. Boone to wardrobe. Mean anything to you?
No, I didn't even realize it was over there. I looked you up in the classified.
Mm-hmm. Okay, come on. Let's take a look in the backyard. Any light out there?
Yeah, I rigged one up for the barbecue. Oh, look, Marlowe, there
Dave,
must
take
be
it
something
easy.
you...
Now, we'll straighten this out, believe me. Let's see. Line of sight seems to run somewhere between the barbecue and the gate. No footprints, though. Maybe.
Marlowe. Marlowe, here by the tree. It's a hat. Gray snap brim, initials VR on the sweatband.
VR. Mean anything to you?
Oh, I know. Well, sure. That's Van Remini's hat. He's the newspaper guy I told you about.
Tribune reporter that was in your place tonight?
Yeah.
Why should he be dodging bullets in your backyard?
I don't know.
Dave, where's Betty from?
Detroit. When she came out here, I gave her a job.
And then you both fell for each other and got married, huh?
Yeah, 2 years ago next month. And we've been happy, Phil. We've been...
Yeah. Now, look, Dave. Why did you call me instead of the cops?
I guess I'm afraid she's mixed up in something bad.
You know, if it turns out that way, I'll have to call him myself.
Okay, Phil. But you're on my side until you know for sure.
Yeah. All right, now you stay here close to your phone.
Okay.
I'll check with you. Right now, I got to get a line on a bare-headed reporter. He can get us started if he hasn't lost anything more than his hat when I find him. So long, Dave. A reporter's hat, 2 strangers, and a bullet hole somehow added up to the fast fate of a hard-working kid named Betty, whose husband's only claim to fame was selling the best cup of coffee in town. It made no sense, but as I walked up the street toward my car, I figured that through Van Remini, I could get to the first answer. I was wrong. The first answer got to me. A thick hedge suddenly sprouted arms. One jerked me around while the other held the cold throat of a .45 against my throat.
Your car registration tag says your name is Philip Marlowe.
No kidding. How do you suppose that happened?
But it doesn't mention your racket. Shamus, maybe?
Could be. And you?
I'm a tourist.
Oh, sure. Just out to see the sights.
That's it. One in particular. $25,000 that belongs to me. I don't want any interference from you or that square inside there.
You mean Dave Pryor?
I mean Dave Pryor. I'll go back in there and tell him to cool off. The little woman is all right. She's just helping an old friend, you might say.
Might I say you're the friend?
Never mind. Unless Mr. Jitters in there kicks up a fuss, everything will be fine. Betty knows what she's doing. She's got a lot of talent for it. Too much to waste slinging hash. And remember what I said, Marlowe. Lay off.
I'll remember more than that about you, Foghorn.
Just remember to count 10 before you move, boy.
Well, there's no point in trying to outsmart a .45. And with 3 steps, Foghorn vanished in the night. Also gone was a big chunk of my respect for a doll named Betty Pryor and a taste in old friends. Just so I wasn't jumping to conclusions, I went to my car and drove down to Hollywood Boulevard. At the first all-night gas station, I stopped and put in a call to the Tribune, where a guy on the desk told me, through a mouthful of mangled cigar, that unless Remini was at Bungalow 24, Beverly Crest Hotel, covering the murder of an ex-Detroit hood, he was fired. Then he hung up. But the one word Detroit made the call a jackpot, so I headed for the hotel on the double. It was pink and Spanish and squatted in a grove of well-behaved palm trees at the edge of a domesticated jungle, which gave the illusion of privacy to a string of bungalows that weren't. But number 24 had all the privacy of a glass-faced cutaway beehive when I pulled up in the middle of 2 squad cars and an ambulance and went inside. Sprawled on the floor in front of a desk was a very well-dressed Exhibit A, complete with cufflinks and stickpin, and presiding as usual was Detective Lieutenant Ibarra, who didn't see me until I walked up beside him.
What are you doing here, Marlowe?
I can smell blood clear across town. What's the story, Ibarra?
The name is Spec Willard, a gambler from Detroit. Retired out here to California a few years back to play horses and women. He was shot to death at about 8 o'clock tonight by a person or persons unknown.
Another gang job?
No, I don't think so. Looks more like armed robbery that'd get out of hand.
How so?
We found a currency wrapper from a local bank that read $25,000 in an open drawer in the bedroom. And one of the bellhops saw a woman, unidentified so far, run out of here about the time the coroner says that Willard was shot.
A woman?
Yeah. That fits because he was known to be quite a nightclubber and general playboy. You wouldn't happen to know something about this woman, would you, Marlowe?
Me? Certainly not. No, I'm after a man, a live one, I hope.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, Marlowe, take this nickel. In case you should just happen to hear something, I want you to spend that on a phone call to the police department. Now, who is it you're looking for?
A Tribune reporter named Van Remini. You know him?
Unfortunately, that's him over there, the sticky-fingered one by the window, swiping that book of matches just now, the one without a hat.
Oh, yeah, I know. Thanks, Lieutenant. I'll see you. Hey, Remini, can I talk to you a minute?
Sure. What's on your mind?
I'm Philip Marlowe, private detective.
Don't apologize. What's up, Marlowe?
Know a girl named Betty Pryor?
Pryor?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Yeah. She and her husband run a one-arm joint on Franklin, don't they?
That's right, Remini. I understand Betty got into a little trouble tonight. Heard about it?
No. Wouldn't worry, though. Trouble's not new to Betty.
Yeah, that's one popular school of thought. Incidentally, you seem to be going a long ways out of your way on this run-of-the-mill murder story, Remini.
You're taking a long way around to the point, pal. Get with it. I'm in a hurry.
Okay, pal. But keep it under your hat, won't you? The gray one, I mean.
Oh, so that's how
Yeah, that's the way it is, yeah. Now, do you mind telling me what you saw in Pryor's backyard tonight?
You name it. Shall I play dumb or lie?
Suit yourself.
See, my press card's just as good as your license, sweetheart. It gets me in, gets me out again. In my dodge, that's called reporting.
Remini, I'll squeeze the truth out of you eventually.
Sorry, I can't wait. We've got a deadline. Anything else?
Yeah, one thing, a match.
Yeah, sure, Marlowe. Anytime.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
And, Remini.
Yeah?
Don't hang on too long, huh? Liable to singe your pinkies. The reporter blew out the match and looked at me steadily for a moment. And his lips shaped a word I ignored. Then he walked away. I had seen enough of the book of matches he'd stolen to know it was in the Star-Kissed Room, a glossy, glass-roofed dine, dance, and drink emporium near Arthur Murray's studio on Wilshire Boulevard. So I made like I was in for the night and watched Remini leave. All the way to his car, he kept looking back over his shoulder as if he expected to be followed. I waited till he was out of sight, and then I headed for Wilshire in the Star-Kissed Room. But when I got there, it was closed. Remini's car wasn't in the neighborhood, and the only thing that kept the trip from being a total loss was a spotlighted picture. 10 feet square of a sultry, svelte chanteuse labeled Carla Borden, whose come-on-in smile and almost costume was a cinch to increase the accident rate of the block by 20%. But then I took another look at her name and got back to business. It started with a B, as in phone book, open to Boone and Bordeaux. I found a directory, got it open to Boone and Bordeaux, and halfway down the page was Borden, Carla, 2840 North Lucerne. It took 10 minutes to get there and 2 more to find out that she had an apartment, number 17, at the end of the first-floor hall. The door was open, and I started for it, but ducked back close to the elevator when a woman came out and ran down the corridor toward me. It was Betty Pryor. Hold it, Betty. Whoa!
What? Mr. Marlowe, what are you...
Never mind the stall, Betty. I've been in a long time.
Why, I don't know what you're talking
Now, look,
about.
you left a pretty worried guy at home.
Dave, did he send you after me?
That's right.
Why can't you fools leave me alone? Why does he have to be so stupid?
Hey, you've got a few ideas mixed up, kid.
Oh, sure, I'm wrong. I'm the one who's all mixed up. Let go of
Not
me, you...
until I've got a couple of things straight. Now, what happened? Did life in a hamburger stand get a little stale?
Yes, you two-bit snoop.
Okay. Dave thinks you're in trouble. I think you're in trouble, and I think somebody waved a few bills at you, and you lost your grip.
Why,
And
you
you're in
crummy...
so deep now you can't get out, and it's no more than you deserve. Now, come on. We're going right back down the hall to Carla's apartment. We're going to have a little chat, just the three of us.
No, I won't let...
Come on.
Take your hands off, Marlowe. Stand still.
Well, my 2 chums, the foghorn and its .45 caliber equalizer.
Easy does it. You were lucky the first time. Well, Betty, did you get it?
No, something went wrong. Something terrible
Shut
went...
up. Marlowe isn't deep. We'll talk after he's out of the way. All right, you. Get in that elevator, chum. And we'll wait right here to see you leave. Get on here.
That .45 makes you awful brave, chum.
This way we don't offend a lady by being uncouth. And you get a chance to go up in the world. Just put your finger on a button.
Now, wait a minute.
Come on. All right. Now, all you have to do is push.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. But first, the most famous neighbors in radio, the Ronald Colmans, will pay Jack Benny a visit again tomorrow as CBS's Great Sunday Night gets underway with another star-studded group of famous entertainers. Amos and Andy, Lum and Abner, Eve Arden as the gay schoolmistress, our Miss Brooks, and Helen Hayes as a hillbilly. These are only 4 more of the 10 great entertainments which will come your way tomorrow night. Go visiting with the Colemans on all of these same stations on The Jack Benny Show, and hear the rest of CBS's great Sunday Night 10 as they come one by one over most of these stations. And now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Friend from Detroit.
My cage on cables was 10 exasperating seconds getting to the next floor. And I was another 10 getting free of it, back down the stairs and out into the dark street where the red splash of a taillight disappeared around a corner. And that was all that was left of Foghorn and company. So I turned back toward Carla Borden's room. When I stepped across the threshold, I found that with the exception of a single bureau that was still intact, apartment number 17 looked like it had just played host to the vortex of a cyclone. The bed, a chest of drawers, another bureau, a desk, everything was inside out. And in the middle of all that was the body of Carla Borden. Blood from a deep, ugly cut on her head, staining the snow-white front of her Angora sweater. I saw something else, which reminded me that this was not the first corpse of the night. The plush leather frame was shaped like an oversized lifesaver, and in it was the picture of a handsome man, all smiles, inscribed, "With love to my very best girl, Speck Willett." It was 10 minutes before I got Kennedy Barrow, who was still up at the Beverly Crest Hotel. And after I told him about Carla and her connection with the late Mr. Willett and Betty Pryor and my connection with Dave, I stopped talking and listened.
Marlowe, we just learned that Willett had some kind of a $25,000 caper going with one of his old mobster friends from Detroit, named Joe Lazar.
Well, maybe it's something with a voice and active below bottom?
The same, Phil. Anyhow, it looks like they worked out a gambling deal for old time's sake. At the last minute, Willett tried to welch on Lazar and got killed for his trouble. Then Lazar searched the place until he found the $25,000.
No. That part doesn't fit, Ibarra.
How so?
Well, I've run into Lazar twice tonight. I know he and the money are still strangers.
Oh?
After what happened here with the team of Betty and Lazar getting to the singer Carla, I figured they're still looking for it. Also, I figured Carla was somewhere near when Lazar killed Speck Willett, and that she took the money and... Call you later, Ibarra. I got clumsy company in the hall outside. All right, ballerina, get your foot out of that bucket and come on in with your hands up. Well, the man with the very long nose for news. What brings you around, Remini?
For one thing, the fact that you got no corner on brains, Marlowe, and for another, who did that to her?
Our mutual friend, Betty Pryor, and her running mate. I believe they were looking for $25,000.
Did she and Joe Lazar get the money, Marlowe?
No, they... Hey, Remini, how did you know the man with Betty was named Joe Lazar?
Haven't you heard? I'm a good reporter, Marlowe. The kind that keeps eyes and ears open and mouth shut. It isn't until I know the whole story.
Which, as far as you're concerned, is precisely what?
That I happened to be...
You happen to be?
That I happened to be in Dave's restaurant early this evening, where I recognized the only other cash customer as Joe Lazar, an out-of-work mobster from Detroit. He said something to Betty that scared her right out of a tray of dishes, so I figured I'd find out what was going on. I've been in on the show ever since.
Yeah, including a corny blackout up at 2000 Beechwood Drive where you lost your hat running away from a bullet.
That's right.
Yeah.
And just so you don't toss and turn when you get around to going to bed tonight, I'll fill in the rest. I followed Betty and Dave from the restaurant to their apartment. I watched her get rid of Dave, and then when I saw Lazar come in, I moved up close to the window.
And stayed there until Lazar spotted you and threw a bullet your way?
You're very clever.
Yes, I am.
But before that happened, I heard him tell Betty that Speck Willett had talked about a girl singer at the Starkiss room named Carla Borden. And that since he didn't know Carla on sight, she could have been the lady he'd seen running out of Speck's apartment with a 25 gram.
Oh. Now that phone book of Dave's open to the bees ties in.
I'm so glad. Now, Marlowe, lest we digress too far, how come this one bureau here hasn't been turned upside down along with everything else?
I don't know. Any more than I know why you're holding back so much from the law.
Well, maybe it's because I don't like cops, Marlowe. Oh, a black one. Or maybe it's because I'm in the same kind of racket as you. Chin way out and a lot of fast talk, just so papers can know what's going on an hour ahead of the rest of the world. Well, there's no 25,000 in here. I got to blow.
Before Ibarra shows?
Before Ibarra shows. He always arrives with an entourage, Marlowe, one that includes other news hounds. So it's me for a fast cab and downtown to my paper with his story. Go on, fellow. I'll see you around.
Hey, wait a minute, Remini.
Yeah?
I'll give you a lift. I'm going that way myself.
Okay.
I got a story, too. A lousy story I've got to tell a nice guy named Dave. Come on. All the time we drove, Remini half-faced me and smoked one cigarette after another while he rattled on about Joe Lazar. The great story he had and a lot of other things I didn't hear because
from here to there.
I was busy trying to find the right words with which to tell Dave Pryor that his wife was no good. So when we were about halfway to
I got a
Beechwood
deadline.
Drive and Remini, who
I'll
was
call it
pushing
in.
close to his deadline, decided to get out and phone his story in from a drugstore, I was glad.
So long, Marlowe.
Second after that, I knew I was kidding myself. Because even with just silence for company, I was still no place with the right words. 10 minutes later, when I stood in front of Dave on the steps to his house and stammered out the facts just as I had run across them, I forgot about words, right or wrong. I thought instead about my client, a badly hurt guy, but one who would never say die.
Marlowe, I can't believe all this. I won't. Tell me, where's Betty now?
I don't know, Dave. Now, look, maybe we ought to head for police headquarters because sooner or later we're each going to have a story to tell Lieutenant Ibarra. Come on, my car's over here.
Okay, Phil. I guess that's the only thing to do, all right.
Yeah, I guess so. Here. Better have a cigarette, Davey.
Oh, thanks.
Kid, we'll try to make this as painless as we...
Think we what, Marlowe? What is it?
Hmm?
Well, what are you staring at?
Front seat.
But I don't see anything, Phil. What is it? What
Shut
are you
up,
staring
Dave. Shut up. Give me a minute, will you? Yeah. Yeah, sure. Come on, Dave. Pile in.
But why, Marlowe? Where are we going?
Darkest room to play a long shot. Slapped my foot down hard on the accelerator and kept it that way right through a string of I didn't care what color traffic lights until 5 minutes later when we screeched to a stop, away from the side entrance to the Starkist room. I left Dave in the front seat, piled out fast, and ran a dozen yards to an abrupt halt. At the sight of something that turned the long shot I was playing into an odds-on favorite. It was the stage entrance door, open a couple of inches, and in front of that, and unconscious on the hard sidewalk where he'd fallen, was the clad in blue form of a private patrolman, his pistol holster conspicuously empty. Inside, I slowly picked my way along an L-shaped corridor until I saw a shaft of bright yellow from a flashlight. It was moving away from a door marked Carla Borden. It brought me up short and flat against the wall. But then as the man on the other end of the beam of light moved away from me, I got a very steady grip on the .38 in my pocket and started after it. A minute later, he entered the main room of the club, and it was there, as he started across the glass ceiling dance floor, that I recognized the very self-confident gait of a very self-confident guy. And that made the next move mine. Bar's closed, Remini, and don't move, Buster, or I'll blow your head off. Ah. Looks like you're making news this time, good reporter. Or isn't that package in your hand the 25 grand you just found in Carla Borden's dressing room, huh? The same Carla Borden you murdered not an hour ago in an apartment on Lucerne, where you first thought the money was, where Betty Pryor surprised you before you could finish searching, where you later returned in the role of an all-American newsboy so you could get to that last bureau.
All right. I've heard enough, Marlowe. But I'm not going to stick around for more details.
You make a break and I'll shoot, Remini.
Try it, Eagle.
Stop, Remini, stop!
Nice shooting, Marlowe. But don't turn around because where I'm standing it's dark, and where you're standing it's light. Now throw your gun away, fella. Come on, toss it. That's better. All right, Betty. Get over to that dead newspaper guy and get the money. And we'll take care of the private detective here.
What do you mean, take care, Joe? I can't go along with murder.
Spec Willard's death didn't seem to bother you any.
Shut up, Marlowe.
Beck Willard. Joe, you killed...
Yes, I killed Spec, that Welcher. 8 o'clock tonight. And I had to stay undercover, but still get my hands on the money. So I came to you for help. I didn't tell you about the killing because I didn't think you'd play ball if you knew about it. Now, all that's history now, and I'll still go to your dear husband, Dave, and talk lots about the kind of cheap kid you used to be in Detroit if you don't get moving. Now, what do you say, Betty?
Say no, Joe. I also say I made a mistake in the first place, letting you use me to run your filthy errands. Just so the guy I love wouldn't have to know about the kind of people I once ran around with. Before I had any brains.
All right. That's the dumb way you want it. That's the dumb way it'll be. Taking care of 2 years is much harder than taking care of 1.
What about 3, Lazar?
Dave, stay back!
No, Marlowe, no. I've stayed back too long already. I've stayed back while Betty has been risking her life to protect what we've got.
If you take another step, I'll shoot, kid. I warned you for the last time. Stay back.
No, Lazar, I won't.
You thinking scum, Lazar?
Oh, Dave, you're hit.
Yeah. But I'll be all right. I'll be all right now, Betty.
Dr. Reese. Dr. Reese, please report to surgery.
Well, Mrs. Pryor,
Dr. Reese,
Marlowe, the
please
doctor says that
report
Dave's
to
going to be
surgery.
fine in a couple of days.
Yeah.
Caught one on the shoulder, the other on the hip.
He certainly had courage, didn't he?
Yeah, and you did all right, too, Betty. Mixing in this whole mess just to keep the home fires burning. Tell me, whatever made you think that a guy like Dave wouldn't understand that you turned over a new leaf?
Well,
Dr. Reese wanted in
I
surgery.
don't know, Phil. I guess I wasn't very smart.
No, you weren't, Mrs. Pryor, but you're lucky because Marlowe here was. And that brings me around to a loose end, Phil. How did you know that Remini was your man?
All right. Because of something I saw in the upholstery of the front seat of my car he borrowed. Tufts of snow-white angora, which was the kind of sweater that Carla Borden had on when she was murdered, after they struggled.
And since you didn't touch the body yourself, they couldn't have come from your suit.
No. And Remini was the only other one who had been in my car. So I figured that the angora fuzz had gone from Carla's sweater to Remini's suit to my upholstery. All of which means that Remini must have been in Carla's room before I got there as well as after. See? And then once I thought back about his getting out of my car to phone his story in, I realized that when I dropped him near a drugstore, he had also been near the Star-Kissed room.
Yes. It's exactly where he'd headed.
Mhm.
You see, Phil, Joe and I followed both of you from Carla Borden's place because, well, after Joe put you in that elevator and we ran, Joe said we had to return and wait for Remini, who was sure to come back and finish his search.
And the whole business because Lazar, after he had murdered Speck Willard, was afraid to publicly go after Carla Borden and the money he felt was his.
Yes. He knew about me and Dave because Speck Willard accidentally dropped into our place this morning.
Correction, baby.
What?
Yesterday morning.
Oh.
It's now 9 a.m. Oh. And a good time to call quits, huh? Good night, kids. Well, by the time I got back to my apartment on Franklin, it was 10:30 in the too bright morning. I was sporting sandpaper eyelids and a knot in the small of my back that felt like a wet dish rag. Oh, but once I had all the shades down and was undressed and in bed, I forgot about that. And I thought instead of the wood nymph dressed in nothing, with a veil of dewdrops. But then suddenly I stopped. The telephone. I got out of bed. I picked it up with both hands, opened the dresser drawer, and jammed it deep under all the socks I owned. And then I got back to bed. And the wood nymph, in her veil of dewdrops, she was pirouetting from one huge bluebell to another. Oh, my. On gossamer wings.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore, and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Dinelli, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg as Betty Pryor, Peter Leeds as Dave Pryor, Harry Bartell as Van Remini, and Ed Begley as Joe Lazar. Lieutenant Detective Ibarra was played by Jeff Corey. The special music was by Richard Orant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
It was a hunt through a jungle of city streets, with danger waiting at every intersection, until halfway through, when the hunters became the hunted, and death brought an end to the game.
And now here is the fat man in Murder Makes a Statue.
picnic isn't exactly my idea of the way to eat a good dinner, especially after being in the infantry and remembering a few picnics I'd had in the snow in Belgium. But you know women, once they make up their mind to do something, it's going to happen or else. And Kathy had made up her mind that we were going on a picnic. When she came into the office that morning, she was all excited about the spring and the trees and the cute little lunch she'd packed.
Oh, isn't the spring wonderful, Brad? Doesn't it just do something to you?
Makes me sleepy.
Oh, you're about as romantic as a laundry list.
I lose my appetite in the spring, too. Hey, these sandwiches look good. But they're sort of small, aren't they?
Oh, Brad, it's only 9:15. Don't eat them now.
Okay, honey, okay. Look, I've got an idea.
What?
Why don't we just have our picnic here? It's nice and quiet, and there are chairs and a desk.
Oh, no, you don't. We're going right now. Oh, Mr. Runyon. You are Mr. Runyon, aren't you?
That's right, beautiful, but I'm taking the day off. It's spring, and I'm getting back to nature. I'm going on a picnic.
Oh, no. Oh, yes.
But this is important, Mr. Runyon.
I'm sorry, honey, but it's no use. I'm taking the day off. I'm going on a picnic.
But you've got to help me. I'm in trouble. Look, I got money, a lot of money. I'll make it worth your while. Just listen to me. Here, take this first.
$200? But I can't.
Please take it. I'll give you more later, but first just listen to me.
For $200, I'd listen to anything.
I know it.
Now, don't get excited, Kathy. I'm just going to hear what she has to say.
Oh, Brad.
Okay, start talking. What's bothering you?
It's confidential. Do you mind?
She means you, Kathy.
I know what she means.
Do you mind waiting out in the hall just a couple of minutes?
Certainly I mind. It better not be more than a couple of minutes either.
All right. Make it fast. What's your name?
My name is
What's the matter?
I'm getting dizzy.
Hey, wait.
I feel so faint.
Kathy! Kathy, come in here quick.
Well, that was fast.
Yeah, too fast.
Can we go? What's happened?
She fainted. Hey, give me a hand with her.
Maybe I ought to get some water.
Her pulse seems normal. Give her on in a minute. Hand me a pocketbook.
Huh? Oh, here. What are you going to do with it?
Look inside and see if I can find out who she is.
Maybe we ought to call a doctor, Brad.
I don't think we'll need one.
Well, what an odd hairdo she has.
Yeah. These look like Cleopatra.
Is there anything in her bag to identify her?
No, nothing here but lipstick, powder, money, comb. Wait a minute. Here's something that might...
What is it?
Wedding ring. It's got some engraving inside, but I can't make it out. Give me that magnifying glass there on the desk.
Yes. Can you read it?
Uh-huh. It says, to Laura, June 16, 1940.
She's coming through. Where am I? What?
Take it easy. You're okay. You fainted, that's all. Let me help you up. That's better. Now, just sit here in this chair.
Who are you? Where am I?
I'm Brad Runyon, the detective you came to see just before you fainted.
The detective? But I don't understand. I can't seem... Who's that girl?
Wait a minute. What's the matter with you? Kathy was right here when you came in.
I don't remember coming in here.
Why did you want a detective?
I don't know.
I don't get this. What's your name? Where do you live?
I don't know. I can't remember. I can't remember. Do you understand?
Shut up, Miss Derrick. Stop it.
What's happened?
You probably had a shock of some sort. When you fainted, your memory went blank.
You mean amnesia?
Yeah. Maybe we can snap it back. Listen, does the name Laura mean anything to you?
What? Laura? No. No, it doesn't.
Look at this wedding ring. You recognize it?
No. Where did it come from?
It was in your pocketbook.
Oh, what's happened to me? Why can't I remember? Why can't I?
Take it easy now. Look, Kathy, I think we'll have to postpone the picnic for a while. You've got to take care of this girl until we find out who she is.
Of course.
She was in some sort of trouble, so the quicker the better. I want you to take her over to your apartment and keep her there until I come.
Where are you going?
I'm going to the Marriage License Bureau and see if they had a record of anyone called Laura getting married on June 16, 1940.
It's It's no use. It's no use. I just can't remember anything at all.
You mustn't get yourself so upset. Brad should be back in a minute.
But it's so horrible.
He's probably only temporary.
I have the feeling that there's something important that I have to do, but I just can't remember. It's like a dream at night.
Don't cry. Just try and be quiet. Brad, that's you?
Yes, baby.
What'd you find out?
Did you trace it? Do you know who I am?
Yes, I think so. I checked through the files and found that a marriage license was issued to a Laura Hayes and Jim Marlowe on June 16, 1940. Does that mean anything to you?
No. No, it doesn't mean a thing.
Why don't you look up those names in the phone book?
I did. Jim Marlowe is a commercial photographer with a studio down in Greenwich Village.
If I could only remember what my name is.
It must be Laura.
I'm not so sure. We'll call her Maggie until we find out whether or not she's Mrs. Jim Marlowe.
Maggie? Why Maggie?
It's the first name that popped into my head.
I wonder.
Jealous, Kathy? Come on, Maggie. You and I are going visiting.
Where are you taking me?
We're going to call on your husband.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Margot is very busy right now. He can't see anyone.
But this is important.
Listen, Irene, how long is Margot going to keep me waiting on that other set with a flimsy wrap on? I'm freezing to death in there.
Take it easy, honey. Only has one more shot to make.
Hey, that's cute. They're making wraps out of feathers these days.
Yeah, cute, isn't it? Cute, but not warm.
Oh, please, don't touch me with...
What's the matter, Maggie?
It's the feathers. I can't stand them. Please, I'm allergic to feathers.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't realize they were touching you.
Maggie, run over there. I'm going in.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't go in there.
That's all right, sister. This is important.
Okay, now hold it, girls. That's right. No, wait a minute. I'll throw your head back farther, Lois. There, that's it. Okay, now hold it. Hold it. Oh, that's fine. Okay, take a break.
Jim Margot?
Yeah, but I'm very busy. Now, come back later, will you?
I don't think you're too busy for this.
What are you talking about? So who are you, anyway?
My name is Runyon. Brad Runyon.
The fat man? The detective?
That's right. Your wife has had an accident.
Laura, in an accident? What's happened?
Don't get excited. She's not really hurt. She's lost her memory.
But I don't understand. She was all right.
When did you see her last?
Why, this morning, of course, when I left home. Hey, where is she now?
She's sitting in your waiting room. She's had a bad shock or a bad fright. I want you to go out there now and talk to her just as if nothing were wrong.
Sure, I understand.
Good. Come on. There she is over there.
Well, hello, Laura.
What's the matter?
That's not Laura. I've never seen this girl before in my life.
Didn't you know Maggie at all?
He never saw her before.
If only I could remember. If I could
What about
only...
the ring?
It was his wife's ring, all right, but he had no idea how it got in Maggie's bag.
I don't understand it. Maggie, are you sure you didn't recognize him?
I've never seen him as far as I can remember. Oh, Mr. Runyon, please help me. You are going to help me, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
Why don't we take her to the police, Brad? They could probably trace her.
I've got a better idea.
What?
You wanted to see the countryside in the spring. Let's go for a ride.
Are you out of your mind? We can't do that now.
Sure we can. Jim Marco's got a place in the country.
But what do you want to see him again for?
I want to return his wife's wedding ring. Oh, this is it. Anything look familiar, Maggie?
No, nothing. Lonely-looking place, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't open the door, Brad. Look, the dog. He's as big as a horse.
He's a Great Dane. Hello there, big boy. Yeah, what's the matter? What are you sore at?
Don't, Brad. Don't. Look, he'll bite.
No, he won't. We big fellows know how to get along together. Besides, I'm bigger than he is.
Please be careful.
Reach in that compartment there and give me that box of cookies.
Here they are.
Thanks, Maggie.
Watch out, Brad.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not afraid of you. Here, have one of these cookies. Okay, take the whole box. He didn't want to bite anybody. Come on.
He looked awful mean.
They won't bite unless you're afraid of them.
The door's not closed tight.
Yeah. Must be somebody around. Anybody home? Come on, let's go in.
Brad, you just can't go into somebody's house.
I'm already in. Come on, Maggie.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Just to look around and wait a while. Maybe somebody will show up.
I don't like this, Brad.
Maybe Maggie will see something here in the house that will jolt her memory. Now, take a look at that studio over there, Kathy. Mac and I look in here.
All right.
This looks like the living room. Take a good look around, Maggie. Isn't there something, anything that clicks?
No. No, it's all strange to me. Brad!
What is it?
Come here, quick.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
Well, there. There's a chair.
Stop it. Don't look. She said all right. Somebody stuck a knife in her back. Still here.
Who do you think she is?
I don't know, but I imagine it's Laura Margot. Come on, Maggie, snap out of it. Do you recognize that dead girl?
No. No, I've never seen her before. Oh, if only I could remember. Brad, what are you putting that little statue in your pocket for?
Quiet. I like it, honey. It's
But
very
what are you
pretty.
doing it-
Just a minute. Look here in the fireplace.
This is a torn photograph.
Don't touch it, Kathy.
But don't you want to...
I'll try to put it together with my foot. Just a second.
What is it, Mr. Runyon?
Just the picture, Maggie.
A picture of whom?
Of you, Maggie.
You were right, Brad. She was Laura Margot. The medical examiner says she was killed between 9:30 and 10:30 this morning.
You sure of that?
He's positive.
What about her husband, Jim Margot?
I had him picked up as soon as I got back to town. I brought him in here to headquarters for questioning. He was pretty broken up about his wife's death.
You still got him?
No, we had to let him go. Didn't really have a thing on him, and he came up with a pretty good alibi.
What was the alibi?
His receptionist swore he came into the studio this morning before 9:30. She showed us the appointment book they keep. They had appointments in it for 9:30, 10, 10:30 this morning.
She could be lying.
Yeah. So could you, Brad.
What's that supposed to mean, Mac?
I think you're holding something back.
For instance,
what about this client of yours, that Maggie, the girl who's lost her memory?
You saw her, you questioned her. Did you find out who she is?
No, there wasn't any record of her fingerprints.
Then you know as much about her as I do.
Well, what about that picture of her that was torn up and thrown in the fireplace?
Why don't you ask Jim Margot?
I did. He says he doesn't know anything about it at all. Never saw the picture of the girl before.
What do you think I'm holding out on you?
Why did the girl come to see you?
I don't know. She fainted before she could tell me.
Where is she now, Brad?
You boys couldn't identify her and let her go. I sent her up to Kathy's apartment. She's there now.
Well, I'm sorry, Brad, but I got to talk to that client of yours right away. It's important.
Why?
Because there was only one set of fingerprints on the murder knife, and they belonged to Maggie.
Funny. No answer.
You better not be kidding me, Runyon.
Mac, I was never more serious in my life. I can't figure this out. It's unlocked. It looks like nobody... Kathy! Kathy!
Hey, what's happened to her?
Kathy, it's me, Brad. Is she hurt? I don't know. See if Maggie's in the other room. Kathy! Wake up, honey, wake up.
Maggie's gone, Runyon. I want the truth. Where is she?
I don't know.
What's wrong with Kathy?
Looks like somebody slipped her some knockout drops.
Runyon, if you've been kidding me, you're going to be sorry. I've played along with you lots of times, and you run pretty close to the law, but you've never tried to protect a murderer.
Stop being a cop, Mac, and go in the kitchen and see if there's some coffee there. We've got to wake Kathy up.
I told you.
Don't be a jerk, Mac. Go get the coffee.
Oh, someday you're going to go too far.
Come on, baby. We're going to go take a walk.
Let me go. I'm sleeping.
I'm sorry, honey, but it's going to be walking.
Oh, no, don't let me sleep. Please.
Walk, baby, walk. What happened?
I'm sleepy.
Where's Maggie?
I don't know. I'm sleepy. Please don't.
You've got to wake up, Kathy. Now try, honey, try. It's Brad. What happened?
Brad. Oh, hello, Brad.
Here's the coffee.
Good. Here, honey, drink this.
I don't want it. I want to go sleep.
Not yet, baby. Here. That's better. Now what happened?
What happened? What? I don't know. I guess I must have fallen asleep.
Maggie's gone.
Gone? Oh, she can't be. She was here.
Was anybody else up here tonight?
No, just Maggie and me. We sat and talked a while, and she said she wanted a drink, so I fixed each of us a drink. Then I must have fallen asleep.
She drugged you then.
Maggie?
Yeah, it looks like it, sweetheart.
But why? I don't understand.
Because she's a murderer and she knew the game was nearly up. This doesn't look so good for you, Runyon. I'm going to send out a general alarm to bring her in.
Don't be a sap, Mac. She couldn't have murdered Laura Margot.
Why not?
Because Maggie was with me in my office when the murder was committed. But, Kathy, it's nearly midnight. You ought to stay home and go to bed.
No, it's no use, Brad. I'm going with you in that bag.
But, honey, I've got work to do, and you need
I'm
rest.
not a bit sleepy now, honestly. Look, I'm fine.
What's the matter with you, anyway?
Well, I don't know. I guess I'm nervous or something. Maybe it was the drugger. Oh, I just don't want to be alone.
That's silly. Now, you run along
It's
back.
not silly. I'm afraid.
Afraid?
Yes, the murderer is still loose. Now, I'm not going back there to my apartment alone.
Okay, sweetheart. But get ready for a long ride.
Where are you going?
Back to Jim Margot's house in the country. I've got some unfinished business up there.
Do you think Margot's here?
I doubt it. If he is, he's probably asleep.
You're not just going to walk in.
Sure, if the door's open.
I hope you know what you're doing.
I do. Not so good.
What?
The door's locked. There'll have to be a window then.
I don't like this, Brad.
I didn't ask you to come along, baby. Here's a window.
I see it. What's wrong?
I'm not sure. This window is wide open.
Maybe that means there's somebody else.
That's what I was thinking. Now keep as quiet as possible.
You're not going in if somebody else is in there.
Certainly. If you'd rather wait out here.
Oh, no.
Okay, come on then. Quiet. The door to the hall is right over there. Hold on to me and be as quiet as possible. I don't think there's anybody in the house.
What are you looking for out here?
Nothing in particular. I want to take another look around Marco's studio, where he found his wife's body.
What do you think you'll find in there?
After the open window, I'm not sure. Maybe another body.
No!
Quiet. See if there's a light switch by the door.
Yes, here's one.
Turn it on.
Look at this room. Somebody's been here.
Yeah. Looks like a tornado hit it.
Listen.
Yeah. Is that big time?
Something must...
Come on, honey, quick.
Somebody's driving away, Brad. Oh!
What's the matter, Kathy?
I tripped over something. Brad, I think it's a body.
Give me that flashlight.
How is it?
Mr. Dowling, somebody shot him.
What does it all mean, Brad?
It means that we've got to get back to Jim Margot's studio in town as fast as we can. The murderer was just in this house looking for something, but it wasn't there.
Well, how do you know it wasn't there?
Because I've got it in my pocket. Light on in Jim Margot's studio.
Somebody's in there.
I want you to do just as I tell you. Stay outside here in the hall. If you hear anybody coming, let me know quick. I'm going inside.
You think Margot is in danger?
A lot more than he thinks.
Oh, good. Come in, Arlene. I'm nearly ready.
Who's Arlene, Margot?
Fat man. Startled me.
Who's Arlene?
Why, it's just a friend of mine.
Working sort of late, aren't you?
I had some things to finish up tonight.
Why the suitcase? Going someplace?
No, I'm going to stay in town a while. After what happened this morning, I naturally don't feel like going back home.
Somebody broke into your home tonight, Margot.
Broke into my home? But why? I don't understand.
Whoever it was killed your dog.
Champ dead? No. They must have attacked them when they tried to get in.
Uh-huh. Or maybe they did it so we'd think that was what happened.
What are you talking about?
Maybe the dog really knew who it was and wouldn't have bothered him. So he killed the dog to throw me off.
Yeah, I see what you mean. You're pretty smart, fat man.
Thanks.
But why would anybody break into my house?
They were looking for something.
What?
A little statue. But they didn't find it because I've got it in my pocket. Here it is. Does it look familiar to you, Margot?
No, I've never seen it.
Do you know who it's a statue of?
No, of course not.
It's funny because I recognize it. It's the girl I brought to see you this morning, the girl I called Maggie, who was suffering from amnesia.
What are you driving at, Runyon?
Your memory isn't so good either.
What do you mean?
It's no good, Margot. I found this statue in your sculpting studio, and it's got your name on the base.
Don't make a move, Runyon.
Pretty fast on the draw for a photographer.
Yeah, and a good shot, too. This gun is loaded, and I'll kill you if you try to stop me.
You still haven't told me who Arlene is, Margot. Arlene and Maggie are the same girl, aren't they?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure you do. You killed your wife so you could run away with Arlene, didn't you? She slipped up, though. She remembered she was allergic to feathers.
You've got it all figured out, haven't you?
Yeah.
Well, that's too bad, because now I'll have to kill you. But first I want that statue. Now, give it to me.
It's a nice piece of work, Margot. I recognize Maggie by the Cleopatra hairdo.
Toss it over here. Hey, what's going on out there?
Here's the statue, Margot. Oh, my arm, you...
You'll never hear that. Let it go. You want to play that way, huh? Okay, sister. Well, what do you know? Oh, how do you like my tight knot I dropped?
You get yours, fat man.
What's the birdie? Margot!
Oh, what a punch, Brad.
Yeah, I guess he'll sleep a while. Where's Maggie?
Over there on the floor. She's dreaming, too.
What did you do to her?
Why, I gave her what you call that old judo one, too. Oh, it's wonderful, Brad. It really works.
Hey, what's the idea of a party at 3 o'clock in the morning, Kathy?
It's not a party, Mac. It's a picnic.
You don't have picnics indoors. You go out in the country. You pack a lunch.
We've got the lunch all packed here in the basket.
But I thought we were going to eat here.
We are. Brad likes his picnics in comfort.
Sure. Nice chairs, a table, no bugs.
Oh, it's a beautiful night.
How can you tell with that beefsteak over your eye?
Huh? Oh, you ought to see the other girl.
Well, nobody will be seeing her for a long time, or Margot either. Why did she fake the amnesia, Brad, and come to your office?
She did it for an airtight alibi. She and Margot had planned it that way. He was to do the killing and then point everything toward Maggie, or rather, Arlene. That was her real name.
But why? I don't get it.
Well, it looked for sure as if she'd done it. Fingerprints on the knife, the torn photograph. But she couldn't have done it because she was in my office at the time of the murder. It was supposed to be a real stumper for us, and it would have been, too, if Margot hadn't forgotten about the statue and she hadn't pulled a boner about the feathers.
Oh, listen, Brad, is that thunder?
Mac, well, this is one picnic that won't be rained out.
Petri Wine brings you Casebook of Gregory Hood. Tonight, the Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to the story of The Murder of Gregory Hood, another exciting adventure from the Casebook of Gregory Hood. And while you're sitting back listening to our story, how about enjoying a glass of America's favorite wine, port wine? Port is America's favorite wine, and you'll know why when you try your first glass of Petri California Port. Petri Port is a deep, deep red. And when you hold Petri Port up to the light, you can practically see through the glass. That's because Petri Port is so clear. One sure sign of a good wine. But the way Petri Port tastes is what really counts. And I can tell you it's so delicious, you want to sip it slowly. So you won't miss a single drop of that marvelous Petri flavor. And you'll want to serve Petri Port to your friends, too. After dinner or any time they drop in for a visit. And naturally, you can serve Petri Port proudly. Because those letters P-E-T-R-I spell the proudest name in the long history of fine wine. Well, it's Monday night in San Francisco, and we have a date with Gregory Hood. A little earlier, Gregory phoned me to say that he was working late at his office, so let's join him there, shall we?
Come in. Hello, Harry.
Evening, Gregory.
Sorry to drag you over here, but I really was tied up.
That's all right. I'm quite impressed to see that the head of Gregory Hood Importers has to work late occasionally, just like anyone else.
Oh, yes, Harry. You mustn't think that all my time is spent gallivanting around San Francisco. I'm quite a hard-working man on occasion. This afternoon, for instance, we received a particularly valuable shipment from China. Some exquisite jade pieces. I've been examining and cataloging them myself.
Is this piece on the desk part of the collection?
Yes. Do you want to buy it?
Well, what is it? Looks like just a chunk of jade with a hole through it.
It is, Harry, but it also happens to be an archer's thumb ring. Han period, 206 B.C.
How much?
In your case, Harry, I'll make a special price. Say, $15,000?
I'm afraid not. I'm a little short this month.
That's a beautiful specimen, Harry. I must show this to Richard Gump. He's got the finest collection in town. You know, it's funny this shipment arrived today.
Why?
Because the story I'm going to tell you tonight concerned a shipment of jade that I received just over a year ago. Only on that occasion, it was phony jade, and it gave me one of the worst headaches I've ever had. In fact, I darn nearly got myself murdered.
Murdered? How?
Well, it's a salutary tale that proves that being an amateur detective is a foolish and dangerous occupation. I suppose the story really began about 6 years ago in Lieutenant Silver's office in homicide. My old friend was patiently trying to sweat the truth out of a certain gent by the name of Lem Carter, a murderer with what appears to be a perfect alibi.
Come on, Carter. You know we've got you cold.
Ain't got nothing on me, copper.
Why don't you be smart? Plead guilty and take a self-defense rap. Otherwise, it's the gas chamber.
Nuts to that. I was in Carmel at the time of the murder scene. I'm sticking to it.
Hello, Stan.
Oh, hi, Greg.
Still at it, eh?
Yeah, this is one rat that won't squeal, Greg.
I've got a friend outside, Stan. I'd like you to meet her.
Look, Greg, I've no time for wenches now.
I don't know that I'd call her a wench, Stan. Inflation has set in somewhat. But I think she'll interest you, and you, Carter.
I don't know no babes.
Funny, she knows you. Her name's Dodo Waring, and she's prepared to testify that she spent an hour with you in San Francisco on the night of the murder.
Okay, Gregory Hood. I know who you are, and I'll get you for this. I'll get you if it's the last thing I do.
As a matter of fact, it was the last thing he did, too. But that comes later.
How did you round up the girl, Gregory?
I have my contacts, Harry.
I'll bet. What happened to Carter?
Well, he had a good lawyer and got off with manslaughter. He went off to San Quentin, still swearing I'd pay with my life for putting the finger on him. I never gave him another thought until one night just over a year ago when my friend and attorney, Sanderson Taylor, and I were having drinks at the top of the Mark. I, by an odd coincidence, was waiting there to keep an appointment with an exceedingly beautiful young woman.
Gregory?
Yes, Sandy?
What's her name?
Whose name?
The girl you're waiting for.
I didn't say I was waiting for a girl.
You didn't have to. I know you well enough to recognize the symptoms. The red carnation in your buttonhole and the way you've been eyeing your watch tell their own story. What's her name?
Sherry Drake.
New conquest?
Mm-mm. This is to be something of a business meeting, Sandy.
And I'm sure you use the word business loosely.
Don't be cynical, Sandy. By the way, much as I love your company, will you beat a snappy retreat when the young lady arrives?
Huh? Afraid of competition, eh? You're aging, Gregory. Don't worry. As soon as I finish this last report, I'll be on my way. In any case, I have a wife and 2 children waiting for me in Berkeley. Hello, isn't that Lieutenant Silver standing in the entrance there?
Oh, sure it is. Stanley?
Here he comes.
Hello, Gregory.
Hello.
Evening, Mr. Taylor.
Hi, Lieutenant.
Gregory, my boy, you're stuck with a guest tonight.
I know. She's due any moment.
I don't know about a she. You're stuck with me for the evening.
Look, Stan, you are a man of irresistible charm. Some of your anecdotes are fascinating, and you play a whiz of a game of chess. Another evening, we'll have a long session together, but
I'm afraid I'm going to have to insist, Greg.
What's up, Lieutenant?
Lem Carter got parole today.
Lem Carter?
Hey, that's the man that you put the finger on 5 years ago, Greg. Remember, he threatened you at the time.
I talked to guys who were in store with him, Greg. He's still swearing vengeance.
No need to take that very seriously, is there?
I think there is. We put a tail on him the moment he got turned loose, but he gave us a slip. And I'm sticking with you, Greg, until he turns up. If he's toting a rod, there's a parole violation, and we've got him. But I'm keeping you safe until then.
I appreciate your concern, Stan, but I can look after myself.
It'd be safer to let the lieutenant stick with you, Gregory.
But I've got a date, and three's a crowd.
Don't you worry, Greg. I can be discreet.
Oh, but Stan,
well,
really.
I'm going. I'll leave you guys to fight it out. What's in the package, Lieutenant?
A little present for you, Greg.
What is it, a wigwam for grinding smoke?
Oh, Greg, it's a lot more practical than that. And it's something we'd better discuss before your young lady shows up.
All right, but that's not all we're going to discuss. You duenna.
Are you sure we're not boring you, Lieutenant Silver?
Don't worry about me, young lady.
But we do worry about you, Stan. We've been sitting here at the top of the Mark for nearly an hour, and all you've done is to drink 4 gigantic orangeades and look gloomy. Are you quite sure you wouldn't like to take a nice long ride on the cable car and meet us somewhere later?
Yes, Greg, I'm quite sure. Just carry on. Don't mind me.
Do you usually have a chaperone when you date girls, Gregory?
Not as a rule. It rather cramps my style.
And it's quite a style, too. Gregory?
Yes?
Where did you get my number?
Harry Bartell gave me the idea. By an odd coincidence, he was talking about Sherry the other night, and I thought what a nice name it would be for a girl. So I thumbed through the phone book until I found yours.
Seriously, Gregory, how did you get it?
Oh, excuse me. Back in a jiffy.
Don't hurry.
Yes, Stan, take your time.
Now, where do you suppose he's gone?
My dear young lady, let's not pry into his personal life. Let's accept the miracle of his disappearance gratefully and get down to business.
Business?
Yes, Sherry. I have a little unfinished business that I think you can help me with.
Oh, this is a new one. Go on, Gregory.
I'm an importer, Sherry. 2 months ago, somebody switched a shipment of jade on me somewhere between Hong Kong and San Francisco.
You mean they substituted phony jade for the real stuff?
Yes, Sherry. I've been doing a little private snooping, and I have a hunch that a gent by the name of Ellery Pearson is at the back of it. I found out that you knew him, and that's why I called you.
Oh, yes, I do know him slightly. But I'm sure you're making a mistake, Gregory. Hillary's a straight shooter. I'd bet on that.
I wouldn't. I found out quite a bit about the gentleman in the past few days. He's just about as straight as a wriggly worm.
Good evening, Sherry.
Oh, hello, Hillary.
Introduce me to your friend, won't you?
Why, yes. Hillary Pearson, this is Gregory Hood.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Hillary Pearson.
I was just talking about you. I thought you might be. That's why I came to your table. I think I know what you're doing, Mr. Hood. You're interested in that shipment of phony jade that slipped by your agent, aren't you?
I'd be a mighty poor businessman if I weren't interested, my friend.
And you somewhere acquired the curious notion that Sherry knows something about it.
Have you ever thought of taking up mind reading?
Funny. Very, very funny, Mr. Hood. But I warn you, you're making a great mistake. I might even say you'd live to regret it. If I thought there was the least likelihood that you'd live at all.
Hillary, what are you talking about?
Keep out of this, Sherry. You know what I'm talking about, don't you, Mr. Hood?
Oh, sure. I can recognize a threat just like the next man. Listen, Mr. Pearson, we're being chaperoned by Lieutenant Silvers of Homicide. He'll be back in a moment. Why not sit down and wait for him? He'd love to meet you.
I have no interest in meeting policemen. Don't forget what I've said, Mr. Hood.
He certainly had me fooled, Gregory. Why didn't you grab him? He threatened you.
Oh, he's not dangerous by himself. I'll have Silvers put a tail on him. Maybe he'll lead us to the whole gang. Well, Sherry, do you still think he's a straight shooter?
He's a rat. I'll never see him again.
Well, perhaps you can help me nab him, Sherry.
Oh, I'll tell you anything I can, Gregory, but there isn't much. I had a few dates with the guy. Oh, jeepers, here comes the lieutenant again.
Welcome home, Stan. All is forgiven.
Anything interesting happen in my absence, Greg?
No, just another death threat. You're kidding. I'm not. People are queuing up to kill me. Oh, well, they start a line for anything these days.
Come on, Greg, give.
Well, a rather oleaginous gentleman by the name of Hillary Pearson just came up to our table. In a voice simply dripping with vitriol, he suggested, Great Scott, Sandy's come back. Oh, but I'm popular tonight. What's wrong, Sandy?
Gregory, I was worried about what the lieutenant told us about Lem Carter, so I drove by your apartment. I didn't get too good a look at the man across the street, but I'm certain it was Carter.
Good, we've got him now. Come on.
How about me?
I'm not letting go of you now, Sherry. Come along and watch the fun.
But, Gregory, you can't bring a girl.
Look, Sandy, whose murder is this, yours or mine? Come on. Come on, everybody. Well, here's the apartment. If there's any shooting, Sherry, drop down in the back seat and keep down.
Don't worry about me, Gregory.
The guy's still there. See him in the doorway?
It's Carter, all right. I'll open the side window a little. I don't want to have to use this rod, but I'll keep it handy. Carter spotted us. He's moving back in the doorway. Let's see if I can talk a little sense into him.
Carter, don't be a dope and try to get down, Jerry. Okay, Carter, try this one on for size. Got him, Stan. Come on.
He fell down the steps when you winged him.
Gregory, I think he's dead.
Sherry, you should have stayed in the car.
I can't feel his pulse nor his heart either. He is dead.
He can't be. I wasn't aiming to kill.
There's one of your bullets in his leg.
He must have hit his head as he fell down the steps.
Yes, that's it. His neck's broken. He must have died instantly.
Sherry, darling, you seem remarkably handy with corpses.
I was a nurse's aide, Gregory. I can take it.
Oh, and so saying, she fainted. Okay, Sandy, I've got her. Poor kid, the whole thing's been a little too much for her.
It's been a little bit too much for me, too.
She's a brave girl, Greg. Yeah? Yes, but this rather spoils the evening, doesn't it? Nothing left to do now but take the lady home and the corpse to the morgue. Oh, Stan. Yes, Greg? Thanks. What for? About Carter. I mean, well, he was gunning for me. Oh, skip it, Greg.
Come on, let's get moving.
Well, this evening didn't turn out the way I planned it.
Oh, for me. I should have been back in Berkeley hours ago.
Well, speaking for myself, I had a swell dinner. Much obliged to you, Greg. You're very welcome, Stan, and I'm obliged to you, Sandy, for driving me home. I'll see you in the morning.
Okay. Good night, Greg.
Good night. Good night, Stan.
So long, Greg. We'll wait here until we see a lights go on. Might be someone else waiting for you.
Okay, but I think you overestimate my popularity. So long. I get myself into the doggy stand. Lem Carter gets the casket and my girlfriend's friends. Sandy's got his family. Who's there? Look, I know you're there. Come out of those shadows. Come on.
Gregory! Greg, did I get you?
Help me up, will you? Yeah, thank you. No, I'm okay, though. You see who it was? No. Oh, they must have escaped by the back stairs. Oh, thank the Lord you brought me that bulletproof vest, Sam.
Oh, so that was the present you gave Gregory at the mark tonight.
Yes. Lucky thing I didn't take it off after Carter was dead. But even with a steel vest, 3 bullets in the belly kind of knocked you out.
Hello. Here's a note under your doormat.
What does it say, Mr. Taylor?
Let's see. I told you I'd get you if it was the last thing I did. Well, and it's signed Lem Carter.
But Lem's dead. Oh, I get the pattern now. Somebody who wanted to kill me took advantage of Carter's release to frame it on him, not knowing he was dead already. So it didn't work. Oh, yes, it did, Sam. I was murdered.
Huh? What bright new trick is this, Gregory?
I was killed, or at least we'll let the would-be murderer think so. It'll lull him.
Good idea, Greg. I'll go ahead with an official investigation.
Fine, Stan. You do that, and I'll comb the underground in my own way. Speaking as a very recent corpse, I think I may say I'm going to enjoy solving my own murder.
You'll hear the rest of Gregory Hood's story in a second, which is all the time I need to tell you about Petri California Muscatel. Have you ever tried Petri Muscatel? I've noticed that it seems to be a particular favorite of the ladies. Perhaps that's because Petri Muscatel has such a beautiful golden color, bright as sunshine. But most likely it's because Petri Muscatel has a flavor that comes right from the heart of plump, luscious Muscat grapes. Like Petri Port, Petri Muscatel is just perfect after dinner. As a matter of fact, why not buy a bottle of Petri Port and a bottle of Petri Muscatel? Don't buy one, buy 2. But remember, always buy Petri. Well, Gregory, how did it feel to be a walking corpse?
Surprisingly pleasant, Harry. In fact, I'd say that a professional zombie probably has quite a gay life.
Did you find out who fired those 3 shots at you?
Oh, yes, but that comes a little later in the story. At the time, my only suspect was Hilary Pierce. After all, he'd threatened my life a short while before.
True, but... And this is almost heresy, Greg. You know who I suspect?
Who?
The girl, Sherry. And may I say how much I like that name?
You may.
In fact, I'd like to go a little further and say that...
Harry?
Okay, but it seemed to me that if this girl was mixed up with the Jade Gang...
But, Harry, don't you see? Because she was with us when Lem Carter was killed, she was the only person who knew positively that she couldn't hope to frame a later killing on him.
I guess so. Well, Greg, what did you do next?
As I say, Harry, Pearson was my only suspect, and I had a hunch it wasn't he. First, it wasn't his style, and second, the time element seemed to rule him out. But fortunately, I have some interesting contacts with the underworld, and I knew where to look for further suspects. While Sandy Taylor waited in my apartment, I spent a profitable half hour with some crepe hair and a bottle of spirit gum, giving myself what I thought to be quite a convincing beard.
Yeah, as an official corpse, I guess you had to disguise yourself. And then?
Sandy and I drove over to a little hideaway on Market Street, a bar known as the Scarlet Dolphin. It has the most persistent jukebox. Oh, poor old Sandy. He was so patient with me that
I just called Mary.
Well, Sandy, did you explain your absence satisfactorily?
Yes, Mary's wonderfully understanding. Just the same, I can almost see that patient, knowing smile of hers when I tell her I'm going to a bar with you, strictly on business.
Mary is a very remarkable girl.
Incidentally, now that we're here, just what are we doing in the Scarlet Dolphin?
Waiting to talk to Ole O'Leary.
Ole O'Leary? An expert on yodeling, no doubt.
Can he help it if he had an Irish father and a Swedish mother?
What's his specialty?
He's the Winchell of the underworld. Oh, Sandy, this crepe hair is driving me crazy.
If you must go around being a corpse, Gregory, at least you deserve to be uncomfortable.
Here comes Ole now.
What'll it be, Mac?
We don't want to drink, Ole, just information.
Gregory, what are you doing with that chin muff?
Being a corpse. Ole, can you use a pin?
Are you kidding? Come to Daddy. Thanks, Greg. What do you want to know?
Did you know Lem Carter was out of hock?
Sure. Got out this morning.
You know his contact?
Yeah. Just one, though, Greg. A dame.
Name and address, Ole.
Ruby Hart. Devonshire Apartments on 3rd.
Thanks, Ole. So long.
Okay. Thanks for the pin. Good luck, Greg.
Now, when Ruby comes through the door, Sandy, remember that you're playing this scene.
Oh, don't worry, Gregory. I'm not simple-minded. A child of 3 can...
Yeah?
Miss Ruby Hart,
Yeah.
may we come in?
Who are you?
I'm Mr. Gregory Hood's lawyer, and this is my secretary, Mr. Bunker.
Gregory Hood's lawyer, huh?
Yes.
Okay. Come in. Well, what's on your mind?
You may have heard that Lem Carter was killed this evening.
No, I didn't. My mascara's all run because I was reading a sad book. Now listen, brother. If you come here to gloat, I'm liable to crown you.
Oh, but I haven't. Mr. Hood feels that he is in part liable for Lem Carter's death.
And he ain't kidding, brother.
He wishes to make some financial contribution. He feels that if Mr. Carter had any close associates or dependents...
Lem had me. That's all. And that's enough. Or it could have been.
You've known him for some time?
I've known him no time. Never heard of him before he went to San Quentin, but I had a brother. He was a buddy of Lem's there. Lem got my letters to Joe, and so he started writing to me, and I wrote back to him, see? That made me come alive all over. That letter writing. So he came out and saw me. Just once. Just today. It was just like his letters. Only with flesh and blood in him. And now he's dead. And I got lawyers crawling around me, asking about financial dependence and stuff. It was just us, see? Lem didn't see nobody else before they got him. All our lives there was going to be nobody but us. And now when you get this sandhill out of here, I want to go on reading that sad book.
Please believe me, Miss Hart, when I say that Mr. Hood...
Cram, both of you. Go on, brother, get moving.
I'm sorry if you think...
Yeah, breaks your heart, don't it? Good night. Lem's sorry that he missed it.
Sorry that was your job, Sandy.
Yeah, me too. Poor girl, I'm sorry for her.
So am I, Sandy. I feel like a rather elderly, near-white slug. And about those financial contributions, as Ruby would say, I ain't kidding, brother. Anybody that can find good in Lem Carter deserves all I can do. But this was a dead end. No clues there.
What's the next move, Gregory?
The Jade Trail and a girl named Cherry. It's only 11:30, not too late to call.
Why not remove the beard?
No, Sandy, no. She's a brave girl. Let's see how she faces up to Midnight Shadow. Incidentally, I'll play the next scene alone, if you don't mind.
I don't mind. I'll wait for you in your apartment. Too late to drive back to Berkeley tonight anyway.
If your wife only knew a smart attorney, she could cite me as good grounds for divorce. Okay, Sandy, wait for me back at the apartment. I have a feeling that the next scene won't take very long.
Gregory, I'm so glad you came back to see me tonight. Just the same when you walked in wearing that ridiculous beard.
You darn near fainted again, Sherry?
I should have. Might have been smart, too. I understand that men like a ladylike swoon.
Not to the extent of complete unconsciousness, Sherry. How are you feeling now?
Fine, Gregory.
Nice place you have here, Sherry.
It's a modest little shack, but I like it. Gregory.
Yes?
You look worried.
Quite frankly, I am.
What's wrong?
After I left you tonight, somebody tried to ventilate me with bullets.
Gregory, no.
Oh, yes, they did. Fortunately, I was wearing a tin vest. Otherwise, I'd be in the morgue now.
Where did it happen?
I was entering my apartment.
Could you see who it was?
No, it was too dark. Sherry.
Yes, Greg.
I've got a list of questions a yard long for you, but before I ask them, I want to do a little checking. Do you mind if I use your phone?
Of course not. Go ahead.
You see, officially, I'm supposed to be a corpse.
Well, I wish you'd stop being one. I don't like bearded men.
Well, I may be able to take it off as soon as I've made this call.
Police headquarters.
Lieutenant Silver's in homicide, please.
Just a minute.
All right. Did Hillary Pearson call you this evening, Sherry?
Hillary? No one's called.
Silver speaking.
Excuse me. This is Gregory.
Hi, Greg. Did you dig up any leads?
No, Stan. How about you?
Nothing yet. Oh, yes, one thing you might want to know about that note we found on your doorstep.
The one from Carter, yes?
We've had no chance to authenticate the handwriting yet, but lousy with Carter's fingerprint.
What's that?
I say the note was lousy with Carter's fingerprint. Does that suggest anything to you?
Yes. Yes, it does. It gives me the answer. Thanks, Stan.
Learn anything, Gregory?
Yes, I did, Sherry. Maybe everything.
Well, before you tell me about it, come over here on the sofa. I want to show you my pet view. Moonlight on the bay. We don't need a light, do we? Oh, isn't it beautiful, Gregory?
So are you, Sherry.
Well, thank you, Sept.
You're very beautiful. And you wore gloves this evening, didn't you?
Oh, don't talk so much. Gregory.
Yes?
Maybe I could learn to like beer.
Why, you little devil!
You got this coming in your lap!
A knife! There's only one answer to that, darling.
That wasn't a very gentlemanly action, Gregory.
I know, Sandy, but my old father used to say, never strike a woman until she pulls a knife on you.
Shouldn't that be unless?
My old father always said until. Maybe that's why I'm still a bachelor.
Did you have much of a job getting her over to the station?
No, she was out cold until Silvers got there. Then she screamed bloody murder and fought like a wildcat. Quite a female.
Did she spill anything?
Plenty. Ellery Pearson was at the back of it. Silvers is picking him up tonight, and in the morning I'll prepare charges. And with Sherry on the spot, I don't think it's going to be hard to track down our Jay.
She was a smart girl to realize you'd guessed her secret the moment you'd talked to Silvers.
Well, she must have heard him talking about the fingerprints, but it was smart figuring on her part.
And on yours, too, Gregory.
You see, the fingerprints proved the note was genuinely from Carter.
He planned to leave it by your body after he'd shot you, I suppose.
Instead of which, he was shot first. Therefore, the note was stolen from his body. Only Sherry could have done that while she was performing her nurse's aid act with the corpse. The fact that she was wearing gloves kept her fingerprints off the note.
She was a smart one.
Darn smart, because she appeared to be the one person who couldn't have framed the dead Carter. She thought the frame-up attempt would clear her completely, the double switcheroo. Very neat, and I nearly fell for it.
It was quick thinking on your part to piece it all together as soon as you had the phone message.
I almost wish I hadn't pieced it together quite so fast, Sandy.
Why, Gregory?
Oh, the man asks why. Sherry was a very beautiful girl, Sandy, and the moonlight was quite potent. Sometime I must tell you what my old father used to say about that.
Well, Greg, as usual, that story was a knockout. You're the most popular corpse I've met in ages.
Yes, Harry, it seems that everybody's just dying to kill me.
Oh, and that girl, Sherry.
You know, Harry, there's one woman who almost got me for life.
You're not kidding.
Tell me, Harry, if she'd succeeded, would you miss me?
Greg, how can you talk like that?
Would you really miss our little Monday evening get-together?
Why, sure. I feel a little silly talking about Petri wine and myself.
Oh, I should have known it. One-track mind Bartell. But I guess you're right. Good detectives are a dime a dozen, but good wine.
Ah. And when you say good wine, naturally you mean Petri wine. Why, the Petri family has been making wine for generations. The art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into delicious, fragrant wine is their heritage. A heritage handed on down within the Petri family from father to son, from father to son. No wonder Petri wine is so good. No wonder the Petri business has grown and grown, so that today the Petri family are America's largest independent winemakers. Yes, the making of Petri wine is a family affair, and the Petri family has every intention of keeping it that way. Because by so doing, they can be sure that every bottle of wine that bears the name Petri is and always will be good wine. Well, Gregory, what page of your notebook are you turning to next week?
Next week, Harry, I'm going to tell you an odd story that took place in an extremely dense fog in the Berkeley Hills. It concerns a disappearing wife, a haunted house, and a hot clarinet player. I'll see you next Monday, Harry.
The Casebook of Gregory Hood is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher. Original music is composed and played by Dean Fossler. Gail Gordon plays the part of Gregory Hood, and Sanderson Taylor is played by Art Gilmore. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. The Casebook of Gregory Hood comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family.
My name's Jeff Regan. I'm the Lion's Eye, his private eye. Gumshoe, peeper, Seamus, whatever you want to call it. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, International Detective Bureau. He's a guy who likes to make money. But when he makes money, I get into trouble.
Here's the kind of adventure you've been waiting to hear. Hard-boiled action and mystery as told by Jeff Regan, Investigator. So stand by for trouble. Stand by for suspense. Stand by for adventure. In tonight's story, The Lonesome Lady. And now, here's Jack Webb as Jeff Regan.
Well, this is the way it started. Everything was routine. Melody was at her typewriter working on the usual sheet of paper, backed by the usual 4 carbons, routine. The smell of the Lion's 50-cent cigar hung in the room, routine. And the air conditioning was out of order, all routine. I looked over Melody's shoulder and read the memo. Attention, International Detective Bureau, Anthony J. Lyon, from the American Insurance Company Claims Division.
Here you are. Keep the original for yourself and give the others to Mr. Lyon. I guess you're going to be on this.
On what? You beautiful thing, you. Huh?
Jeff, don't. Jeff, don't do that. Somebody might phone you. Mr. Lyon will tell you all about it.
What's the matter? New boyfriend, huh?
Now, Jeff. Mr. Lyon's waiting for you.
Okay. I'll talk to you later.
Regan, ever hear of a guy named John R. Renzo?
Nope.
A doctor named Maurice Wade?
Nope.
A French dame named Marie Rochelle Portier?
Nope. Should I?
Maybe. I don't know yet. It's all routine stuff on that American Insurance Company contract. They want us to do a little work for them. Their claim man came in about an hour ago, all excited about Renzo. He kicked off early this morning.
I can't very well meet him.
There's a time and a place for wisecracks, and this isn't it.
It figures.
Renzo kicks off, and the American Insurance Company's going to have to kick in with $35,000 to his beneficiary. And that's Marie Rochelle Portier. No relation. Girlfriend, I guess.
It's almost a bank buster for AIC. So you want me to see her?
No! It'd be ticklish if it turns out to be legitimate. Now, you better look at the other angles before you see her. If AIC has to pay off to that dame, we might just as well say goodbye to their business. We can't stand much treatment like that.
Well, you mean you want me to find a way for him to get out of it?
I didn't say that.
If it's legitimate, they'll pay.
That's nice.
What I want you to find out is how a guy carrying $35,000 worth of life insurance winds up croaked in a hotel on Main Street with 2 dimes and 3 pennies sitting on the dresser.
It could happen.
Sure, it could happen. But you find out why it could happen. Renzo's worth 23 cents alive and $35,000 dead. And the county's going to have to plant him. The insurance company doesn't like it, and I don't like it.
How'd he die?
Well, the coroner says it was a hard job.
Insurance company?
Insurance office says Renzo applied for the policy 3 weeks ago. It was approved 10 days ago, and he kicks out today. Everything's fine. On paper.
So what am I supposed to do?
Find out what isn't fine about what that physical Renzo passed. Now, you can start with the insurance doctor, name him Maurice Wade. And get on him first. And call me if you run into any trouble.
The place I was looking for turned out to be a brand new 3-story building on Wilshire Boulevard. In the hall, I could still smell wet plaster and cement. There was one name on the neon-lighted directory, Dr. Maurice Wade, internal medicine, diagnosis, and the numbers 310. The sign on the self-service elevator said, "Do not use," so I climbed the 3 flights of marble stairs. The first door at the top was 310. Enter. I entered. A blonde girl in a white uniform sitting at a small desk smiled up at me through sharp white teeth, showed me 1 well-shaped leg and 2 well-manicured hands, all routine stuff.
How do you do? Have you an appointment?
No, I don't. I was hoping I could see Dr. Wade without an appointment.
Well, that's almost impossible. He's so busy these days. I'm Miss Porter, his nurse. Perhaps I can help you.
Well, my name's Regan, but I'm afraid I'll have to see him.
Oh?
Oh, if you don't mind, I'll just stick around and wait for him.
Oh, he isn't in just now, and I was just about to go to lunch, Mr. Regan.
Well, that's fine. We'll go together.
Dr. Wade will be in at 2 o'clock. You can come back then.
I get it. 2 o'clock. It was right then that my day began to change. I stepped outside the office door and walked over to the brand new stairway of that brand new building. Now get this. I stopped a minute because I thought I heard somebody opening the doctor's door. I turned around to take a look when I felt something brush my arm. The stairway suddenly turned upside down and began to walk up me. There was a lot of noise all around, and I was trying to yell for somebody to shut it off. It got louder and louder and louder. It was then I decided this wasn't routine.
Thanks for helping me tote him upstairs. He'll be all right now. I'll take care of him.
He'll be all right.
He'll be all right.
I was lying on a leather couch in a white room. A tall, thin man with a hooked nose seemed to be running things. He was waving an arm at a vague crowd of people near the door. Then somebody I couldn't see shoved a bottle under my nose.
Give him a whiff of that.
There you are.
I think you'll be all right now. Now then, can you hear me, mister? Oh, don't try to move yet. Nothing broken, but you had quite a tumble for yourself, my friend. Quite a tumble. You might have been killed.
That's what I was thinking. Somebody shoved me.
What's that?
I was shoved.
That's crazy. I was on the second landing when you come falling down. Wasn't anyone around? Oh, why'd anyone want to shove a man down a flight of stairs?
I don't know.
You're just plumb bruised and battered, mister. When you get to thinking about it, you just got dizzy from the heat or something. Now, didn't you?
Maybe.
I'll show you. Mary, hand me that like a good girl.
Here you are.
Here. Try a little of this.
Thanks.
That help?
Yeah.
Have another.
You want me to call you a taxi, Mr. Regan?
No, thanks. I got a car out in front.
Well, better you rest up a minute or two longer, friend. My name's Wade, Dr. Wade. This is my office.
Wade, you're the man I came to see.
Well, I don't believe I know you. You one of my patients?
Oh, this is Mr. Regan, Doctor. I explained that you took patients only on appointment.
Mm-hmm. Well, as long as you're here, Mr. Regan, what can I do for you?
Well, I'm not a patient. I've been retained by the American Insurance Company to investigate a claim concerning a former patient of yours, a man named Renzo.
A private investigator.
We're checking on a policy that was issued on him. You were the examining doctor.
You don't represent the district attorney's office or anything like that?
No, I don't. I'm with the International Detective Bureau.
You don't have a warrant that says I have to show you my files?
No, I don't. But I thought that as long as you were employed by the insurance company and you conducted the examination, that you
well,
let
give me back
go.
my bottle, mister. And then you can get on out of my office.
Huh?
And get out fast. If I'd have known you was something like that, I wouldn't have drugged you up here in the first place. Now get on out of here before I throw you out.
Well, you can see how things stood between Dr. Maurice Wade and me. I walked out of the place with as much dignity as I had left. I had other plans. There were other files to look at and other people in the city I could talk to. Detective Sergeant Salvatore Vendetti, morgue detail, was sitting in his office, chewing on a cold cigar, reading a traffic bureau memorandum on the new liability laws.
Well, if it isn't Jeffy the Regan. How are you, Jeff, boy? I haven't seen you in a long time. Pull up a chair. What happened?
I fell down a flight of stairs.
You ought to be more careful. Lots of people get killed doing things like that, so what can I do for you?
Sally, I want you to find out about a man named John R. Renzo for me. He died this morning, and your office is handling it.
Renzo. John Renzo. Johnny Renzo. Yeah, sure, we got him in the icebox now. Want to see him? Handle it myself.
No, thanks. I know he's dead. What else?
Well, never really a bad actor, never really a good one either. Mind you, all the boys in the beat knew him. Why?
Come on, tell me some more.
Well, he made Lincoln Heights jail about 9 months out of 12 on a vag rap, one thing or another, routine.
Vagrancy?
Just one of our lazier citizens, so he's dead now, so what's to it?
He was insured for $35,000.
Oh.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking.
So somebody's mighty glad to see little Johnny dead. Who gets it?
Her name's Marie Rochelle Portier. No relation.
A hot time in the old town tonight for her.
Mm-mm. Tomorrow night. The insurance company has 24 hours to investigate.
Ah, that's what you're doing. All right, Regan, what else?
Well, you got the coroner's report?
Oh, sure. Right here, came in an hour ago. It was a heart job.
You sure?
Positive. No one deader than Johnny Renzo. Was bound to happen the way it did sooner or later.
Was he an old man?
45, 50, maybe. You can never tell on that kind, but all of us around here knew it.
Knew what?
That his ticker's been bad for years. Every time he made the heights, I'd give him a soft job. Couldn't take a chance.
Hey, look, Sally, are you telling me it was chronic heart condition?
I'm telling you, it was a chronic heart condition. Well?
I need that telephone.
Not this one. Only inside calls. Try the one across the street.
Hello.
This is me. I ran into some trouble.
What kind of trouble?
Well, you'll have to get me a warrant or something so I can get in that doctor's office.
What?
He wouldn't play ball. He threw me out. Now, the coroner's report shows that Renzo has a chronic heart condition.
Then he never should have passed a physical.
I thought that'd get through to you. But we'll have to find out what's in that doctor's office before we can do anything about it. Now, look, get a hold of one of those double-breasted lawyers and rig up a thing, will you?
Hey, Melody, get my lawyer on the phone. It may take the rest of the day to get you in there legally, and we haven't got the time. So get busy.
I just told you I can't get in. If I can't get in, I can't get in. I hung up the phone and stepped out of the booth and crawled into my car. I was sitting there fumbling with the keys, wondering how I was going to get to those files when somebody else figured it out for me. He was a big man in a brown sport coat.
Take it easy, Pilgrim. I just want to talk to you a minute.
Well, that's tough, Pilgrim, because I don't want to talk to you. I've had a busy day and I...
Oh! I wouldn't try anything like that, Pilgrim. I just got here. I know lots of holes. Come on, this one's just basic. I can tear your arm right off if I have to. Wise up, Seamus. I'm here on business.
Yeah? What kind of business?
You just been in to see Vendetti?
Sure, I've been in to see him. He's a friend of mine. Why the muscle act?
Just to make sure you don't start hollowing your brains out or something.
Let go.
Okay, so what'd he say? Ooh!
What'd he say about what?
You know what. Renzo.
Well, the county's gonna bury him.
More, Seamus. Keep talking. Only makes sense.
He's dead. For good. Oh!
More.
He died of a heart attack this morning. Somebody gets $35,000 because of it.
And you've been seeing people. A doctor, Vendetti. Dame next on your list?
Maybe. Oh, is that what you want to know?
Yeah. You're a good boy, Regan. Now, here's what you want to know. You forget everything you know about anything. You don't say a word to nobody. No one. Understand? No one. Not even your own mother. Just forget it. Right. No. Remember, not a word to anybody. Or else.
I wonder if you'd do as good without a gun.
Oh!
I'll see you later, Pilgrim.
Sure you will. Sure you will. But in case we miss connections, and so as you won't forget me, here's something to remember me by. Ooh! So long, Pilgrim.
We'll return to Jeff Regan, Investigator, in just a moment. The Army Nurse Corps Reserve still has commissions available. If you're a graduate registered nurse between the ages of 21 and 45, you may be eligible for a commission in the Army Nurse Corps section of the Regular Officers Reserve. Those who meet the high standards and qualify to serve with this fine organization may elect active or inactive status. Nurses requesting inactive status will continue with civilian nursing, but stand ready to serve in time of emergency. In addition, they have the opportunity to take advantage of special training courses. Nurses who request active status enjoy the same pay and privileges as all other officers. Graduate work is provided at the Army's most modern teaching centers, and the nurses obtain educational experiences that benefit them in both civilian and military nursing. Now, if you believe you qualify for a commission in the Army Nurse Corps Reserve, apply to the Adjutant General, Washington 25, D.C. That's the Adjutant General, Washington 25, D.C. And now, back to the story of the Lonesome Lady and Jeff Regan, Investigator.
This wasn't routine either. It was brass knuckles, a big man in a brown sport coat in the front seat of my car. I guess I fell onto the horn into my steering wheel. I couldn't seem to sit up straight and get away from the noise.
Hey, what's the trouble, pal? Hey, don't you like peace and quiet? Hey, come on, sit up.
Yeah.
What happened to you?
I don't know exactly. I don't know.
Gee, your face is cut up a little bit. You have an accident or a smash-up?
Yeah, something like that.
You want me to call a cop?
No. I'll handle this myself.
Yeah, but don't you think you ought to go home and get some rest? Maybe you ought to find yourself a sawbone or something.
Huh? What's that?
Maybe you ought to find yourself a doctor to kind of fix you up.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, that's a good boy. You take care of yourself, Jim.
Oh, it's you again.
Says doctor on the door, doesn't it? The office is still open, isn't it?
Yes, but I thought Dr. Wade told you that he didn't want you here.
I heard him, but this is different. If he doesn't see me now, I'll phone the state medical board and a lawyer and anybody else who's handy and make him a first-class Simon Legree for refusing me emergency treatment. Now, cut him out.
Oh, you're hurt, Mr. Regan. Oh, please sit down. Sit down right here.
Where's your doctor, lady?
He isn't in here. He's already gone for the day. Let me see. What happened?
You tell me, lady. I'm just a peaceful citizen looking for a doctor.
Sit still. That's a nasty bruise on your forehead.
Yeah, I got some better ones where a man tried to cave in all my ribs.
Hold still. Lift up your face to the light. That's better.
Ooh.
Tender?
Mm-hmm.
First the stairs, now this. You've had quite a day, Mr. Regan. Maybe you ought to quit. Hold that right there. While I touch up this cut on your chin. There. Who'd you say you worked for?
International Detective Bureau.
I'd resign if I were you. They're working you too hard.
What's happened lately isn't exactly routine.
What happened lately?
Well, I found out that the man who died this morning had a chronic heart condition, and he should have never been insured. Your doctor's in this up to his ears for passing him.
Go on.
A big man in a brown sport coat doesn't want anybody to look into anything.
He's the one who did this.
That's right.
That should hold you.
Thanks.
Oh, wait a minute. Where do you live?
Huh?
Your address. I'm coming over to your place tonight.
You are?
If what you say is true, my doctor's going to get 5 to 15 in San Quentin for doing a fix on an insurance examination, and I might be dragged into it. And I wouldn't want that to happen.
So?
So I'm digging up that file and bringing it over to your place, and we'll see what's what.
Why not look at it right now?
Isn't here. We just moved to this place 3 days ago, and half the stuff is still in the old office.
All right. I'll buy that. Try 1720 North Taft, 308.
In about 2 hours.
Why so long?
You need some rest. Besides, your shirt's bloody. Well, what was that name?
John R. Renzo, R-E-N-Z-O.
All right. You can expect me. Feel better now?
Yeah, much better. Oh. You know, you freeze me, lady. Your boss throws me out, you fix me up, you help me. Maybe I wouldn't have fallen down those stairs if you hadn't sent me out to eat alone.
Call me Mary if you like.
I thought it'd be something like that. Mine's Jeff. I've had a hard day, Mary.
I know. But maybe it'll be a better day from now on, Jeff. You know, I had a feeling I was going to like you.
It was just about then that I remembered the beneficiary. She was my last call. I bucked beach traffic out Wilshire and pulled up in front of the Beverly Hills address Lyon had given me. A row of brass mailboxes on the outside of a 4-unit court told me that Marie Rochelle Portier lived there. The man in overalls watering the lawn blinked at me, frowned at the cut on my chin, pointed to his own, and shook his head. I nodded back, wondering what Marie Rochelle Portier, or whoever she might be, whatever her racket might be, looked like. I found out.
Yeah?
It was the big man without his brown sport coat. This time it was swimming trunks, and he looked as big as the super chief. I threw my whole arm into his face. He staggered backwards into the room, trying to get his balance. I let him have another one in the stomach. He was out of condition. One more, and his chin was cut. He went down, taking a lamp, a card table, and a glass of warm lemonade with him. Oh, yeah. It's real good to see you again, Pilgrim.
All right, Seamus, all right. You're the champ.
Come on, get up, get up. I might have known I was going to find you here. Where's your girlfriend?
No, just a minute.
I said, where is she?
She ain't around. Ain't no one around but me. Honest.
Okay, you give it to me.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I've met citizens like you before. Oh, now, come on, make it straight.
Oh, all right. Oh, you busted my head. I'll make it straight. Marie's my girlfriend. She calls me today, tells me what you look like. Tells me where you'll be, tells me what to do. I do it. She knows who an insurance stick will go to.
All right, go on.
Catch you at the morgue. You're nosy. She says to rough you up a little bit, make you forget what you're doing for a while. I find you like she says and do what she says. And, nothing personal in it.
What about the doctor? He split with you and her?
Ain't no doctor in on it, just me and Marie.
How'd she fix it for Renzo to get insured?
I don't know. She's got connections. She gets around.
Right, smart guy. Come on, spill.
Honest. That's it, Seamus. That's all there is to it. We worked it a couple of times before. I don't know how she fixes it, but she does. I do all the heavy work, and we get along fine. Now and then somebody gets excited, and I have to cool them off for a time, but, well, that's it. Straight. Honest. Hey, what are you doing?
Shut up.
Well, now, don't call the cops. Give me a break, will you?
Will you shut up?
Lion.
It's me.
Regan, where have you been?
I'm calling from the address of Marie Rochelle Portier.
I told you not.
Look, there's a big ape here who roughed me up today, trying to put me out of commission.
I don't care about that. We have only 12 hours.
Come on out and pick him up and get a statement for a warrant.
Warrant for who?
For Marie Rochelle Portier. This monkey can give you enough to have her picked up. She's the one we want.
You sure about that? I found out that the doctor who wouldn't let you into his office is in a lot of trouble. Got a wife suing him for divorce, and he might have been trying...
No, it's the Portier dame we want. As soon as you get a warrant on her, it'll make that insurance policy invalid.
I still don't trust that doc. It's early yet. Why don't you hop over?
You bringing the cops out here? Look, Seamus, I got a little dough, and it'd come to more than the 10 a day in expenses you're getting if you...
Now you... Stay here, Pilgrim. I'm tired. I'm going home.
I've been waiting for you. Forget about me?
No.
The janitor let me in. I told him you were my brother.
That's nice.
You didn't come straight home and get some rest.
No, I had a couple of things to do first.
Well, sit down. I've fixed you a drink.
Oh, good.
Hot day and all.
Thanks. Now, tell me about your doctor. Huh? Some things I know already. His wife's suing him for divorce, trying to get every penny he's got. He doesn't like me.
That's it.
Or maybe he just doesn't like any private detective or anybody else who might be working for his wife, huh?
Maybe.
And if I can spot a man who's being taken to the cleaners, he's one. He's pretty touchy these days about all the trouble she's probably caused him.
What's this got to do with us? The stars are coming out.
Just straightening out. Well, if that's the way things are with him, then my job's finished.
Good. Now we can relax. You've been working much too hard. Jeff, put your arms around me. Feels good. Good to have arms around you in a big city like this. Such a big city. So many people.
Mm-hmm.
You're nice, Jeff. Sometimes it's so lonely. And sometimes it's like this.
Sure. Sure, Marie.
Darling.
Marie Port here, Mary Porter, it's all the same to me. No, don't reach for it, lady. I took it out of your purse.
You
I know, I tricked you. I've been wanting to trick somebody ever since you shoved me down that flight of stairs this morning, ever since you shagged your big boyfriend on me.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
No, not today you won't. I'm not insured. All right, take it easy.
Oh, let me go, Jeff. Let me go, please.
You were so lonely in the big city that you just sat down and passed time making out phony medical reports and counting the insurance checks that you collected on bad bets.
Oh, please, Jeff. Oh, just let me go, please.
So you have me thinking that a doctor's phony when the only thing that's bothering him is a wife and a divorce
Oh,
suit.
Jeff, listen to me.
And when I start getting close, you try to scare me off. And when I get really close, you figure to drop over and put on a good act.
Oh, Jeff, listen to me. They'll send me to prison. They'll make me grow old and ugly there. Oh, Jeff, please let me go. I'll do anything. Jeff, you can let me go. You can. You will. Oh, please,
Lion,
Jeff.
it's me
please
again.
Let me
You
go.
got that warrant?
Yeah, he
Oh,
spilled.
please.
But where are we going to find that dame?
Please.
She's probably skipped.
Oh, no, she's
Jeff.
at my place.
What?
I'll do anything,
Look,
anything.
get somebody over quick, will you?
Oh, please.
Get him over while she's still here.
Please.
Well, I told it all to the Lion, and he told it all to the American Insurance Company, and they renewed our contract. She's being arraigned next Monday. What happens after that is up to the jury. Melody had a question.
Jeff, what do you think they'll do to her?
Well, she'll get about 10 years, I guess.
If Mr. Lyon hadn't had that contract with AIC, would you have turned her in?
Sure, I'd have turned her in. It's my job, isn't it? Oh, it's a big city. A lot of lonesome people down there.
They allowed her one call when they took her to jail. She called here asking for you. Jeff, why did she do that?
I don't know, Melody. I don't know.
The easiest way to save for the future is to buy United States savings bonds. Your nearest post office, bank, or savings and loan association can accommodate you. Or you can buy bonds on the payroll savings plan. Just ask your employer to start deducting for a bond a month. A bond a month is good security for the years to come. For money in the future, buy United States savings bonds now. You will be glad you did. Jack Webb is starred as Jeff Regan, with Wilms Herbert as Anthony J. Lyon. Eve McVeigh was heard as Mary Porter, and Ken Christie as the big man. It's CBS, same time next week, for hard-boiled action and mystery with Jeff Regan, Investigator, as he tells the story of the lady with the golden hair. Jeff Regan, Investigator is written by E. Jack Newman, produced and directed by Gordon T. Hughes, with original music by Del Castillo. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall. The highly successful businessman, the supremely confident woman, the boastful bluffer, the sly schemer, each is vulnerable. Each has some weakness, some chink in his armor, some little flaw that we call the blind spot.
we get into this joint?
Smash the plate glass window.
Very funny. Come on, bright boy, do something.
Okay. Give us a hammer and chisel.
Hammer and chisel coming up. It's all yours, boy.
Right. Here we go, Ducky. It's a noisy way of doing it for a bloke on the wrong side of the law, but us? We're strictly legit.
Oh, sure.
There we are, Duck. Entrance effective. We'll look the place over before we get the equipment out of the truck. Yeah. Dingy sort of place. Oh, it'll look better when the new tenants come in and clean it up. Oh, plus the advantages of electrical illumination. This passage leads to the front of the shop. Yeah. Hey, hold it a sec, will you? Hey, what's the trouble? Something lying on the floor. You got a match? Sure. Holy mackerel! A girl. Is she dead? I don't know. Certainly looks like it.
Yes, Superintendent, it's all in now. Pardon? Oh, the girl's name was Doreen Hoskins, age about 20. The divisional surgeon, after his first examination of the body, says that death took place about 12 hours before the body was found. What's that? Oh, yes, the forensic boys will be carrying out a full post-mortem this afternoon. Oh, yes, I agree. It's a most peculiar story. But I've got the two men from the electrical firm outside now, Norman and Morrison. Well, I'll get them in separately and go over it again. Oh, yes, sir, I'll let you know. Sergeant, have Mr. Norman come in.
Right, sir.
All right, Mr. Norman. In here, please.
Right, sir.
Sit down, Norman. Dick Norman, isn't it?
That's right, Inspector. Oh, what comes after the official title?
Huh? Oh, yes, I'm Inspector Lamb.
Yeah, I like to know the names of people I'm dealing with. Creates the right impression, sense of intimacy right off. I got that out of a course on business psychology.
Is that so? Well, I'll get back to that later. In the meantime, suppose you tell me, why did you and Morrison have to force an entrance into that shop?
Oh, the firm sent us here on a job. We had to renew the electrical wiring. All perished, you know. Well, the agents figured it was necessary before they could let it again.
Oh. Hey, didn't they give you keys to get in?
Oh, Inspector, I've been through this before.
And now you're going to have to go through it again.
Well, they gave me the keys on Tuesday when I was sent down my own to remove the old fittings and make a report. When I went there with Doug Morrison to put the new lot in, it was Friday. No keys available.
Why not?
Funny lot of agents. Only had one set of keys.
The keys they gave you on Tuesday. What happened to them?
You know, soon I'll be repeating this little old story in my sleep. I'll send her wife crackers.
When you start sending me crackers, I'll let you know. Answer the question.
Well, Tuesday I'm working in the front part of the shop. Chap comes along, taps on the window, points to the door, and I let him in. Got the keys, he says. Yes, thanks, I says. Well, give them to me, he says. Well, he produces a piece of paper drawn out of an order pad. Order from the agent to hand over the keys. He's a prospective tenant, wants to look the place over. Well, he needs the keys to look in the other rooms, which are locked. I give them to him. Lighting won't suit for the business I'm opening, he says. Well, give me the job of chasing it, I say. All right, he says. We'll talk about it. Meet me tonight at 9 o'clock, corner Shaftesbury Avenue and Piccadilly Circus. Right, I says. Oh, what about the keys? Well, he says he'll drop them into the agents, and off he goes.
You met him at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I met him. He agreed to give me the job. Said we'd go back, look the place over, so he could tell me what he wanted. Then he finds he hasn't got the keys. Says he's left them in his car.
I thought he was going to drop them into the agents.
Yeah, well, he said he'd told them what he was going to do, so they told him to hang on to them.
I see. Go on. What next?
Well, nothing next. He don't come back. I wait till 9:30, then I give it away. Take the train home, arrive about 11, have a cup of cocoa with the wife, and so to bed. End of Tuesday.
What do the agents say about your friend, the prospective tenant?
Oh, they've never heard of him. He's a phony. All he wanted was the keys.
Pretty old trick. Can you describe this man?
Oh, about 40 years old. Little less, maybe. Good 6 feet in height. Could be 6'1". Ginger moustache. or gold fillings in his two front teeth. Lean, well-built, ruddy complexion. Grey single-breasted suit, green hat. Oh, well, a little feathered. Anything else, Inspector?
No, not now, Mr. Norman. I think you've done enough for the moment.
Well, if you want me, you got my address and telephone number?
Yes, we'll get in touch, Mr. Norman, if we want you.
I think we might take in a picture tonight, Molly, old girl.
Oh, I'd like that, Dickie. There's ever such a nice one on at the Odeon. Singing and dancing and full of technicolor.
Oh, that sounds gruesome. I'd rather go to the Regal. They got a crime show. Good juicy murder.
Murder? Oh, I should have thought you'd had enough of that. After what's happened.
Oh, not me. Yeah, what I like to see. You know, maybe I can pick up a point or two and help the coppers out trying to find that chap that polished off that girl.
You be careful, Dickie.
Hello? Oh, hello, Inspector. What can I do for you? You have? Well, that's a bit of good news. Oh, no trouble at all. Be glad to oblige. It'll take me an hour or so to get up there. Yes, I'll leave right away. See you, Inspector.
Who was that? The police again?
Yes, old girl, Inspector Lamb in person. Oh, sorry, the pictures are all for tonight.
Why? What's happened?
They need me for a little job of identification. They, got the bloke that disappeared with the keys.
Ooh. Well, you be careful what you say, Dickie. You never can tell what you're getting mixed up in.
Oh, I'll watch it, Ducks.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe?
Uh-huh.
Do you think we can afford a vacation this year?
Well, I don't know. Let's see. The car could stand some work. Then there's that chair we've been meaning to buy, and I guess we could always cash in a savings bond or two.
What?
I said we could cash in one of our bonds.
Joseph, don't you dare.
Oh, I was just suggesting.
Don't even think about it. Those bonds are our future. When they mature, we'll get back $4 for every 3.
Yeah, I know that.
They're guaranteed, too. 3 times over. Principal, interest, and replacement if lost or stolen. For the whole United States stands behind them.
Sure, Daphne.
Well, if we cash them in before they mature, we'll be giving up all that lovely interest. And what happens when we really need the money?
Daphne.
I don't see how you, who thought of buying a bond every payday in the first place, could suggest such a thing.
I guess maybe it was a moment of weakness.
Well, don't you ever bring it up again. Savings bonds are not only a good investment for us, but they help our country, too. Shame on you, Joe.
I'm ashamed. I'm covered with humiliation. I hate myself.
I should think so.
Okay, if I go back to reading my paper now?
Uh-huh. But, Joe, I was just wondering.
Yeah?
Do you really think we can afford a vacation this year?
Glad he can make it, Mr. Norman. I've got him in the next room.
Uh-huh. Oh, how'd you pick him up?
Circulated the description you gave us. Today we got a report of a man picked up on a fraud charge answering that description.
They always make a mistake, don't they? Now we'll have something more serious than a fraud charge to answer. Eh, Inspector?
Perhaps. First you have to identify him, though.
Lead me to him.
This way. Mr. Norman, have you ever seen this man before?
Yeah, of course I have. How are you, mate?
I don't know you.
Oh, you having trouble with your memory, are you?
Not that I've noticed.
Oh, well, you must have. You're the chap come to the shop on Greek Street Tuesday last. I gave you the keys and met you Tuesday night, 9 o'clock, corner Shaftesbury Avenue.
I'm sorry you're mistaken. I wasn't anywhere near Greek Street on Tuesday. Shaftesbury Avenue either.
Oh, I don't blame you, mate. I'd say the same if I was you.
Inspector, I've never seen this man before. I wasn't there. I don't know what he's talking about.
Just like that, eh?
Look, mate, what about giving us the name of your dentist? That's a lovely job he's done with those fillings. Oh, lovely gold fillings. Don't you reckon, Inspector?
I wasn't there, I tell you. I've never seen this fellow before in all my life.
Very interesting. What's that, sir? I'm afraid so, Superintendent. Reynolds' alibi stands up. Yes, Norman didn't have any hesitation about identifying him as the man who took the keys from him. But we've checked out Reynolds' alibi and it's watertight. Now, that seems to put him in the clear. Oh, yes, I realize that. Even if Reynolds didn't have anything to do with the girl's murder, there still could be a man with 2 gold-inlaid teeth who took the keys from Norman. I'm not dismissing his story. And meanwhile, there's my VIP visitor waiting to see me, sir. Oh, this could be very tricky. Oh, don't worry, sir. Don't worry. I'll be diplomacy personified. Yes, I'll be in touch. Sergeant, ask Mr. Collins to come in.
Right, sir. In here, please, Mr. Collins.
Diplomacy, the full treatment. Good evening, Mr. Collins. Won't you sit down, sir?
Thank you, Inspector.
You've something to tell us, sir, about the death of Doreen Hoskins.
Yes, it's been on my mind for days. From the moment I read about her death in the press and saw her picture.
Yes, sir.
You see, I knew her.
Oh.
It must seem strange that a man like myself should know that kind of girl. But it happens, Inspector. Men like myself, public figures, people think of us no doubt as having all of society to choose from when it comes to friends, but there are disadvantages, Inspector, about living in the spotlight.
Yes, I can imagine that, sir.
In my own case, it's not generally known, but my marriage is an unhappy one. A loveless marriage. It's not a joyous thing to live with.
No, sir.
My wife comes from a prominent family. A divorce in the circumstances would be something that could ruin my career. And any indiscretion with women belonging to our own circle, well, it would be dangerous. But a man gets lonely, Inspector. As, for instance, last Monday night.
The night before Doreen Hoskins was killed.
Yes, I'd been working rather late, you see. When I finished, I went out into the street, Piccadilly. But I couldn't go home. I was too depressed, lonely. So I walked through Piccadilly Circus, feeling utterly alone in all that crowd of people. Lights, people laughing, only made it worse. It was in Coventry Street that I saw her.
Doreen Hoskins?
Yes, I bumped against her in the crowd. She smiled. I smiled back. You could call it naive if you like, but it was like a sudden oasis of warmth in a world that was cold. I asked her to have dinner with me.
Go on, sir.
We went to a little place in Soho. She was an ordinary girl, but she was a human being. And you'll think I'm talking like a fool when I say it about that sort of girl, but I felt she was looking for something too. That she needed warmth and friendship as much as I did. After dinner, we went back to the place where she lived. She made some coffee. It was a very pleasant interlude.
Yes. And did you see her again?
Yes, the next night. I deliberately walked the same way. I saw her near Leicester Square Station.
And what happened?
Nothing. I was about to go up to her and speak to her, but I didn't. I suppose I felt it shouldn't go any further.
Yes, I understand. What time was that?
About 9 o'clock. I never saw her again. I've come to tell you this in case somehow you might have found I'd been at her flat the night before. I wouldn't want that to become public knowledge.
Mr. Collins, later medical evidence has now revealed that the girl's death could have taken place much earlier than at first believed.
Earlier?
Yes. In fact, round about 10 o'clock on that Tuesday night. And as it now stands, you could be the last person positively to have seen Doreen Hoskins alive, Mr. Collins. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Live at Woolwich?
I work in the dockyard.
That's where you met Doreen Hoskins, at Woolwich?
Yes, she was staying there. I met her at a dance.
When?
3 weeks. Yes, sir. 3 weeks ago last Saturday.
Didn't take you long to get engaged to her, did it?
Oh, no, sir.
That happened the second day I knew her.
Really? You're a fast worker, aren't you?
Well, it wasn't that, sir. It was Doreen.
She what?
Well, she was the kind of girl that... Well, she needed someone. Well, straight she did. Needed someone bad to look after her. Anyway, that's what I thought at the time.
Well, you certainly didn't know her very well when you became engaged to her, did you, Stokes?
No, that was the trouble.
And how did you find out she wasn't the little innocent you took her for?
I didn't say she wasn't.
No, I'm saying it. Well, how did you find out?
The way she started talking about men. Then when I come up to London with her, up west, that is.
That was Saturday, right?
Saturday, yes. Well, she didn't want me around. She wanted to get rid of me. I knew why. Didn't have to be a detective at that.
And you quarreled?
Not right out, but...
And you broke off the engagement?
Well, sort of.
Sort of? What does that mean?
Look, I was in love with her, but... Well, if she was that kind of girl, what was I supposed to do about it?
Well, that's a good question. What did you do? Kill her?
No, I didn't, so help me.
When did you see her last?
Saturday night. I left her Saturday night, went back to Woolwich. I've been up west again. Not till they brought me here to talk to you.
If you're lying about that, Stokes, we'll find out. You know that, don't you? Well?
All right. I did come up again. Twice more.
When?
Wednesday and Thursday, late afternoon. I went to where she lived.
Well?
I didn't see her neither time. That's the truth. I hung round because I wanted to see if she had other men. But I didn't see her. Honest, I didn't.
Coroner's inquest. I can hardly wait. Oh, it's going to be fun, Molly, old girl. Real fun.
Fun? Oh, Dickie, how can you talk about a thing like that? It's fun.
Well, won't it be? Standing up there in front of all that lot, telling my story, papers writing it up. Smashing, I call it.
Dickie, a girl has been killed.
That's right. Foully murdered. And who did it, eh? You think they'll ever find out?
They might think it's you.
I reckon they're thinking it now.
Dickie.
Well, why not? Maybe I am the one. You think I'm the one, Ma?
I don't like you to talk like this. Makes me nervous. You might think it's funny, but I don't.
Calm down, Dux. I was only fooling. I'm not the only one they suspect. There's Gold Teeth, what took the keys. There's a little boyfriend. Maybe there's others too. But here's the thing to think about. One of us did it. And he's got to be clever enough to get clean away with it. He got to outwit the police, the coroner's jury. The lot of them. Yes, he'll be a clever man, the murderer. If he gets away with it, eh, Mo? A perfect murder. Hey! Wouldn't it be something to know a man as clever as that? Eh, Mo?
Willful murder against some person unknown.
How do you feel about the verdict, Inspector?
Well, you've been a crime reporter long enough. You ought to know how I feel about it.
It was the only possible verdict on the evidence presented.
Yes, the only possible verdict.
And if you don't dig up any fresh evidence, that'll be the end of it. Another one to the files marked unsolved crime.
So that pleases you?
What shall I tell my readers? That police inquiries are still continuing?
Tell them what you like.
Pity they couldn't have handed someone over to you. But that wouldn't have helped much, would it? Not without evidence to make the charge stick. Tell me, how do you feel about the coroner's summing up? You know, telling the jury that they might disbelieve Norman's story about the gold-toothed character, but that didn't make him a murderer. Suggesting that the chain of circumstantial evidence wasn't strong enough.
Fletcher, why don't you go and don't get lost?
Here comes the man himself, Mr. Dick Norman. Doesn't look very happy. I wonder what he's worried about.
Well, there's our memory expert. Hello. How are you?
Well, let's see. Do I know you?
Do you know me? Well, sure. Why?
Well, I'm not going to discuss my health with a perfect stranger.
Your health, huh?
Well, I suppose that reminds you of Medicare.
No.
Well, you mean you're not going to tell me how important Medicare is to my family? Or how vital it is for me to know just what it does?
No.
And you're not going to tell me to get that pamphlet called Dependent Medical Care Program?
No.
Huh? That's a switch. What were you going to say?
How's your wife?
Compared to what?
Sit down, Mr. Norman.
Yes, very interesting, all this. See in the inside of a big newspaper office?
My name's Fletcher. Bill Fletcher.
Yes, I know. I saw it at the inquest. That's why I picked this paper.
You're talking about the Doreen Hopkins inquest?
That's right. 2 years ago. But I remember you all right. Listen, Mr. Fletcher. How would your newspaper like the inside story of that murder?
As you say, it's 2 years ago now. There's not much public interest.
Oh, but there would be if the story was good enough, wouldn't it? Like, if it came from the murderer himself? Your paper was the one to spring it exclusive?
Perhaps.
Look, I study the newspapers very carefully, Mr. Fletcher. I know the sort of thing that makes them sell. A thing like this, it'll be a big trial. It'll be sensational. All this time after it happened. Now people will talk about nothing else. Right, Mr. Fletcher?
Yes, you're right, Mr. Norman.
Of course I'm right. Everyone will be talking about it. Whole of London, whole country. All right, Mr. Fletcher. Yeah, if a man came to you with a confession like that, exclusive, would your paper finance his defense?
That's a matter for the managing editor. But I think I could say, yes, it would.
All right. And cop this, Mr. Fletcher. I did it. I killed that girl.
Now, Mr. Norman, you've heard the prosecution read out a confession signed by you. And you've agreed that this is, in fact, your confession, haven't you?
That's right, was what I told him.
Was this confession true?
No. It was a pack of lies.
Then you didn't kill that girl?
No.
And the evidence you gave at the inquest was the truth?
That's right.
Mr. Norman, I want you to think carefully before you answer this question. Why did you confess to the murder if you did not, in fact, commit it?
Because I wanted to clear my name.
Carry on there.
That's right. You see, a while ago I was offered a job. A good job, but I didn't get it. Because they heard I'd been mixed up in that business over the girl, so I had to clear my name. And this was the only way to do it. Get in a big court like this, in front of everyone, for all the world to see. Get the picture?
Oh, yes. I get the picture, Mr. Norman. Well, congratulations, Mr. Norman. You can walk out of here a free man.
Oh, sir. You did a good job for me. Real good.
There wasn't ever very much doubt what the verdict would be. You said your confession was all lies, and they couldn't prove otherwise. There was no new evidence against you, only your own false confession. So the judge had to order an acquittal.
You think I didn't know that? Oh, yes. You did a good job, all right. But I reckon I did a better one.
What do you mean by that?
What say I was guilty? What say I really did knock her off, like I said in the confession? I don't have a thing to worry about, do I?
Did you kill her?
What's it to you, Mr. Lawyer? I've been tried and acquitted. Man can't be tried a second time for the same crime. I know that. I saw it in the movies. So I can talk about it all I like now. And no one can touch me for it. Right, Mr. Lawyer?
There was a Marine named Pelagic, whose bank account really was tragic. Then, on advice from a friend, he bought bonds as an end to his problems, which vanished like magic. Get the message? Of course you do. You already know that United States savings bonds are the easy, safe, and profitable way to save. This is just a reminder.
Hey, what are you looking at, Molly?
There's someone coming up the path.
So what?
I didn't see him properly, but I think it's Inspector Lamb.
Oh. Oh, well, I'll handle it. Good evening, Inspector.
Good evening, Mr. Norman. May we come in?
Oh, I brought your sergeant with you, eh? Oh, yes, come in. Well, didn't think I'd be seeing you again. You come to talk about old times. Oh, sit down. Molly, get the gentleman a drink.
This isn't a social call. I have a warrant for your arrest, Mr. Norman.
Dicky!
Oh, no, you know better than that, Inspector. That was 4 years ago. And 2 years since I was acquitted. Do I have to explain the law to you?
Richard Norman, I have here a warrant for your arrest for the willful murder of Emily Bowker. And I warn you that anything you say may be taken down and used in evidence.
Emily Bowker? Who's Emily Bowker?
A woman of the same type as Doreen Hoskins. A few years older, but then you're a few years older too, aren't you, Mr. Norman?
Emily Bowker? Hey, you interest me. Hey, go on, tell me more.
Emily Bowker was murdered last night in her flat at Pimlico.
And I did it, eh? You want me to confess?
If you wish.
Why not? Yeah, sure, I did it, Inspector. Now I'll have it all over again, eh? The big court, the lot. And then I'll deny the confession like last time. Make fools of you all.
Dicky, stop it.
Start it. I can hardly wait.
Yes, Norman, we'll get started. Only it won't be quite like last time. Oh, the murder was the same, exactly the same. Emily Bowker was killed in precisely the same manner as was Doreen Hoskins. Your trademark, as you might say.
Trademark, eh? You think you can prove it?
Yeah, I think we can. You see, this time you left something behind.
Left something? What do you mean?
Your wallet, Norman. Its contents contain complete identification.
No. No, I couldn't have. Not me. Only a fool to make that sort of mistake like that. No, not me.
But you are a fool, Norman. You got away with it once. I should have thought that it'd be enough for any man.
Now listen, you got
But you had to try it again, didn't you? You just couldn't see past your ego, could you?
The best laid plans so often go astray. And when they do, it's usually because of that strange factor, that fatal flaw we call the blind spot.
It's a crime, Mr. Collins.
It surely is. Rockabye Daddy in your old rocking chair. But keep your eyes open, there's a murderer there. That's an old traditional nursery rhyme I made up just this minute. And if it sounds plumb loco, it's at least consistent. For this is a story of murder that took place in a western town notable for its plumb loco-ness. Yes, it's Gail Collins here, and in a moment I'll be back to set the stage for our puzzling crime.
It's a crime, Mr. Collins. A town notable for, what was it you called it, Gail?
Plumb loco-ness, Jack. A disease common to small towns out in the wild, wild west that still think that what Hollywood can do, they can do better.
Really? Do such places really exist?
Yep, they sure do, partner. Now, let me tell you, Greg and I were on our way back from California, driving across the Navajo Desert. That's old Indian country, you know. And I figure they were glad to get rid of it. Well, after we had traveled for nearly 3 hours, we saw our first sign of civilization.
Do my eyes deceive me, darling? A sign. A sign.
Civilization. Oh, let's see what it says.
Dry Gulch. Smallest city in the West. And still by far the golden best.
Now, isn't that cute?
Pop, 100 living, 2,000 dead. I wonder when that census was taken.
A handful of old frame houses in the desert. Greg, it's a ghost town.
What ghost will live here? Come on, let's take a look around.
It's completely deserted. Not a sound.
Yeah, this kind of spooky. If there was just one live thing around, I wouldn't mind.
Welcome to Dry Gulch. Dry Gulch is 100 years old. And seeing you're our first visitors, we've got a little surprise for you.
Greg, they're
Andy. Let's see what happens.
And now, ma'am, and you, sir, if you'd come up to this platform with me.
What do we do, Greg?
Come on, I don't think they're going to lynch us.
Allow me to introduce myself. My name's Shorthorn, Jonathan Shorthorn, mayor of Drake City. And whom do I have the honor of addressing?
Well, I'm Greg Collins, and this is my wife.
Folks, I'd like you to meet our surprise stranger. And they seem a mighty nice young couple, Mr. and Mrs. Collins. Well, by now, these here visitors of ours are come near dying of curiosity. Yeah, that right, boy?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Well, I won't keep them in suspense any longer. 100 years ago today, a stranger came along here and on this spot found a nugget of gold. That stranger was my grandfather, Jonathan Shorthorn I. Thus, he became the founder and first settler of Dry Gulch. Well, it took 100 years to teach us that there ain't no more gold here.
You mean you're celebrating because there's no more gold?
We're celebrating because we know there's something just as good. Yep, the geologists say this territory is loaded with rich minerals. There's claxite, and it's our guess there's uranium, too. But now, Mr. and Mrs. Collins, we planned the ceremony as being sort of appropriate. As the first strangers into town, you are repeating an event which took place exactly 100 years ago. We ain't got no gold for you, but we do offer you the warmest welcome in the world. And now, Mr. Collins, I'm handing over my office, making you mayor of Dry Gulch City for the day. The town is yours, and we'd like you to be our guest. Quiet there, the no mayor.
Go on, Mayor. Make the speech.
Mayor Shorthorn, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Jonathan! It's Jonathan!
Jay, not now. Go on, Mr. Collins. Yeah, well, as I was saying...
Jonathan, I'm sorry, but
we had no idea...
What is it?
When we came into your town this morning...
What?
That,
Keep going, kid. Don't let them throw you.
Well,
you mean just now?
Well,
in the back, yeah.
Now, Mr. Collins, excuse me, but, folks, there's something dreadful has happened. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid this shows off temporarily. Jake here, the sheriff of our town, tells me that Bart Connors has had an accident.
Mention murder in front of my husband, and he makes like a gun dog on a duck shooting expedition, quivering nose and all. You'll get a better idea in a moment, so keep your ears pinned, friends. We'll be back in a moment with more of our story. Small it may be, but even its worst enemies wouldn't deny that Dry Gulch had quite an imagination. The surprise party anniversary idea might not stir much excitement at a meeting of the Junior Chamber of Commerce, but when it came to murder, the smallest city in the West really had a hit on its hands.
I might have known Bart Connors would spoil the party. Would any other self-respecting citizen get himself killed today?
Who was Bart Connors, Mr. Shorthorn?
Bart Connors was the owner of this here saloon, the wagon wheel saloon.
Hey, he's still there.
Well, that guy's sitting in the rocking chair. The murder doesn't seem to worry him much.
That's him.
Huh?
Oh.
You mean that...
Yep, that's Bart there. On the rocking chair.
He looks real peaceful, don't he, sitting in the sun? Looks dead to the world, don't he, eh?
And I'll be... Been stabbed in the back, right through the back of the chair.
Don't touch the body, anybody. Jake, I'm calling the state police. Do whatever you have to, then get the body off for the sidewalk.
Yeah, okay, Jonathan, okay.
And when you're through, come over to my place. You coming, Mr. Collins?
I'll catch up with you later.
I'll see you at my place. Jonathan will tell you where it is. If you care to stay the night, we'll be real delighted to have you both.
That body's been there for quite a few hours, Jake. How come it hasn't been seen?
Has been. As a matter of fact, I was talking to it myself about an hour ago.
I don't get it.
No, I guess you don't. And you ain't gonna. One thing, it ain't none of your business.
Okay, Dad. Come on, Gail.
Oh, wait, Greg. Jake, you are worried, aren't you? Can't we help you at all?
May as well admit. Yep, I'm worried.
Greg's a detective, a fully qualified, licensed detective.
Yeah, that's so, huh? Well, wouldn't help any if he was the FBI. Know who the killer was? Known all along.
Who?
Same man you'll be staying with tonight. Old Jonathan Shorthorn.
Oh, Greg, I can't bear being here in Miss Shorthorn's house. Knowing all the time that... Well...
Just a moment. Oh. Hello.
I'm Kitty Shorthorn. My father told me you were up here in the guest room.
Well, how do you do? I'm Greg Collins, and over there making the repairs is my wife, Gail.
Oh, hello, Kitty. As you can see, we're making ourselves at home.
Oh, please do. Oh, Mr. Collins, what's it all about?
Here, sit down on the bed.
What's it all about? Jake said Dad killed Connors, but he didn't. He didn't.
Of course he didn't, Kitty. We know that, too. But you must be brave.
Oh.
Gail. Now, Kitty, we're with you. We want to help you. Now, you'll have to tell us everything you know about this.
I only know what Jake told me.
Kitty, what did Jake tell you?
He told me that Bart Connors was lazing out in front of the saloon, same as he does every day. That was about 10 o'clock this morning. All the men, they sit out in front of the saloon and talk and sleep.
Now, go on.
Well, this morning they were walking over to sit down, and they saw Dad there, standing up abusing Bart Connors. Then when they got close, he hurried off past them. Jake said he looked real mad.
But, Greg, Jake told you all this.
I'd like the story over again. Kitty, do you mind? Honey, believe me, I'm trying to help. Did any of these men actually see your father do anything to Connors?
No. Jake said he just saw Dad standing there, and then he hurried off. And then the others, the three of them, Jake and Mr...
Yeah.
Well, they just sat down alongside Mr. Connors. He had his hat over his face like he always does. They thought he was asleep or not talking or something. But he must have been dead then. So they just sat down and they dozed in the sun, too.
How long were they there? Did Jake say?
About 2 hours, I suppose.
Kitty, did Jake tell you that it was your father's knife?
Yes, but he didn't do it. He didn't.
Oh, excuse me, folks, but, Kitty girl, have to ask you to pack your old man's grip.
What do you mean, Jake?
I'm sorry, girlie, but it's that interfering varmint that no good scoundrel makes. Reckons I'm taking advantage of my position as sheriff, and he insists that I arrest your father.
Jake, you wouldn't.
I ain't got no choice now, girlie. Now get his grip ready. I'm taking him down to the jailhouse now. And the charge is murder.
And that's how our first few hours in Dry Gulch ended, with Jake almost tearfully arresting Mayor Shorthorn for the murder of Bart Connors. There was little Jake could do about it. The charges were certainly explicit. First, Shorthorn's known attitude to the victim. He hated him. Check. Second, Shorthorn's location to the victim at the estimated time of death. Right alongside. Check. Third, Shorthorn's link with the murder weapon. Owner. Check. 3 checks. Bingo. The home side loses. And yours truly has a disconsolate orphan to be on her hands, little Kitty Shorthorn.
Kitty, how about this Mapes character, the one who insisted on Jake arresting your father? Where does he fit into the picture?
If Dad had any enemies, they were Bart Connors and the man you just mentioned, Grover Mapes.
Mapes was the guy who busted a boy to getting your father into jail. How about that, Hawkshaw? It bears considering.
Dad hated Connors. Connors was a crook. There were any number of things that Dad and Jake knew Connors was mixed up in, but nothing they could prove. He ran a card game at the back of the saloon. That was definitely crooked.
Well, that's interesting background, but it's also excellent material for a motive.
And Mapes?
Mapes is a very rich man, and he's always envied Dad's standing in the community. He owns a lot of cattle land east of here. He's an investor, too, but no one knows much about his business activities at all.
The mystery man.
Another thing, he and Bart Connors were very thick. In fact, Grover Mapes was about the only man in the community that Connors was friendly with.
Well, at least it's a link.
Dad and Jake were frightened that if Mapes won the next election, he'd make Connors sheriff.
You mean Mapes wants to run for mayor?
Yes, didn't you know? The election's tomorrow. Today's celebration was sort of a climax to his year in office. Would have been a great success, too. Dad was a certainty to have won the election tomorrow.
Well, there could be a reason why Mapes wanted to be mayor. Where does he live, Kitty?
He has an office in town. He sleeps in the back room. But right now he's probably celebrating Dad's arrest.
Fine. And this is the time to pay Mr. Mapes a visit. Let's case the back of this joint.
I've been known to play long shots before, but this is ridiculous.
Here's a window. Closed. Instruments readiness?
Yes, sir.
Nail file?
Nail file? Nail file. I felt sure it was in my bag. Ah, here it is. Nail file.
Shoe?
Oh, all right. Shoe.
Now, small tap here. And pressure here. And there. Voila. Now, up with the window. Ladies first.
Oh, let's not stand on ceremony. After you.
If you insist. Come on, in you come, girl.
Oh, there's his desk over there. Greg, what are we looking for? What do you hope to find?
If I find anything, I'll be amazed. Let's start with these papers. You take that pile, and I'll glance through these. These are all sharebrokers' reports. What have you got?
Oh, just some old maps and letters from the government lands office in Washington.
Well, let's see. Hey, I think we struck oil. Or better still, uranium. Here, hold the torch. What's this file? Map? Letters.
That's a map of government territory.
Yeah, look at this. A geologist's report on the area. And listen to this. The Geiger count of this area indicates an extremely high proportion of radioactive mineral. Uranium. Gail, that's the land in this area.
But look at this, Greg. Applications for government territory.
Where'd you get that?
The same file.
Gail, this is real evidence. This is the link we want.
What is it?
This is an application for government land made out by Bart Connors and made over to Grover Mapes.
But what's it mean? Is it proof that Mapes killed Connors?
Not in itself, but it's a link. And it could be a motive. We'll take these papers with us.
Let's have some light on what we're doing, Mr. Collins.
Mr. Mapes, I presume.
Correct.
Quick, Gail, the door!
No, you don't. I aim for your head, then, Collins. Take your hat off and see how much I missed by.
You missed. That's good enough for me. You all right, Gail?
Yes.
The two of you sit down on that couch. Now, don't try anything, or I'll shoot and kill you both. And the law will be right behind me. Now, that's the idea, Collins. What's the idea? Did you find any money?
We weren't after money, Mapes, and you know it.
You're right, Collins. You were after something to tie me in on Connor's murder. Something that would get that sanctimonious old fool Shorthorn off the hook, and me on it. That's what you were looking for, but you won't find it. You can't, because I had nothing to do with Connor's murder. Shorthorn killed him with that spring-loaded knife of his, and everyone knows it. In this state, killers get the chair. and Shorthorn's going to fry. Now get, you couple of cheap crooks. Get out of here and get out of town.
You know, this is definitely not our town.
Not one clue, nothing. I'm convinced that old Shorthorn is in the clear, and I'm just as sure that Mapes is guilty. But how? Why? Look, drive me over to the jail. I'll see if Jake will let me see Shorthorn.
What good will that do?
You never know. Anyway, I can't think of anything else. You can drive back to Kitty's and get some sleep. Well, this is a heck of a way to run a jail. Do you play poker with all your prisoners, Jake?
Come in, my boy, come in. It ain't much of a bunkhouse, but...
Jake, do you mind if I ask Mr. Shorthorn some questions?
No, go ahead. Waste of time, though.
Ask anything you like, my boy. I'm in the doggone hole, and I know it.
Did you know that Mapes is making application for government territory in this area?
No. Can't say that I do. Any application must go through me as mayor, and that's something I ain't aiming to do. There's every indication of uranium around this country, and Mapes is the last person I see get his big hands on it.
But tomorrow Mapes will be there. You're in jail. You can't run.
Jakes, I told you. I told you that critter was a crook. You see what happens? If he gets to be mayor, the whole town will be shot to pieces.
Now, Jonathan, don't get excited. We've got to prove your innocence and get you out of here. That's the first thing.
What's the use, son? I'm tied like a heifer. The evidence is too strong against me.
But it was your knife. You were seen arguing with him. Jake saw himself.
I admit it. It was my knife. I was talking to him, but that don't mean that he was arguing back.
What do you mean?
He just sat there, darn it. I said it before, and I say it now. He was a crook, and I hate crooks in my town. As soon as I saw him sitting there, I went over and told him to get out of town. Get out, you crook, I said. Get out of a decent town.
And he just sat there?
Yeah, that Connor sure used to make Jonathan mad.
He didn't say anything. And he could have been dead while you were talking to him.
Like he was when we sat alongside him, with his hat over his face.
Yes, of course. But that still doesn't explain the knife.
That knife? Never was any good. Used to cut up everything. Couldn't get a sheath to fit it, so I quit using it.
What did you do with it?
Tossed it on the table of the office. It was stolen about a month ago.
Look, I'm going over to the scene of the murder again. Maybe there's something we missed.
Go on home to sleep, son. Ain't nothing you can do.
Like the good wife I am, I went home to bed, and I must say that husband of mine has a smart as well as a good-looking head on his shoulders. So hold tight, folks. In just a moment, we'll bring you the climax of the case. At 10 the next morning, in the bar of the saloon, which was serving as the local public hall, the candidates for the mayoral office were making their last-minute speeches. At least one was. Poor old Jonathan Shorthorn was still in jail. The other, friend Mapes, had the race to himself, and was cantering home over the last furlong of his vindictive speech.
I, my friends, stand for clean, decent local government. A noble, upstanding...
Just a moment, Mapes.
What's going on here? Who I told you to get out of this town? What do you want?
Hang on there, Mapes. I'm coming up to the platform.
I'm warning you, Collins.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize if I may seem rude in interrupting your meeting, but yesterday, as part of your centennial celebrations, you made me mayor of Dry Gulch. Last night I checked with Mr. Jonathan Shorthorn, and he told me there was no phony title. Legally, I was made mayor of Dry Gulch for one day. This morning, as mayor, I exercised the right of my office. I made an order binding the territorial limits of this city over to the state. Now, wait a minute. I did it for a reason, and I think that Mapes here understands. From the time he takes office, he intends to apply and grant himself the Dry Gulch territory known to contain uranium.
Why?
And there would be nothing to stop it. And I use the past tense, because Mapes is never becoming mayor. Instead, he's going to the chair for the murder of Bart Connors. He's free. Get over it. He's free. Grab him, Jake. Don't let him go. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you listen to me, I'll prove it. Yesterday morning, after an argument in a wagon wheel saloon with Mapes, Connors went outside of one of those rockers on the sidewalk. Mapes, still incensed, followed him out. But Connors refused even to talk,
In his flat-hopping way, he merely covered his face with his Stetson and pretended to go to sleep. Now, about a month ago, Mapes stole Jonathan Shorthorn's knife from his office. He saw it on the table and he just took it. Now, as Mapes will tell you, that knife was a spring-loader. You know, trick knife. The blade packs back into the handle, and with a slight pressure on the hilt of the handle, springs out with tremendous force. Well, yesterday morning, Mapes saw his opportunity. While Connors rocked on, Mapes rested the loaded knife on the windowsill just behind Connors' back. He just left it there and walked away. Poor old Connors rocking away nice and peaceful, and then one rock too long. His shoulder touches the hilt of the knife and whoosh, Connors rocked himself to sleep for good. So did...
Husband? How did you know it was Mapes who stole the knife?
Well, that night I spoke to Jonathan in jail. He mentioned the knife in conversation. It wasn't until later, when I was inspecting Connor's rocking chair, that I realized that earlier Mapes had called it a spring-loaded knife, remember?
Yes, I remember.
All the years he had it, Shorthorn thought it was an ordinary knife. Everyone did. Everyone except Mapes. And then, when I realized the significance of it being a spring-loader, I went over the murder scene again, put two and two together, and Jack's your uncle.
And Greg's my husband. My very smart, clever husband. Aren't you, darling?
Hey, watch it. Eyes on the road.
Don't go away. In just a moment, we'll be back with you.
Well, folks, Gail and I hope you enjoyed our adventure, Rockabye Murder. Be sure to visit us next time for another Puzzle in Murder. For where there is crime and romance, there you'll find Mr.
And Mrs. Collins.
WOR Mutual is proud to present the distinguished American actor Walter Hamden in The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall.
Leonidas Witherall's always getting mixed up in murders.
You wouldn't think so to look at him. He looks exactly like Shakespeare.
It's his beard, and he's proprietor of an important school for boys in New England.
And he writes thriller stories, too, the Lieutenant Hazeltine stories.
And the incidents by which Leonidas manages to get mixed up in crime are strange and unexpected, aren't they, Mr. Hamden?
They certainly are. For instance, at this moment, it's the very pleasant twilight hour in Dalton, and Witherall is at home in his study, reading. Down in the hall, the living room, Mrs. Mullett, his good friend and the general housekeeper for the neighborhood, is hard at work when...
I'll answer it, Mr. Witherall.
All right, Mrs. Mullett.
Were you expecting any visitors?
No, not that I know of. Mrs. Mullett, what's happened? Where are you? Mrs. Mullett! Mrs. Mullett! Operator, I want police headquarters. Hurry. Hurry. Mrs. Mullett went to answer the door, Sergeant. And I was sitting in the study. I couldn't see into the foyer. Suddenly, I heard her scream, and when I ran out to look for her, she'd vanished.
Not a sign of her, eh, Bill?
No. From the way she screamed, I'd say something horrible had happened to her.
She didn't have any enemies, did she?
She was the friendliest, most harmless woman. Well, she worked for some of the best families in Dalton. That's why I can't understand this.
Well, I've put her on the missing persons list. I've done all the routine things. I can't do anything else.
But don't you see, she didn't just get up and walk off somewhere. She's been kidnapped.
But you say you didn't see anyone. No cars, no strangers, no evidence of any kind. I'd send out every squad car I'd got, but where'll I go?
Oh, you're quite right. I guess I'm not making much sense. All we can do is wait.
Yep, that's it. All we can do is wait.
Miss Fidget?
Yes?
This is Leonidas Witherall.
Oh, sure, Bill Shakespeare. How's the beard?
Is Mrs. Mullett at your house?
Well, no. Why?
She disappeared a few hours ago. I've been calling various people in Dalton, hoping they might have seen her.
Well, no, I haven't seen her.
Oh. Sergeant McCobble?
Yes, Bill.
No word yet?
No word yet, Bill.
Oh, I'm going to bed, Sergeant. I'm exhausted. But call me the second she turns up, no matter what time it is.
You bet, Bill.
Yes?
Good morning. This is Leonidas.
Oh, hello, Mr. Witherall. No, she's not home yet.
I see. All right. Thank you. Coming. 1 second. Mrs. Mullett. Thank heavens. Are you all right?
Well, I can still stand up.
What's happened to you? I've been frantic. Why, it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. You've been gone almost 24 hours.
Mr. Witherall, I was kidnapped.
Oh, I thought so. Oh, here, sit down. Would you like some water? You look peaked.
Oh, my face is dirty, isn't it? And my hat's not on straight.
Yes. But go on. Now, tell me the story.
Well, remember when I went to answer the door?
Yes?
Well, I opened the door and I didn't see anyone. So I stuck my head out and presto, someone took hold of my arms and put a blindfold over my eyes.
Did you recognize anyone?
No, it was dark, and it all happened so fast. I'd know their voices, though.
Where did they take you?
Well, I don't know exactly. They made me walk down the street, and we got into a car. Then we went for a ride. Not long, about 10 or 15 minutes, I'd say.
What did they talk about in the car?
Nothing. Not till we got there.
Where?
Some house. I think they took me into the cellar, because from the street we walked down, not upstairs.
Then what happened?
They took my keys. I've got the keys to everybody's house I take care of. Why, I've more than a dozen of them. Well, they never took the blindfold off. They just took the keys. Then they started to talk about Mr. Twink.
Mr. Twink?
Yes, I take care of his house. It's on Blackstone Road.
Oh.
Mr. Twink's on vacation. He went to Canada last week, and he left the key to his place with me.
Yes, evidently they wanted to get into Mr. Twink's home. Do you know why?
Well, sure I do. He not only left the key to his front door, he left the key to his safe. Besides, he told me the combination of the little door inside.
Why did he do that?
Well, Mr. Twink has a lot of confidence in me.
Oh, justifiably, yes.
You see, he has a lot of silverware in the safe, and he wanted me to clean them. Then there's some bonds. I had a bit of business to tend to for him.
Of course, your executive ability would help there.
Yes, I had to clip some coupons for him.
It's obvious those men were after all those valuables in the safe.
Oh, they were after the safe, all right. After they had the keys, they asked me to tell them Mr. Twink's combination, but I wouldn't. They tried just about everything they could think of.
But they didn't hurt you, I hope.
Well, they were going to. First, they offered me some money.
Which you spurned.
I wouldn't touch it.
No.
Then they argued with me and argued.
But you were firm.
Like a rock.
Excellent.
Then they went away somewhere, but they came back a few hours later. Fact is, they went away several times. And every time they came back, they asked me about that combination again.
Did they treat you very roughly?
Well, not like in one of those Hazeltine stories you write, but they wouldn't give me anything to eat. And when I got sleepy, they kept waking me up. Oh. And they were all set to really hurt me. But I got out.
You escaped? Ingenious.
Mm-hmm. That part was just like in one of your stories. I was tied to the chair, you see. And after a while, it got very quiet. I'm sure they'd gone off somewhere. So I did what Hazeltine always does. I wiggled and squirmed. And finally, I got one hand loose. Then I untied the other knots and got the blindfold off.
What'd you see?
Nothing. It was pitch black. So I just sneaked up to where I saw some lights coming through a door. And when I got to it, I just ran for all I was worth. I didn't look back for a second. I just ran and ran.
Did you come out of the cellar?
Yes.
Well, did you notice where you were?
Well, I was so tired and dizzy, I just ran around for a while without knowing where I was. I was too frightened to think. And then I fell down.
Oh, my.
Oh, I must have stayed there by the side of the road for a long, long time. When I came to, it was light, so I hurried over here. The road where I fell down was near the highway.
Highway G8, going toward Carnarvon?
Well, I think so. I've never been out that way before.
G8 toward Carnarvon.
Yes, that's it. That's where we'll start.
Start?
Well, aren't we going back there to capture that gang just like Hazeltine would?
We're certainly not. You and I alone?
Hazeltine captures a gang alone.
Mrs. Mullett, the lieutenant is a fictional character, a product of my imagination.
But Mr. Witherall...
Practically speaking, the possibility of you and me capturing that gang, as you put it, is absurd. Besides, if they're really an organized gang, the chances are very good we'd never live through such an escapade.
Well, if you think I'm going to let those rascals go scot-free after kidnapping me, you're all wrong, Mr. Witherall. I'm going to teach them a lesson if I have to do it myself.
Mrs. Mullett, your intentions, however firm, wouldn't be very convincing in the face of a machine gun.
Well, machine gun or not, I'm going to find out who grabbed me. You come along. You're very smart about these things.
I don't think it'd be a battle of wits. It might be confined to gunplay.
Well, you can stay if you want to. Of course, Hazeltine never just sits there.
Mrs. Mullett, why not let the police handle it? I'll call Sergeant McCobble.
Yes.
This is definitely a problem for the sergeant.
Police headquarters, Sergeant McCobble.
This is Leonidas Witherall, Sergeant. Mrs. Mullett's just come back.
Swell, Bill. I'm glad to hear it. Say, where was she?
She was kidnapped.
She was? Well, who did it?
We don't know. Of course, she has some clues.
Yeah? Well, anything definite?
Well, not too definite, no.
Oh. Well, look, Bill, I was just leaving. There's been a big robbery. You keep Mrs. Mullett at your place, and I'll drop by as soon as I finish this job. How's that?
But, Sergeant...
Sorry, Bill. Can't spare time to talk about it now. See you later.
But I
Bye.
thought... hello. Hello. Oh, he hung up.
Well, the police coming?
Not just yet. Soon.
Soon? You think I'm going to sit here and give those crooks a chance to get away? I'm going right now.
No, wait. You can't go after those men alone.
Well, you can come or not, but here I go.
All right. My car's outside. I'll go along. At least I may be able to keep you from getting yourself killed. Come along. I imagine the only way to locate this house is for you to recall every sound you heard, every small detail you can remember about that automobile ride.
Well, now, let's see. First thing was the bakery.
Bakery?
Yes, we've been riding along about a minute when I smelled the bakery. Can't mistake it, you know.
Get right in. That's it. Your acquaintance with the shops in town should help. Whose bakery is about a minute's drive?
Well, let me think. Oh, Dougal's. The only one that's anywhere near your house.
Then we'll head for Dougal's. What did you notice after that?
Well, there was the bakery, then the tracks. I felt the car going over tracks.
Railroad tracks. We'll drive to Dougal's and then see which way we have to go to cross the tracks.
Fine. Now we're accomplishing something. We'll catch those crooks, Mr. Witherall. Step on it. There's the bakery.
The tracks are off the left, up this street. So we'll turn left.
There are the tracks right up ahead there.
Yes. Look at that car coming toward us.
The big black one?
Seems the driver's crazy. The way he's swerving from side to side.
Maybe it's those gangsters. They didn't want to kill us.
Let go the wheel. Let go the wheel. Phew. You all right, Mrs. Mullett? They came within 2 inches of turning us over.
Yes, I was so scared there for a minute. Do you think it was the gangsters?
It's very possible. They may have followed you. They may know we're heading for their hangout.
I'm not turning back, either.
You're not? That car wasn't a sufficiently dramatic example of what may happen?
We're going right straight ahead. Now, let me think. After the track, there was the water. I heard water.
Much water? A brook?
No, it was louder than that. Sort of a waterfall.
How much time elapsed between the tracks and the water?
Well, I don't know. I'd say another few minutes.
Well, there's a crossroads up ahead. I wonder which road leads to a waterfall. I don't know of any waterfall in this section. I'll try going right. Sure you heard that?
Positive. Could you go any faster?
Mrs. Mullett, if I'm going to get into a wild gun battle, I'd like to appreciate the beauties of the countryside before I expire.
But they'll get away, Mr. Witherall. They'll be gone before we get there.
Well, I admit I find myself harboring a wish that will prove to be true. I can't remember looking forward to an appointment with less anticipation.
Oh, go on, Mr. Witherall. We'll nab 'em just like in the Hazeltine stories. Hazeltine to the rescue!
Oh, shades of Shakespeare.
Say, Mr. Witherall, you were lucky turning to the right.
Lucky?
Well, sure. There's the little waterfall.
Yes.
After the water, we went to the house. Oh, while I was in the cellar, I heard waxing machines.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'd know that sound anywhere. They were doing the floors above us. Lots of hustle-bustle going on.
Well, at least after I get shot, I have a beautifully waxed floor to collapse on.
I wonder where that house is.
Well, it must be the one up ahead. There aren't any others around. Well, it couldn't be that house, though. I'm sure it belongs to Mr. Beagle. I heard he'd taken a house out here, a big estate.
Mr. Beagle? Why, I know him. He couldn't have done it.
No, he's one of the most active citizens in Dalton. Charitable, public-spirited.
I know, but I'd still say that's the house that took me to.
It's not possible.
Well, drive a bit closer anyway.
All right. In fact, we can stop here if you wish. Exquisite home, isn't there?
Exquisite or not, that's the place. The gang's in there. Now we'll rush over and grab them.
The architect... We'll what?
Grab them!
Oh, don't be so enthusiastic. It's unhealthy. Let's walk over.
Well, say, look at the lights. There's a party going on in there.
There certainly is. A party. Strange. If this is the house.
Well, there's not another one around. We followed the sounds in order.
But why would a party be going on? You know, Mrs. Mullett, this is beginning to intrigue me. You heard them waxing floors. Now there's a party. That makes sense.
Of course.
I'm going in. Suppose you walk down the road to the nearest gasoline station and call Sergeant Rockabye. Tell him to come over, just in case you're right.
But it's Mr. Beagle's house. You just gone storming into the party?
Not storming, gently breezing in.
But didn't you say if the gangsters are there, you'd be shot?
I want to know who kidnapped you, Mrs. Mullett. I also want to know why a party should be going on in this house. If this is where you were, yes, I'm going to take the chance. And if I get shot, well, the gentleman I'm supposed to resemble has written, there's a destiny that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will.
Now you're talking like Hazeltine.
Ah, thank you, Mrs. Mullett. Now, let's see. Mr. Beagle came to Dalton about a year ago. Wealthy, intelligent, well-liked. It's very puzzling.
Be careful.
Oh, I shall. And you be quick. I may need the sergeant badly.
All right. Bye, Mr. Witherall. Good luck.
Bye.
Yes?
Mr. Beagle?
That's me.
I'm Leonidas Witherall.
Oh, yes. The man who looks like Shakespeare.
Well, I hope I'm on time for all the festivities.
What? What'd you say?
I said I hope I'm not late.
Oh, no, you're not late, no, but,
there's Cornelia Winterbloom. Hello. And Susan Dorr.
Mr. Witherall, look at that.
I didn't know we had so many mutual friends, Mr. Beagle.
Oh, didn't you? Makes it very cozy, doesn't it?
Yes, very.
Did you want something? You seem to be looking around.
Thank you. I was just admiring the decor. Splendid. I'd like to see the upstairs section, too, sometime.
You're the curious type, aren't you?
Oh, no, I'm merely interested in decoration, furniture.
Witherall, I didn't invite you.
You didn't? Well, someone did telephone me.
Nobody telephoned you.
Oh, well, perhaps it was a card. Yes, Mrs. Mullett, my housekeeper, brought the card to me with the morning mail. You know Mrs. Mullett?
Yes, I do.
Well, she works for quite a lot of people in town. Works for me and Mr. Twink. Oh, do you know Mr. Twink?
Did you say you wanted to see the rest of the house?
Oh, I don't want to disturb you now with this party going on.
Well, I'll have my friend show you the place. You can start downstairs, in the cellar.
In the cellar?
Yes. You'll be very interested in what I have in the cellar. Louis, Ducky,
What's the matter, boss? What do you want?
I want you to show the house to Mr. Witherall. Take him down in the cellar first.
I got you. Come on, pal. We're going on a sightseeing tour.
Thank you, but perhaps later, eh?
Why don't you play something hot? Let's dance. Oh, yes.
You fellas show Witherall the cellar now. Come on, Maestro. Play something hot, will you?
And make it good and loud, huh, boys?
Sure, that's a great idea.
Okay, let's go, Witherall. Witherall, I said let's go downstairs.
Oh, yes, but later. Oh, Cornelia.
Yes, Leonidas.
Cornelia, may I have this dance?
Oh, why, certainly. But it's hot swing. I've never seen you jitterbug, Leonidas.
I never have, but I'm going to do it now. Excuse me, gentlemen. Come on, Cornelia. As the boys at Meredith say, what is that phrase? Manufacture a rug? Oh, yes, let's cut a rug.
Leonidas. Oh, Leonidas, where in the world are you dancing to? Well, we're going off the floor.
It's rather crowded here. I thought there'd be more room by that window. It leads to the terrace, I think.
Well, all right. Say, you're doing very well. I never thought Shakespeare could dance this way.
Oh, yes. If we can, just dance toward that French window, I can get out by the terrace.
Get out? What are you talking
May
about?
I cut in, Mrs. Winterbloom?
Oh, why, yes, of course. Do you mind, Leonidas?
Oh, I was enjoying this, so I hate to leave you.
Come with me, Witherall.
Let's go, Mrs. Winterbloom.
Oh, bye, Leonidas.
I'm waiting.
Yes, Louis. Sorry to keep you. You know, I've suddenly lost all interest in going into the cellar.
You're going there anyway. And don't try anything, Toots.
Toots, you embarrass me.
Don't go tossing off a couple of hints about what's cooking here. Because what's in my pocket ain't no water pistol.
Cooking? Pistol?
Leonidas Witherall, my goodness, you rascal. Why didn't you come over and speak to me?
Well, I've been busy, Toots.
Oh, what?
Susan.
Well, just you come over here to this sofa and sit down and chat with me. Will you pardon us?
Huh?
Pardon us. Come on, Leonidas.
Oh, I'm delighted, Mrs. Trap.
Well, how have you been? I haven't seen you in weeks. Mixed up in any murders lately?
I'm mixed up in one right now. Hopelessly mixed up.
Oh, really? Young man, Louis.
Yeah?
Would you do me a favor and get me some more punch, please?
Me? Okay. Give me the glass, Duchess.
Gimme? Duchess?
Yes. Curious guess, isn't he? Now, Leonidas, tell me all about it. Who's been killed?
No one yet.
No?
But they will be at any moment.
Well, why don't you stop it?
I'm afraid I can't.
Oh, Leonidas, you wouldn't be pulling my leg, would you?
Oh, no. On the contrary, I'm talking shoulder to shoulder.
Oh.
Legs, shoulders. If this keeps up, we'll need some ration points.
How droll of you. Well, who's going to be killed?
I am.
Oh, now I know you're just teasing me.
No, Susan, I'm going to be shot within a few seconds.
You know, that's what I like about you, Leonidas. You've such an extraordinary sense of humor.
Huh?
Yes. Well, who's going to shoot you? Cornelia? Me?
One of Mr. Beagle's friends.
Oh.
Susie, I've got to get out of here. Would you walk toward the front door with me?
Of course. I adore these games. We played murder at a party last week, but we didn't act it out this way. It was a quiz game called Stump It or Lump It.
Yes, the quiz I'm in now might be called Answer It or Drop Dead.
Really? Is Louis in it?
Yes, very much so.
Oh, you know Beagle does get the most exciting ideas for his parties. Well, come on. I'll sneak toward the front door, eh?
Yes, do it very casually, though. Come on.
Uh-huh.
Walk slowly.
Yes.
That's it. They haven't seen me.
I see. You'll sneak out, and then we'll all look for you. Is that it?
I'm going to back up against this door and grab the knob. Smile, Susan. Smile at everyone.
I am. Oh, I am. Isn't this more fun?
I've got the knob in my hand. Now I'll turn it. Easy. Talk.
Yeah?
Talk about something, or anything at all.
Oh, I see. To distract them, huh? Well, you know, I saw the most darling hat yesterday, Leonidas. I was in New York.
The knob's turned.
I just couldn't resist it. It was...
I'm all set now.
You know, it was one of those little stores on
Ready?
Broadway.
Going somewhere, Witherall?
Oh.
Jackie, confound it.
Don't leave now. The party's just getting warmed up.
It's at a fever heat, if you ask me.
Stick around. There's going to be plenty of fireworks.
Well, that's what I'm afraid of.
Well, Leonidas, he saw you. So I guess the game's spoiled. Call me when you want to start a new one, will you? How about musical chairs?
Now, you fooled around enough, Witherall. Now you're going downstairs.
You'll have to make me. I'm not going into the cellar.
Come on, Jackie. Beagle's getting impatient. The door to the cellar's over there, Witherall.
I'll not budge one step.
Oh, you won't, huh? You want to play rough? Okay, Bud, you asked for it.
All right, turn the lights on, boys. Stay where you are. Oh, yeah, don't try anything either. Well, where's Bill Shakespeare? Anybody see Leonidas Witherall?
Don't you see him, Sergeant? There were shots.
I heard the shots, Mrs. Mullett. But I don't see him anywhere, do you?
Why, Leonidas was here just a minute ago.
Oh, well, he might be upstairs. See that stairway? All right, come on.
Goodness. He wasn't playing a game after all.
We'll go upstairs and... Say, wait. Well, if it isn't Louie and Jackie. How are you, boys? You fellas haven't been in town bothering me for a long time. They're probably in this Briscom. Okay.
We didn't do nothing.
Leave me alone. All right, shut up, you two, before I hands you your heads. What'd you do with Bill Shakespeare?
He beat it when the lights went out.
Who turned him out?
I did. We were playing a little game. So what?
Oh, a little game, eh? Carrying those guns? Hold on, boys. Let's go, Mrs. Mullett. We're going upstairs.
Sergeant, they're in this, all right. I recognize their voices. Why, they're the two fellas that took me into the car.
Well, the boys will watch them till we get back. Then we'll have a nice, long talk. Come on up.
Yes.
Bill? Hey, Bill. Where are you?
Oh, I just...
You all right?
I hope nothing's happened to him.
Wait, I'll try this door. Nope, nothing doing. I'll be down the hallway here. He might be down there.
Oh, hurry, Sergeant. They may have shot him.
I don't see Beagle anywhere either. I bet he's with Bill. Wait, I'll try this room.
Ah, Sergeant McCullough and Mrs. Mullett. Won't you come in?
You all right, Mr. Witherall?
Oh, a bit winded, that's about all.
Say, Bill, didn't you hear us calling?
Why, only just now, you see, the door was closed, and Mr. Beagle and I were having a very spirited and noisy conversation. Have your friends seen Louie and Jackie?
We got 'em, Bill. But now tell me, what happened?
Why, there's Mr. Twink's silverware.
Yes, the entire contents of Mr. Twink's safe is there on Mr. Beagle's bed, I believe.
Well...
do you care to explain, Mr. Beagle?
I'm not saying a word. I'm explaining nothing. I don't have to talk here.
I put out the lights, Sergeant, when Louie and Jackie were about to exterminate me.
Mm-hmm.
In the dark, I ducked and ran upstairs. I was sure Mr. Beagle would be planning to leave with his loot.
Why, that's the stuff I've been looking for all day. This is the robbery I was working on before.
Really?
Yeah.
Mr. Beagle wasn't quite the outstanding citizen we thought. After he took the keys from Mrs. Mullett, he gave them to Louie and Jackie. They robbed the safe, while Mr. Beagle was purposely giving a party for some of the best-known people in Dalton, as a perfect excuse for his whereabouts during the robbery. Then Louie and Jackie came back to divide the loot, but unfortunately, I suddenly appeared as an uninvited guest.
Oh, so they tried to get rid of you first, eh? I get it. Come on, Beagle, come on.
Relax, will you? Who do you think you're pushing around?
Now, Mr. Beagle, if you will be so good as to return Mrs. Mullett her keys.
Well, Mr. Witherall, guess we did as well as Hazeltine anyway, didn't we?
Oh, we did just as well, Mrs. Mullett.
Say, what were you doing all the time I was fetching the sergeant?
Dancing to hot swing.
To hot swing?
Yes, that's mood music for a nervous breakdown.
Oh. Well, as Mr. Mullett used to say when he was alive, give me a nice old-fashioned waltz every time.
Yes, I agree. Let's go, Mrs. Mullett.
Wait a minute, Bill. Where are you going? She's a witness.
Oh, couldn't you spare the witness for just a few minutes, Sergeant?
Spare her? What for?
For a nice old-fashioned waltz. Shall we, Mrs. Mullett?
Why, Mr. Witherall.
WOR Mutual has presented the distinguished American actor Walter Hamden in The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall. Mrs. Mullett is played by Ethel Ramey. The character of Leonidas Witherall is from the mystery novels by Alice Tilton. The radio script is by Howard Merrill, and this program was produced by Joe Ripley. Next week's story involves an attempt by Leonidas to enjoy a vacation, doesn't it, Mr. Hamden?
It does, and a very peculiar vacation it is, too. Leonidas goes to the mountains for a few peaceful days of rest and relaxation. But he hasn't been resting more than about 60 seconds when he runs into a fire, a mysterious diamond, and, of course, a murder. I hope you'll be with us next Sunday for a very exciting and fascinating story. Good night.
If you live in or near New York, or if you plan to visit New York soon, we invite you to attend a broadcast of Leonidas Witherall. Just write a postcard with your name and address and send it to Bill Shakespeare. That's what Leonidas' friends call him. Bill Shakespeare, care of WOR, New York 18. We'll be glad to send tickets free of charge. Remember, to receive free tickets to a Leonidas Witherall program, send a note tonight to Bill Shakespeare, WOR, New York 18. The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall is heard over most of these Mutual stations every Sunday evening at 9 p.m. Eastern Wartime and comes to you from the stage of the WOR Mutual Playhouse in New York. This is Mutual.
Dick Powell played Richard Neiman, private detective, from 1949 to 1953. A very popular show, Diamond being a somewhat lighthearted and humorous version of the harder-boiled private eyes of other shows. Of course, he also usually sang a number at the end of each show, with OTR fans either loving or hating that segment. For copyright reasons, I've cut the musical number, so apologies to those of you who love them, and you're welcome to those of you who don't. In The House of Mystery case, Mrs. Julia Bates, a recent widow, asks Powell to stay at her house for the night, as she claims she's being haunted by the ghost of her recently deceased husband, who was a strange mystic. His will stipulates that she must live in the house for 3 months following his death, and she isn't sure she will survive that long. A great mix of mystery and comedy. It aired December 19th, 1949. Next, Pat Novak for Hire, which was and remains to this day one of the great old-time radio detective shows. Jack Webb was the quintessential hard-boiled detective for most of the show's run, from 46 to 47 and again in 49. In between, Ben Morris played the title role. It's set on the San Francisco waterfront. Novak isn't a detective by trade, but he owns a boat shop on the pier, and he rents out his own services for unusual or risky jobs. It almost always results with Pat in hot water, and with murder and dead bodies all over the place. In Death in Herald Square, which aired November 30th, 1947, Pat is asked to apartment sit for one night. Pat doesn't believe in easy jobs, and this one proves to be far more than it appears when 2 men with guns break into the apartment while he's watching it. Then we have Sounds of Darkness, that super popular South African Springbok radio show about a blind detective, Agent Lee Masters, played by Tony J., who works for the FBI and is assisted by Agent Johnny Bridges to be his eyes, similar to Archie Goodwin and Nero Wolfe. It ran from 1967 to 1974. The stories were all extremely fast-paced, cleverly written, and doused in noir, hard-boiled style like their earlier American predecessors. In The Neiman Principle, Professor Neiman, a teacher from the University of Pennsylvania, has been guarded 24/7 by the FBI due to his work in biodynamics. A murder and student unrest at the university brings Masters into the picture, who investigates a possible communist cell at the university. Next is that great classic detective show, The New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Basil Rathbone as Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. From 1939 to 1947, the show aired on Mondays at 8:30 p.m. for 220 episodes, with Rathbone as Holmes for most of those. Tom Conway took over the role after Rathbone's departure for the last 39 episodes. The Indiscretion of Mr. Edwards aired February 24th, 1946. Next is The Adventures of Ellery Queen, which aired from 1939 all the way to 1948 on various networks and starred Hugh Marlowe as Queen, Santos Ortega as his father, and Marianne Shockley as Nicky Porter. The format of the show was a little different. It was a mystery dramatization, but it was interrupted by a panel of celebrities who would try to solve the mystery, usually incorrectly. Ellery would then reveal the correct solution. It won an Edgar Award for Best Radio Drama in 1941. Now, in The Woman from Nowhere, which aired October 1st, 1939, Ellery, his father, and Marion are out driving in the country. They find a scarecrow in a field that's actually a bloody body tied to a pole. Thus begins their investigation into the man's murder. And then last, on tonight's detective mystery collection, is Crime in Peter Chambers, which only ran for 5 months in 1954. Dane Clark played the title role, created by Henry Kane, who also wrote and produced the show. Chambers was the main character in Kane's series of novels from 1947 all the way to 1972. In Bruce Burke Murder Frame-Up, a man, Burke, sends the beautiful Elsa Corey to kill Peter Chambers. Then Bruce turns up dead, and so does Elsa, and Peter finds himself a suspect, with his only alibi murdered too. A great story that finds the detective on the defensive for once. It aired April 6, 1954. Enjoy the rest of these shows, and if you do, please hit the like button and leave a comment. And if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe so you're notified when new videos come out, which is usually 2 to 3 times a week. I'm Greg. I'll see you on the next one.
Here is Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Are you Mr. Diamond?
Creditor or client?
I'm a client.
I'm a Diamond.
I'm glad.
It's a little informal, but hello, glad. Call me Rick.
Oh, no. My name is Julia Bates.
Mrs.?
Yes, but you don't have to call me Mrs. Bates. I'm a widow, you see. Oh. In fact, it may help our relationship if you call me Julia.
Oh, well, here we go again. All right, Julia, you can call me Rick. The fee's $100 a day in expenses.
I want you to stay at my house tonight.
I said $100 a day in expenses.
Oh, the fee is all right, Mr. Rick. Money means nothing.
Yeah, well, you think your way and I'll think mine.
I'll make out a check right now.
No hurry. Anytime in the next 10 seconds.
Oh, there.
Thanks. Now, about this assignment.
Well, it may sound silly, but I'm afraid of the house I live in.
Oh, dandy.
I said it might sound silly,
Mm-hmm.
but it's deadly serious, I assure you.
No, I'm sure it is.
You see, my husband, Warner Bates, died 3 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
He was a very strange man and believed devoutly in many forms of mysticism.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he built this house as a monument to his beliefs and filled it with secret passages and rooms and steps that lead nowhere.
Why not move out?
Well, I'll be perfectly honest. It's because of the money.
Oh.
In his will, Warner stipulated I was to live in the house for a period of 3 months following his death. 3 months is up tomorrow. And it doesn't help that Warner is buried in the basement vault.
What's he doing? Watching Benny's money?
Well, he had a crypt built in the cellar, and a key, the only key to it, was placed in his coffin.
What's supposed to happen tonight?
Well, let me tell you the whole story. A month ago, I began to hear the strangest things in the house at night, and I found food half-eaten on the kitchen table.
Ever try setting traps?
Well, the worst shock came when I went to the cellar a few days ago. I found footprints in the dust, naked footprints, leading to and from the crypt.
Maybe he had to take a shower.
Oh, please let me finish. On his deathbed, Warner swore he'd visit me at the end of the 3rd month, and if he could, take me with him back to the spirit world.
Oh, and tonight is the night.
Yes. Oh, at first, I didn't think it would get me, but... Oh, I'm scared, really scared.
Yeah, well, now look, baby, let's get off this mystic kick. Who inherits if you don't live up to your requirements?
Well, that's just it. No one. That is, no person. The money goes to charities and schools.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Anderson, the executor of the estate, says the will is foolproof, legal, and binding. Either I live in the house until noon tomorrow or forfeit the inheritance.
So what you wanted me to do is hang around tonight and see that hubby doesn't go death walking.
Yes, that's right. You don't have to be there till dark, but, don't be any later than that. Say 6 o'clock?
Excuse me. Diamond Detective Agency, freewheeling corpses. Ask the man who kills one.
Rick, when are you going to stop those awful slogans?
Oh, hello, Helen, baby. Gotta call you back. Got a client.
Oh, all right. Is she pretty?
I don't know. I'm parked behind a curve.
What?
Forget it. I'll call you back. Bye. Now, Julia, you better go on home. Where's your broom?
Broom? Do you think I look like a witch?
You don't look like one. More like the good fairy after she'd heard about men. Now, you fly on home, sweetheart, and I'll see you at 6.
Don't be late.
I'll be there with bones on. I tried to uncurl my toes and get my mind on business. Thinking of my spook client didn't seem to help, but it was, business. It was getting pretty late in the afternoon, so I put the office to bed for the night, picked up a bite to eat, and went over to the 5th Precinct to keep a coffee date with Lieutenant Levinson. When I walked into the squad room, I spotted Sergeant Otis with his nose in a book. Oh, hello, Otis. What's with the book? Don't tell me you're learning to read.
Hello, Shamus. How's tricks?
The book, Sergeant. What's the book?
What book? Lieutenant's inside. He said for you to go right in when you came.
Otis, tell Uncle Richard about the book.
Oh, it's just a book. Here, I was trying to improve myself.
Well, don't feel ashamed, Otis. You've got reason to do that.
Yeah, very funny.
Let's see. The art of graceful dancing. Otis.
Well, what's wrong with me dancing, Shamus? I don't want to be no social outcast.
Dancing? Well, maybe. But graceful? Otis, you couldn't be graceful even if your feet did match. Tell you what, though, I'll give you a hand. Now, just open your arms and pretend you have a dame. Go on, I'll start you on a waltz.
Well, okay.
Da-da-dee-dee-dum, tweet-tweet, tweet-tweet, da-da. Oh, no, Otis. You look like an elephant with sprained ankles. Now try again and close your eyes. Ya-da-dum-dee-dee-dee-dee.
Otis, where's the button? Otis, put me down. What? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I thought you was a dame.
You what?
Oh. I mean, I had my eyes closed. I was dancing. Oh, Lieutenant, the shamus talked me into it.
Rick, would you mind telling me what you were doing?
Saving Arthur Murray ulcers.
Yeah, well, come on in and get some coffee. And Otis.
Yeah?
Shut up. Shall I pour?
Please do. You know how I like mine, Walt.
No cream, 12 lumps.
Better change that.
I would think so. Okay, how many?
Make it 14. Your coffee's stronger than mine.
It's not so strong, Rick. Here.
Thanks. You better wipe that spot off the desk. The varnish is beginning to smoke.
Your jokes aren't any better. You want to stick around for the Hart game tonight?
I can't, Walt. I've got a client with a house full of spirits.
What?
The dead kind.
With you on the job, there'll be corpses jumping out of every window.
Yeah. Well, if they start, I'll give you a call.
I know. Why don't you give up being a detective, Rick? Play postman or something.
Walt, you just don't seem to appreciate my favors. I'm getting late. It's nearly 6.
It's a peaceful night, Rick. See if you can't keep it that way.
Oh, sure, Walt, sure. This is one night you can take it easy. Give me 2 more lumps, please. Leaving Walt and heading to the Bates house, I was feeling as happy as a bird in a hat full of worms. I had $100 to stall off the landlord, a lovely red-headed girlfriend with curves, and a spook client with trouble. Everything great. Then the storm began to blow up. It had started to rain when I saw the Bates house on Temple Street. A big, ugly house straight out of a horror story, with gables and shuttered windows. And as if that wasn't enough, I was met at the door by a butler who was a tiny thing, about 7 feet tall and 300 pounds, with a face like the devil with a hangover.
Come in.
Yeah, I wanted to see
Mrs. Bates, of course. You are Mr. Diamond.
She left word with you?
I need no word. I am the 7th son.
Of a what?
The 7th son.
Of a... Oh, no, this could go on forever. Okay, lead on.
The name is Kane.
Yeah? How's your brother?
What?
Forget it. Where's your, Mrs. Bates?
In the drawing room. This way, sir.
Cozy little mausoleum. What time do the ghosts come out?
Usually right after the vampires, sir.
Oh, dandy. I hope they have an early show.
Oh, it will be soon enough, sir. The dead are restless tonight.
Maybe if I rocked them to sleep. Got a rock?
Mrs. Bates. Mr. Diamond.
Oh, thank you, Kane. Hello, Rick. How do you like my house?
Oh, it's lovely. What do you use for doorknobs? Heads? And what's with the big zombie? You didn't mention him.
Kane? Oh, he's a fixture around here, but I get frightened more when he's around than when he's gone.
Oh, well, now you take it easy, baby. Come on over and sit down and let me chase those fears away.
Oh, that is an idea.
Name me a better.
Can I fix you a drink?
Oh, I think I'll take a glass
of milk, sir. Here you are.
Oh, now, hey, look, Crusher, put a bell around your neck or something. One more surprise like that, and you'll be best man at a funeral.
My apologies. Your milk, sir.
Yeah, thanks, sir. Come on, Julia. Let's get back to where we were. And you, Kane, you... Hey, where'd he go?
Rick, there it is.
Huh? Yeah.
That's the way it starts. Listen. It's the stairs to the cellar. Someone's climbing them.
What? Oh, it's probably Kane.
You wanted me, sir?
Kane? Then who... You wait in here, Julia. I'll go out and get our nosy friend.
The cellar door is at the end of the hall.
I left Julia looking as nervous as a one-legged man walking a tightrope and took off down the long hall. There was only one door, the one to the cellar, so I opened it and flipped on the switch. I was moving my ankles down the creaking steps when I heard trouble. What the devil? Julia! Julia! Are you hurt? What is it?
Rick, over there in the closet. A dead man.
Oh, no. There's no dead man in here.
Not there. But I saw him, Rick. I swear there was a man in there. He was all bloody, and there was a big knife in his chest.
Oh, but you must have been mistaken.
About a corpse? Rick, he was there.
I don't see it. Oh, wait a minute. Here on the floor, bloodstains.
You see, there was a man in there.
This is blood, all right. But where'd the body go? He couldn't have been moved that fast. Unless... Where's Kane?
Right here, Mr. Diamond. But I did not move the dead one.
No? Where were you just now when Julia screamed? Having tea with a vampire?
No, I was in the kitchen, sir. Do not be mystified, Mr. Diamond. Accept the fact that you are in a house controlled by the other world.
There's been a murder, Kane, and that brings it into this world.
Who are you calling?
A real-life cop who likes to know about dead bodies kicking around.
Lieutenant Levinson, homicide.
Walt, Rick.
No, I know that tone. Where's the body?
I wish I knew. Come on over to 209 East Temple Street.
Wait. What do you mean you wish you knew? Is there a body there?
Well, it's here someplace. Now, don't argue. Get over here.
Wait.
And hurry. Now, Kane, you can go back to the kitchen, but stay there. Don't roam around.
As you wish, sir.
And now, Julia, baby, we're going to do some investigating.
Investigating?
That's right. I got a big yen to see what's in that vault downstairs. And this time, I'm taking you with me.
But, Rick, it's locked.
I hope so, but I'm not making book.
You mean you think it may actually have been Warner come back from the dead? And kill that man, I mean?
Right now, I don't know what to think. I wouldn't be surprised to run into Dracula sitting on top of the Wolfman. Here's the basement. Hey, who turned out the light? I know I turned it on before. Yeah, that's better. Come on.
Oh, Rick, it's cold down here. Oh, hurry, Rick. I'm getting scared.
Yeah, I don't like the feel of it myself, but I want to check this vault.
See the footprints there in the dust?
I see them, but I don't believe them. Not yet. Yeah, I'll try the door of the vault.
Why, it's unlocked.
Yeah, look what's inside.
The coffin is empty.
It's empty, all right, and it's open.
Well, are you going inside?
No. I think I'll stay out here.
The light! Rick, who put out the light?
It wasn't Edison, baby. We got company.
Julia, I told you I'd come back for you.
Warner?
Hey, what is this?
I am dead.
Oh.
You know who I am, don't you, Julia?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes, I know it's you, Warner.
I'm coming for you tonight, Julia. I will appear at 9 o'clock.
I'd better set my watch.
Be prepared to meet me, Julia, at 9 o'clock.
No, Warner, no.
Take it easy, baby.
Rick, you down there?
Oh, hallelujah. Yeah, Walt, turn on the lights.
Sure. They're on. Rick, what are you doing there? Oh, a blonde. I should have known. Well, do come upstairs and join us.
We're coming, Walt.
Now, what is this all about, Rick? Wait.
In a minute, Walt. Otis, help Mrs. Bates into the living room. She's pretty shaken up.
Sure, Shamus. Come on, lady. Now, what is all this about, Rick?
Now, come on back downstairs with me, Walt, and get your gun out. Somewhere in this cellar is a dead man with a lousy sense of humor. Well, we searched the long cellar but good while I briefed Walt on the events of the evening. Neither was much of a success. Walt didn't believe me, and our ghost remained a ghost. As we went back up into the living room, I was at a point where I didn't believe the things myself. They couldn't have happened, but they had. Hey, Otis, where did Mrs. Bates go?
She went upstairs to pack Shama, said she was going to leave.
Leave? And give up her dough? Oh, for Pete's sake, she can't... Not just because of this ghost house.
Ghost house? Oh, this is the wackiest yet. Rick, if I didn't know you were so...
Walt, do I look like I'm happy about these things? I'm at a point where I'm believing in spooks and spirit worlds and dead men who talk from out of nowhere.
Yeah, so the Shamus is afraid of spooks. This I'm loving.
Otis.
I know, Lieutenant. Shut up.
Did I say that, Otis?
Well, no, Lieutenant. What'd you want me to do?
Shut up.
Oh. Gee, I wish I had a glass of...
A glass of water, Sergeant.
Oh, come out from behind that chair, Otis. It's only Kane. Who's he? Well, didn't he let you in?
No, we found the door open. When we rang and no one answered, we came in.
Oh, did you? Hey, Kane, where were you? Did you hear the doorbell?
I knew the door was open, Mr. Diamond, and I was busy.
Like maybe playing ghost?
No, sir. Baking a cake.
Cake? Oh, swell.
I'm all packed. Will you take me to a hotel?
Now, but Julia, look, you can't leave. Think of the money.
Money or no money, I'm getting out of here, Rick. That was Warner's voice, and I just don't have the nerve to stay.
Oh, but look, baby, you know there aren't any such things as ghosts.
Do I? You were in the cellar with me. You heard him. And did you find anybody down there afterwards?
Well, no, but...
Just a minute, Mrs. Bates. You saw a murdered man earlier this evening, didn't you?
You know I did, in that closet.
Yeah, well, until I find out who he is and who killed him, you don't leave this house.
But Warner...
I'm sorry, Julia. We'll protect you, but you can't leave.
Otis, take Mrs. Bates into the library and make her comfortable.
Hey, Lieutenant. Come on, Mrs. Bates.
Well...
Now, Rick, enough is enough. How could there have been a body in that closet one minute and not the next? Where did it go and why?
Well, how the devil should I know? She saw it, screamed, I ran back, opened the closet, and it was gone.
Oh, great.
Now, come on. I want a better look at that closet. Well, looks all right. Wonder how it sounds.
Use your gun butt on the walls.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, this is it. Yeah, but where's the latch? Must be some way to open this section.
Try those hooks.
Yeah. No, not them. Maybe this rack.
Hey, look. Secret room, just like in the movies. Oh, there he is.
Yeah. We found the corpse, Walt. And how he disappeared so fast.
Oh, some mess. Blood all over him.
Walt, hey, this is no corpse.
What? Oh, now, don't start that.
No? Well, look at it closer, Walt. It's a dummy.
Well, it is. A wax dummy with blood smeared on it.
No wonder I wasn't meant to see it.
Oh, this is it. I'm getting out of this crazy house. Corpses that talk, corpses that aren't corpses. I've had enough. This is just plain ridiculous.
Now, wait, Walt. Someone planted this dummy, and someone is trying to scare Mrs. Bates out of this house. That same someone is in this house right now, and if he isn't stopped, it may mean her murder. How are you feeling, Julia?
I'm exhausted, Rick, but
We found the body, Julia. It was a dummy.
A dummy? Well, then there wasn't any murdered man?
No, this whole thing is a bluff, even that voice in the cellar.
Oh, no, that couldn't be. That was Warner's voice, Rick. I know it was. And he's not in his coffin.
I know, baby, and I think that's all phony, too. Now, tell me, who knew that only key in the coffin business?
Well, just myself. And Mr. Anderson.
Anderson?
Oh, that's right. You remember, he was Warner's lawyer.
Oh, yeah. How about Kane? Did he know of the key?
Well, I don't know, Rick. He may have. Warner confided in him a great deal.
Rick, this isn't getting us any place. Come with me. Otis, you stay with Mrs. Bates.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
All right, Walt. What are we going to do? Grill the dummy?
Go ahead. Be funny. But I want to search this whole house.
Oh, Walt, this place is a nut house full of secret rooms and hocus pocus. It'll take 2 maps and a Ouija board to get around in it.
Well, I'm going to get around it, and up these stairs is as good a place as any to start. Oh!
Hello, Walt.
Oh, stairs that lead to a blank wall. Rick, that's too much.
Now, would you stop playing games?
Playing games, he says. Oh, where is my bicarbonate?
Here you are, Lieutenant. Sorry to be late.
Where's the thunder, Kane? You're Mr. Q.
Will there be anything else, sir?
I don't see how, sir. Not unless Frankenstein drops in for a game of jacks.
I doubt if he will. Tonight it's at his house, so I'll be on hand if you need anything.
We won't. Go on back to your embalming. Come on, Walt. You feeling okay?
No, I'll never feel okay again. Rick, I've stood for your getting me mixed up in some crazy cases, but this night I'll never forget.
Oh, don't quit on me now, Walt. We still have to find that spook and keep Julia from being killed.
How? Please, tell me how.
Look, he said he was going to appear at 9 o'clock tonight to take her to the spirit world with him.
Yeah, well, I'll get a squad down here to see that he doesn't.
No, Walt, wait. He'll never show up if we're all hanging around, right?
Well, yeah.
And the only way we can catch the ghost is for him to show up, right?
Yeah, go on. So what do we do?
So we pretend to leave, make a big fuss about giving the whole thing up. Then we sneak back in and hide. We wait and see if he shows up, and when he said he would, and if he does, we nab him. Case closed.
Well, it sounds screwy, but to wind this case up, I'll buy anything. Where do we hide?
We'll get Julia to wait in the living room. We'll sneak back and hide in that secret room behind the closet. If the ghost shows, we can grab him as soon as he gives himself away. And I think he'll show. After getting Julia to agree to the idea, Walt, Otis, and I made a big thing about leaving the house. Then we sneaked back in and hid in the secret room back of the living room closet. The closet door was open enough so we could see Julia pretending to read on the couch. And for the next few centuries, we waited. Waited for a dead man to keep a date. What time is it, Rick? It's 2 minutes to 9. If he's going to show it, it won't be long.
Hey, you think a dead man really can come back to life?
If you don't shut up, Otis, I'll give you a personal chance to try.
I wish he'd hurry.
Yeah. Well, it's just time now. I hope Julia plays her part okay. She looks pretty nervous.
No, why would she be nervous? She's only waiting for a dead man.
A phony dead man, Walt, I hope.
Now, don't you start believing in ghosts. You know there aren't any such things. Rick, the lights went out. Shh, listen.
I told you I would come for you, Julia. It is 9 o'clock.
Oh, Walter, please don't take me out. I don't want to die.
Rick, that's him.
Shh, wait a minute, Walt.
I am of the dead, Julia. I am your husband.
Yes, I know you, Walter.
You must leave this house, Julia.
No.
Come on, Walt. Right. And Otis, be quiet.
Oh, I will. I know enough not to make any noise.
What was that?
Rick, hurry!
Come on, let's grab him.
We all took off after the ghost. It led us on the screwiest chase yet, in and out of the secret passages, upstairs, and then back downstairs again. Trying to lay hands on him was like trying to swat a fly with a piece of string. He finally made a break for the outside door. Then, not to be outdone, I made like a big athlete.
Hey, that was a pretty nifty tackle, Diamond.
Rick, you okay? Yeah. As soon as I get this hood off, I'm going to have a few words with this spook. There. He's out cold. Otis, bring Mrs. Bates in here.
Oh, okay.
Come on, you. Wake up. Who is he? I don't know. Come on, wake up. Before I make a real ghost out of you.
Okay, don't hit me anymore, please.
Here she is, Lieutenant.
Mrs. Bates, do you know who this man is?
Why, it's Warner's lawyer, Mr. Anderson, the executor of the estate.
Sure, baby, had to be. All right, Buster, what's the story?
Oh, all right. It was the money. If I could get Julia to break the will, I had a dummy charity set up so I could get the estate.
He's all yours, Walt. Wrap him up.
It'll be a pleasure. Otis, put the cuffs on him. Take him out of here.
Yeah, Lieutenant. Come on, Spooky.
Well, that takes care of that. Hey, what about Kane? He must have known about all this.
Of course I knew, Lieutenant, but I did not wish to intrude. Those who interfere with the dead pay their own penalty.
Lose their haunting license?
Nothing. Oh, sir, my cake is done. Would you like some? It's devil's food.
No thanks. I'll skip it.
With nuts?
Julia, walk me to the door.
Oh, of course, Rick.
I'll leave you with Kane, Walt. Tell him a ghost story. Feeling all right, baby?
Oh, yes, much better. I'm fine now that I know there's nothing to be afraid of. Tomorrow I'll be moving into an apartment. Will you come and see me? We have things to talk over.
Like what, honey?
Like sharing a mood. You know. Just the two of us.
With that, she reached up and showed me what she meant with a big smoochie. Oh, I'd have probably stuck around, but I was afraid the house would be too disturbing. I wouldn't have minded having to get up to chase the bats out of the room, but with Kane showing up every time I wanted something, well, that could have led to complications. So I left Walt and Otis to clean things up, bid a not-too-fond farewell to Kane, and went from the house of horror to the one that was full of redhead and a piano. The redhead was wearing a red dress with a new, you know what I mean.
Well, Didn't think you were going to make it.
I had a tough case tonight, honey. Thought I might not get away at all.
Mm-hmm. I'll bet you did.
Why, Helen, baby, all of a sudden you sound suspicious.
Without any effort, darling. Especially when it comes to blondes.
Blonde? You mean girls?
Girls. Blonde girls with hair like this on your lapel.
Oh.
And the lipstick on your cheek and the look in your eyes.
Oh, you know how it is, honey. Brilliant detective saves client's life and fortune. She had to be grateful.
Brilliant detective. You keep on making me so jealous of you, and one of these days the world is going to lose a brilliant detective.
No. Someone gonna rub out Sam's face?
Oh, what's the use?
Oh, now, baby, don't be mad. Come on, let's neck.
No. I'm upset and I'm unhappy.
Do we neck?
No. No, it's still early enough to catch a late show.
Well, if I take you to the show? Okay. What's the show you want to see?
Oh, it's a wonderful horror picture full of spooks. The ghost talk.
Oh, no. You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg. Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Joan Banks, Paul Freese, and Robert Clark. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Portions were transcribed. Tonight's story was written by Herb Purdom and edited and directed by Blake Edwards. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Tal Avery, inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC tomorrow? There's great comedy in store for you on the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show when Phil and Frankie go shopping for Alice's Christmas present. And there's excellent drama on Theater Guild on the Air. Tomorrow, Richard Conte, Diana Lynn, and Shirley Booth will be starred in the Pulitzer Prize-winning play Street Scene on Theater Guild on the Air.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Pat Novak for Hire.
Sure, I'm Pat Novak for hire. Down on the San Francisco waterfront, the only use they have for sentiment is to pick your pocket while you're saluting the flag. If you hang out around there as long as I have, you'll even learn to sleep with one hand on the cash box. So I wasn't expecting any cascade of lilies when Joe Adams drove down to Pier 19. He'd phoned that he was in a hurry and would stop by and pick me up in his car. He'd said he had a quick job for me to do. That was about all I knew about him. I wasn't worried about that either. In my work, you get used to odd-shaped hires, including those from guys who looked like a bundle of twigs with shoes on and drove like they owned the keys to the city.
Novak, this is a soft buck. All you got to do is watch the joint.
If you keep driving through red lights like that, we'll both end up looking at the ceiling in the morgue.
So I disagree with the traffic department. Look, the joint's in North Beach, Vallejo Street. Here's the number. I wrote it down.
So you can read and write.
What do you mean?
What's the pitch? You afraid of mice?
No, and there's no extra cards in this deck.
Yeah? So far, it makes about as much sense as an 8-fingered glove.
Look, I have to meet a guy in Los Angeles. I haven't much time to make my plane. I lost my keys, so I had to bust in the door to get into my place. It was too late to get a locksmith. So I want you to watch till I get back tomorrow. Is that hard?
The way you're driving, breathing's hard.
You scare easy.
I scare plenty. I like to live.
Give me a good reason.
You wouldn't understand. You expect visitors tonight?
Look, I've got some stuff that I'd like to see around when I get back. And stop trying to read between the lines in this deal. It's all in the black type.
You can say that about a funeral speech.
You still worried about the way I drive?
No. Only why take a plane when this is faster?
Okay, if you can stop shaking long enough to walk, you can start here.
On the way back, I'll look for your brains.
Grab a cab. I'll pick up the check for it. And don't knock. Go right in. I'll be seeing you.
Probably in 4 pieces.
And keep awake, will you? Some of my neighbors would steal the handle off a blind man's cup.
Don't worry. I'll keep both eyes open.
You sound like you're saying one thing and thinking something else.
About keeping awake?
Yeah, what's worrying you, ghost?
I'm not buying this show the way you're staging it. Something sour in the deal. Yeah, that's all right, too. Just as long as you don't get any fancy ideas of making me the patsy.
Boy, you do scare easy.
Yeah, and I pay off bum debts, too.
Now I'm getting scared. So long, sucker.
Adam's joint turns out to be one of those walk-up flats. A nice wooden place that made you want to run for the firebox every time someone dropped a cigarette ash on the floor. The door was smashed around the lock all right, and the lights were out. When I found the switch and began to look around, it showed 4 rooms full of fancy furniture and decorations that made you wonder about Adam's private life. After I found out where the whiskey was located and pried 3 cushions loose from the easy chair, I looked around for something to do. There was a bookcase full of mystery stories and this and that. I passed the mysteries up without studying them. I knew that in every one of them the detective would come out on top. Yet I knew 4 private eyes who'd started out on just such trails and ended up in urns in Cypress Lawn. There was one book with a purple cover called Reckless Moonlight, with pictures. I was on page 30, with pictures, when I was interrupted. They were too manly to make me glad. I jumped across the room and switched off the lights, and I stood just inside the door and waited. He didn't even knock. He came right in. From the back, he looked big enough to be a 10-ton trailer. He was fumbling in his pocket when I broke up the act. I chill up on the pocket pick, and this is a gun in your back.
If you shoot, you'll hit a policeman's badge. Think that over.
There's housebreaking a sideline with you, Hellman.
I'd know that voice in a nightmare.
And they blame gangsters for the crime wave. They don't know where to look.
Just stand still, sweetheart, till I get my flash working.
You want to borrow some burglar tools?
I'll settle for some better manners, and right now.
Where I come from, better manners started with knocking before you come cramming through a door.
Where you came from, they didn't have doors. Just a damp rock. What's the idea of turning out the lights?
How could I tell who was coming? You don't smell that bad.
Do you tell me why you're here, or do I bounce it out of you?
Don't worry. You can't parlay it into anything to tell a judge. A guy named Adams lives here. He had to get in a hurry, broke the lock, grabbed some things, and headed for the airport. He hired me to watch the place till he gets back tomorrow.
He hired a bulldog to watch his steak?
You don't like this story, huh? What do you want, mad musicians?
You're mad enough without music. Tell me more.
That's all there is till you started whipping in the fancy trimmings.
I could see that and raise it without even stringing.
You couldn't raise a rumpus on New Year's Eve.
No? And how about the murder of Thomas Van Dyke?
I must have looked surprised. Hellman was pleased and mysterious. He kept prowling around the house, looking at books, up on shelves and behind the furniture like he expected to find Van Dyke's body there. In the meantime, he filled me in on the case. Van Dyke had been a heavy money operator in show business, sports promotions and such. He ran around with the mink and diamond crowd and did enough charity work on the side to build up a reputation for being a pillar of the community. Everyone was surprised when he turned up dead, including the police. Someone had shot him without leaving any signature on the job. The case had remained unsolved for almost a year. Of course, at the speed Hellman thought, he might have just found out about it. Now he was passing out hints the thing had grown hot again.
I was checking through the evidence in file. I ran across something we'd missed.
Yeah, grand piano?
Some stuff in a diary. Have you been messing around in these books?
Is that why you're here? To borrow a book?
The diary didn't make any sense at the time of the death, but we turned up a vag the other day who worked with Van Dyke and some of his underground connections.
And now Van Dyke's the king of the thieves.
Something like that. I put together the stuff this vag told us with some of the things in the diary, and it began to look like pay dirt. There's a book missing.
Yeah, the Rover Boys, it's over your head, Hellman.
Death in Herald Square, it's called. And don't play that innocent routine too hard or you'll tire it out.
You're making about as much sense as a pig in a candy store.
The vag tied this address into one of the clues. How do you like them apples?
I wouldn't buy them at 10 cents a crate.
Look, Bright Eyes, I don't like waterfront punks sticking their guns in my back in the dark. I don't like you messing in this racket.
Are you unhappy, nervous, run down?
I want you to keep your nose out of this scamper, Novak. And if you think that's just a lot of breath, try me.
Why should I leave this house just because you're having a nervous decline?
Don't think I'm buying that routine about some guy hiring you to watch his clothes while he went flying. You got a lead in this murder, and you're trying to track it down.
How much is the reward again?
$10,000. Who said anything about a reward?
Yeah, so that's why you're nervous.
Keep out of this, Novak. I'm warning you.
You're hot for the payoff. I should have known you wouldn't get up off your fat...
I'm giving you one more chance to get out, Novak.
I was hired to do a job, Hellman, remember?
All right, wise guy. Come on. Open the closet.
Your nose is itching. Open it yourself.
Okay, Novak. See any men's clothes in there?
Not in this year's style.
Snap it up, Novak. Haven't you remembered by now that Joe Adams was the girl?
All right, so the guy dealt me a joker. I don't mean I'm trying to crash your party.
The dame who lives here is named Dodo Sandberg, and she ain't lonely. But you're going to be Novak, and soon.
Dodo Sandberg.
Maybe she'll come to see you in jail.
You're not booking me, Hellman.
I told you to stay out of this, Novak.
You got nothing on me but a nervous twitch because you think I might beat you to that reward.
I got nothing on you, except housebreaking. Come on down to the station.
Deal me out.
You want to argue? Hey, who turned out the lights?
I'm beginning to like that Adams or somebody.
Stand where you are, Novak.
Sorry, Hellman, I just remembered a date with $10,000. Hellman chased me, but the way he's built, he didn't have a prayer. He hit the street, doubled around a couple of corners. I couldn't even hear him. When I got back my breath, I walked along for a while and tried to put what I had together. Any way I looked at it, one thing was clear. Joe Adams had played me for a country boy in some setup that had a whole lot more in it than showed on the table. I needed to see Adams to square that deal, but something Hellman told me seemed even more important. I liked the idea of trying my chances of cutting into that $10,000 reward for Van Dyke's death. All I had to work on was a dame called Dodo Sandberg and a book called Death in Herald Square. I looked at the clock and found I still had time to make it to the main library before it closed for the night, so I headed that way. When I got in the place at the Civic Center, it took the librarians quite a bit of scrambling around to get the book, but they finally turned it up just before closing time. I tucked it under my arm and started out of the place when the dame fell in step beside me. A nice set of curves tucked away in one of those new-style dresses with so many extra built-in bumps it looked like a sack of potatoes.
Didn't I meet you in Scarsdale?
The shy type.
I used to be. I outgrew it.
Keep right on growing somewhere else.
You have to be that way?
My hobby's books.
I noticed. That's why I wanted to meet you. I like the books you choose.
Before I pick that up, what's your name?
Dodo Sandberg. Watch out for the stairs.
So you're after the book, too?
I didn't say that.
I know. It's my fascinating personality.
A very good friend of mine wrote that book.
Does my reading it strain your eyes or something?
It's very interesting. Now let's talk about you.
You get around, don't you?
What do you mean by that?
What became of Joe Adams?
That's a question for his mother to worry about, Patsy.
I don't mind helping her.
Do they have to be mothers?
You need help like Midas needs dough.
There's help and help. What if a girl's lonely?
You aren't built for the job. Let's get back to Adams and the book.
Adams is no problem. He lives at the Standard Hotel on Polk Street.
Careless, isn't he, to forget that?
And how did you suddenly get a yen to read Death in Herald Square?
A cop told me about it. Why?
Because there's a better book on the same subject. It's called Death Waits Ahead.
Am I supposed to turn that into some kind of warning?
It could be. And here's a sample of what I mean.
She worked fast and smooth as a piston. There was some kind of judo, I guess. I was too busy falling to be sure. The stairs didn't help any. By the time I picked myself up, she was out of sight. And so was the book. I sat there a while and thought about women. When I went back to the library desk, I didn't buy me anything. Seems they only had one copy of the book. It wasn't popular, they said. When I seemed anxious about getting a copy, they sent me to a bookstore on 3rd Street, which stayed open late. By the time I got there was nobody in the place except one of the hired help looking bored by the cash register. I asked him for the book, and he quit looking bored right away. He began to look nervous. He said he didn't have the book. He'd never heard of it, and they were closing anyway. Whatever the guy was, he didn't have a card in the Actors Union. I guess Crowley realized that as soon as I did. When I said I'd look around anyway, a curtain twitched in the back of the place, and he came out. A big guy with a nasty disposition.
You could do better than that.
Did someone send you to tell me how to live?
You're looking for Death in Herald Square?
The word's all over town.
You ought to be out eating something instead of nosing around where you're not wanted. You ever heard of the prisoner eating a hearty breakfast?
That's a warning. You're third in line.
Yeah? Who else is interested?
A cop and a dame. You ought to team up and work it into three-part harmony.
When they warned you, they were just trying to act like bad news. When I warn you, it's certified.
You don't look 8 feet tall. Put some meat on your skeleton.
My name's Pete Crowley. Did you ever hear of me?
I must read the wrong funny papers.
You got connections around the city.
You can say that about a sewer pipe. Something's making you twitch. Trot it out where I can see it.
Dodo Sandberg tells me you got your nose up in the air over the Van Dyke killing.
Does that worry you?
I'm hiding right now in Mexico.
What's the death's head routine for?
Before you run to the cops with a finger, listen carefully. I picked up Van Dyke's rackets when he dropped them. They pay off very nicely. I like the way they're moving along. I don't want you or any of the eager beavers from the Kearney Street station to nose over the apple cart.
I came here for a book. You don't look like it.
Also, I don't like anybody bothering Dodo. And that includes sailor salesmen and smart guys looking for a new home.
If she doesn't want anybody ringing her bell, tell her to take the signs out of her windows.
You look like a fairly bright boy. Take a tip. Fade out of this scramble while you're still in Mobile.
And if I don't?
Stick around and I'll show you my muscles.
I'd rather look at Dodo's.
2 of my muscles used to be wrestlers. Think it over.
It began to look more and more like trouble, doubled in spades. I began to get the feeling if I planned to sit in the game anymore, it was time to start counting up the cards and seeing how the mirrors were placed. And the best guy for that sort of work was an old alcoholic friend of mine called Jocko Madigan. And Jocko was a one-time doctor around town who gave up his practice when he learned that alcohol made him feel better even when he wasn't sick. Finding him was like taking a phone survey of the downtown bars. I pitched a strike at the 5th one I tried. At first, he didn't like the idea of moving, but when I told him I was phoning from a 3rd Street bar, he said he'd hop a cab. He came in while I was working on my second drink.
Patsy, my boy, I'm glad to see you, both of you. Or is that only 2 heads?
I could use 2.
That's an involved way of saying you're in trouble. Goodbye.
Listen, Jocko, I got my foot in the door of a deal that might pay off big.
All you've got your foot in is a dirty shoe, Patsy, and with your usual luck, you'll probably end up with Hellman stepping on it.
He stepped on it already.
Oh, he did? Good. How is the old walrus anyway?
That's what I've been trying to tell you. I bounced into him tonight, and he was hot on the trail of the men who knocked off Van Dyke a year ago.
They're safe. Hellman couldn't put his finger on a fire eater in a darkened room.
What do you know about a book called Death in Herald Square?
What do you know about the home life of the Macrocephalus pinebombix? As I was saying before thirst choked me off, some people collect seashells, some raise dogs, some go after goldfish or matchbox covers or pretty women, but not Patsy Novak. Oh, no. Patsy's different. Patsy wants to collect murders.
Did you ever hear of the book?
What book? You're talking too fast.
Death in Herald Square. Van Dyke's murder ties into it somehow.
Talk sense, Patsy. Things are blurred enough without you jabbering nonsense.
Nonsense? I'm not on the right trail. Why have I been warned off 3 times already, including a threat from Pete Crowley?
Are you asking me?
Look, Jocko, there's $10,000 reward for the murderer.
Why didn't you tell me that 10 minutes ago and avoid all this verbiage?
Well, if you'd get your nose out of that whiskey bottle,
skip the greetings, son. Let's get on to the money matters. What do you want me to do?
It's an old book. You know where to find it. I tried the library, but a dame called Dodo grabbed the dice.
I know just how to get it. A friend of mine in the Panhandle has a small bookstore and home distillery.
Listen, there's a Joe Adams fits in there somewhere. See what you can get on him, will you?
Do go on. You fascinate me.
Now, 2 other people were nervous about me since this thing broke. One is Crowley, and the other is Dodo Sandberg. It seems to be tied to Crowley somehow. Can you get a check on them for me?
For $10,000, I can get a count on the fillings in their teeth. Is this Dodo Sandberg pretty?
Why?
I want to know where you'll be in case I have to phone. So long, lover.
I paid for Jocko's drinks and went out to the Standard Hotel. The room clerk gave me Joe Adams' number. He looked a little worried when he told me, but that could have been about a new boss or an old girlfriend. It could have, but it wasn't. Adams' room was on the 4th floor, and when I reached there in the elevator, Hellman almost ran over me trying to get in the cage. He was a nice salmon pink and panting like a bloodhound on a deer trail. He had a gun in one fat hand, a mouthful of verbs and adjectives.
Every time I turn a corner...
Who are you expecting, Princess Elizabeth?
Where did he go?
You better shift to the overdrive. You're racing your motor.
Where's Adams, Novak?
Don't start testing your muscles on me, Hellman. You must think I'm your wife.
This ain't playland, Novak. Adams just left his room. Where is he?
I'm not in the mood for company, Hellman.
You're going to talk. You're going to talk plenty.
What's all the pushing around about?
Don't pretend you're a country boy. You don't know what's going on.
Back up a bit and fill me in.
Adams told me he hired you to knock me off.
Yeah, and you believed him.
I know you don't work that way. But I wouldn't put it beyond you to pretend to go along with the proposition as long as you could milk a few dollars out of Adams.
With your head, it's a wonder you don't believe it that I did it.
With my head, I remember that you were waiting in a darkened apartment with a gun when I came in. That you ran out on me, and that you show up now just when Joe Adams is escaping.
You put 2 and 2 together and get 22.
You're just a sort of a lousy conniving...
What about Adams? Is he the turkey that knocked off Van Dyke?
He got away when I started to dial the phone to call the wagon to take... I thought I told you to forget the Van Dyke murder.
You're full of tell, Hellman. Is Adams the one?
Pin this into your hat, Novak. I'm closing in on the one who did it, and I don't need you to help with the net.
Like you closed in on Adams?
Just let me stumble over you once more before I close this up, and I'll bet my badge I'll put you where you'll stand still.
And it could be Adams.
Do you hear what I said?
Yeah. I heard prices are going down, too, but I haven't noticed it much.
I can fix that. You're going to a place where the feed is on the house.
Don't give me any more of that jail talk, Hellman, till you're ready to come in with some papers.
All I need to put you in a cage is a key. Let's go. I'll get him. You stay where you are, Novak.
He must think I'm a Boy Scout. That was screwy. That was twice Hellman had tried to jail me, and twice someone had fixed a breakaway. Any way you looked at that, it still meant somebody wanted me in circulation for some reason. Unless you believed in good fairies, the reason wouldn't be nice. If I guessed hard, I could make it relate somehow to the Van Dyke killing. But all I had for a trail on that was 3 people being nervous in a hard-to-get mystery book. And from the way Adams saved me from Hellman, he looked like a good man to know more about, and fast. I knew that after the gun work in the hotel, I'd have to find him somewhere else. The only other lead I had on him was through Dodo. I headed back to her place on Vallejo Street. When she opened the door, she looked like something to fit in a fireplace ad. She was wearing a negligee thin enough to roll up and stuff in a pipe.
You bounced back fast.
You grow on me.
What do you want?
Van Dyke's murderer.
Who's Van Dyke?
You're a stranger in town. You never heard of him.
Come on in. I'm having coffee. Think you can risk drinking some with arsenic and all?
I got a strong stomach.
You're a nice-looking guy. You seem healthy. Why do you want to change?
Your boy Adams likes to play tricks. If I didn't try to pay him off for the hot foot he gave me, he might feel neglected.
Adams is just a flock of nerves looking for some place to break down. Forget him.
He tried to put me on a spot where I'd end up killing a cop. The gag laid an egg. Nobody's laughing.
Cream in your coffee?
Yeah. I'm still guessing why he did it unless he killed Van Dyke.
Sugar?
Look, he didn't just pick this house out of the phone book. That puts you in line to do some explaining.
I wouldn't explain how to turn over in bed until I've had a cup of coffee.
You aren't shaken where it shows.
Are you telling me how to live?
I'd have to start with the way you say goodbye on stairways. You didn't learn that trick in a finishing school.
It didn't finish you, but that's just because you're durable.
So's my longing for Adams. Where can I find him?
I told you Adams don't mean anything. He just acts busy. He's like a fly, batting his wings off and ending up in the same place.
What place? Do I twist it out of you?
That book, Death in Herald Square. Did you find another copy?
That's for tomorrow. Tonight it's Adams.
You're wasting your time chasing Adams. Concentrate on the book.
I'm spreading my fire. How do I know that book isn't just a come-on to get me off the trail?
In the book, there was a millionaire businessman just like Van Dyke. He had connections in the rackets, just like Van Dyke. He had a partner, just like Van Dyke.
When do I start panting?
If you do, it'll be from running from the cops. That's all I'm giving you about the book.
I'll get the rest when I pick one up tomorrow.
You'll have a tough time doing that, Novak. The bookstores are all out of copies.
You collected them all?
Wasn't hard. A car, a telephone, little bustling about.
You're real sharp, Crowley, till you start looking at a map.
I have friends across the bay. You might try Sacramento or Los Angeles, but that would take some time, wouldn't it?
I guess time don't count after tomorrow.
Not with what you'll know, sonny boy. Am I being confusing?
You make a good try.
Well, this won't confuse you. I thought I told you I didn't like Dodo to be bothered.
She needs protection like J. Edgar Hoover.
And didn't I warn you off this caper?
Leave him alone, Crowley. He's harmless. Are you all done in the other room?
Yeah.
Come on, Novak. I want to make you a little present. There are the books you've been looking for, with only a few pages missing.
Yeah, Novak, you can have them. All 50 of them.
They're a little scarred, baby, but they'd still make a nice gift. Send them to your friends for Christmas.
If any of them can read.
You sound like you're ringing down a curtain.
That's right. After tonight, you just keep right on guessing.
About who killed Van Dyke?
No, baby. About how you're going to prove anything.
Mind if we sort of run along now? As soon as the lady gets dressed?
After they'd gone, I went through the books. Page 187 was torn out of each one of them. I felt like a man in an earthquake. Something told me to run, but I didn't know where to go. Trying to make sense out of what I knew was like trying to put together a drop cake. I wandered around the place till I found a drink. I was just lifting the glass when the telephone rang. Yeah?
Who's ahead, you or the moral squad?
Everybody's out in front of me, including Dodo and Crowley. Adams is out of sight.
You aren't alone.
Dodo and Crowley just went out the door. I said goodbye to them and $10,000.
Was Crowley that big, or was it the girl?
Crowley isn't worried, neither is Dodo.
That leaves Adams. Oh, I ran down that book of yours.
Crowley said he bought every copy in town.
Every copy in the bookstores. My friend remembered where he'd sold one. My friend with the still. We borrowed it. Oh, by the way, Van Dyke wrote the book.
Yeah? What's on page 187?
Let's see now. Yes, a description of Van Dyke's double life on page 187 is a description of the front man, the gangster. Bad writing job. No wonder it didn't sell.
Who does it fit?
It doesn't fit anyone, Patsy. He only said that the person had a star tattooed on his chest.
It's a horse.
Now, all you've got to do is to get them in a game of strip poker.
Get them. They're all gone.
It's still a good idea, especially if Dodo sat in. So long, lover.
Give me Hellman.
Inspector Hellman speaking.
I got your killer for you.
That's that. Who's this? Novak?
Yeah. And don't start bubbling about my nose in your business.
Business is picking up.
You get Adams?
Adams? That's good. No, Novak. My stool pigeon got him. That fag I was telling you about.
That leaves you the only one knowing.
$10,000 worth. Don't think I'm coming after you, baby. You can stay there and rot.
So far, I feel healthy.
You think you can drag me off the trail after you by this phony phone call?
I know who did it.
Oh, no, you don't, Novak, but I do.
Yeah, fill it in.
I just got a phone tip where they're hanging out.
So they're sending out invitations.
I'll even tell you where they are. It's at the beach near a shooting gallery. I've got a siren in my car. Let's see you beat me out there. It's the first gallery below the ballroom.
Look, Hellman, you're the only guy alive who knows the whole story. What if this is a gag?
Oh, no, Novak. I'm not biting on any of your phony tricks.
But listen.
Save your breath to sob with when you see me pick up that nice fat check.
I thought a while, and suddenly the thing fell together like a winning poker hand. As soon as I saw it, I started running for my car. I don't know how it happened, but I beat 'em out there. I went along the bridge arterials. And they're widening fast. By stealing a flock of red lights and nicking the paint off a couple of fenders, I was out through the Presidio and over to Golden Gate Park in no time at all. When I hit the beach, it was foggy and empty. There was only one guy in the shooting gallery. When I got up near him, it turned out to be Crowley. He had a rifle in his hands. And he saw me first, down the barrel of the gun.
Don't back up, Novak. Come on in. You were looking for Adams, weren't you?
I was looking for a lot of things.
He's here behind the counter. Look, on the floor.
And did you kill him? Those bullet holes could be 22s.
Yeah, I killed him. Just as I'll kill you if you get any fancy ideas like trying to grab a gun.
What are you saving me for, Christmas?
Yeah, you dress up the joint. I want Hellman to walk into the trap just like you did. That's why I'm shooting at the targets. Like this. Bullseye. I'm good.
You'll have to be good to get away with killing a cop.
I hired Adams to do it. He thought he'd get smart and frame you into the rap. That's why he hired you.
Did he expect me to kill Hellman that night?
Well, that's one of his bright ideas. He's full of bright ideas, or he was. He hadn't been so smart he'd still be breeding. It's really very simple. Hellman got on the trail. And he was the only one in town who knew there was a trail, so he had to be killed.
He ain't dead yet. You're betting a 22 against a police special.
I'm live bait. You ought to see the gun Dodo has in the car.
You're gonna dry gulch him, huh?
He'll be watching me, and I'll be watching you. Let's see you beat that hand.
You're forgetting the books.
We're forgetting nothing. The books don't mean anything unless you put it together with what Hellman knows. Hellman and his stool pigeon. Stool's dead. And here comes Hellman. Adams thought of everything, including mirrors.
You thought of everything. Except a quarter.
What for?
To pay for the reload on that gun. Now, these other guns are only loaded. Hi, you win a cigar, Hellman. You got her.
She'd have had me if you didn't spray the windshield. What was the deal?
While you were creeping up on Crowley, Dodo was going to pat you on the back.
Crowley? Where's Adams?
He quit the game. Crowley helped him.
Come on. Crowley's coming, too.
Don't worry. He won't like these odds.
What odds?
38 to 22. It wasn't much of a trial. Crowley got the gas chamber. I got $10,000. The tax collector took half. Jocko got some, and there was even some left for me. Oh, yeah, Dodo was the one who killed Van Dyke. She and Crowley were a sort of a team, but she was the contact and the real boss. Hellman never knew how I was so sure. I never told him I thought it was a man, too, till Jocko told me about the killer being tattooed. After that, it was easy. That negligee of Dodo's only left one thing to wonder about. That was how she kept warm.
Well, what's going on?
The Sounds of Darkness. Lee Masters, FBI, who wages relentless war against crime. Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges. The Sounds of Darkness. Sounds of Darkness. Tonight, the Neiman Principle.
You know, Lee, something's missing. From the coffee, I mean.
I know. Sam.
Yep. It doesn't taste the same somehow. Boy, will I be glad when she gets back from France.
She needed a vacation, Johnny.
Who doesn't?
Anyway, what does Russell say on that G25 report?
Oh, yeah. Pretty routine, I guess. Nothing to get steamed up about.
So?
3 more guys to be mother hen.
Johnny, will you kindly speak English?
Oh, you know, security rap, real tight.
Names?
1 scientist, 2 from the military.
Names?
Colonel Rutherford and Captain Long, they're from the military. Professor Neiman, University of Pennsylvania. So they're being watched, top level, big deal.
Yeah, you're right, Johnny. It is a big deal. Have you ever asked yourself just why these people are tagged 24 hours a day?
Well, they're important men doing a vital job for the West.
Yeah. Take this Professor Neiman, for example. Now, this man's worth would be difficult to assess.
Well, let's see Professor Oddly.
Biodynamics.
Bio what?
Come in.
Mr. Bradley?
Yes.
Professor Neiman. Come in, won't you?
Thank you.
Please, sit down.
Yeah.
Cigarette?
No, thank you.
You seem a little nervous.
Well, there's this terrible death of a student, Harold Peterson. And then, of course, I just can't seem to get used to all the security around me from you people here at the Central Intelligence.
Well, you know how we feel about inconveniencing you, Professor, but I'm afraid that's how it's got to be under the circumstances.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
You know why I called you here, of course?
Yeah? To help with the murder investigation?
No, Professor. The FBI will take care of that matter.
Oh.
They're on their way to Pittsburgh now. What I'd really like is for you to fill me in on the developments of your experiments. Just how far have you...
Well, Mr. Bradley, I don't know if you've been following my work closely, but there's many things that you would not understand, not being a qualified man. Briefly, the situation is this. For the past 2 years, I have been experimenting with a new synthetic food substance, which I've called glucose. This superfood is in solid form, but it can be ground into a powder. It would look rather like the cereals that everyone eats for breakfast all over the world. The only difference is that glucose has the power to double a man's energy and stamina. You can see for yourself the amazing potential of such a foodstuff, especially where our armed forces are concerned.
Most of this, Professor, I know already. I'm one of the very few who do, but at what stage now are your experiments?
It has been decided, as you probably know, that after my successful experiments with animals, it is now time to go on to human beings, or rather, a human being.
The Pittsburgh Athletics meeting.
Exactly. That is our testing ground, when our Pennsylvania University meets the University of California on the athletics field. It is proposed that a measured quantity of glucose is administered to one of the athletes from Pennsylvania to observe exactly what the reaction will be.
Well, it's been decided then to go ahead with the human experiment.
Yeah, I'm sure it cannot be dangerous, even if it fails.
I sure hope not. We don't take chances. Have you decided which athlete will be the first to take the glucose?
Yes, a young student named Bobby Nichols. He's in excellent shape. As a matter of fact, he is one of the best runners that the university has at the moment, and I think he would be an ideal subject.
I see. Well, that seems to be in order.
Well, I suppose I must be getting back to my kitchen, if you can call it that, huh?
Don't worry about anything, Professor. You got the CIA and the FBI in on this.
Well, here we go again. Another day, another dollar. Why Pittsburgh, though, Lee?
Will you keep your eyes on the road?
How'd you know I wasn't?
When you can't see, you just hear good, that's all. When you turn your head, the sound increases. Now you just keep your eyes on the road, Johnny.
I'm watching. So?
Well, apart from the killing of the student, Hal Peterson, there's been quite a storm of student unrest at Pennsylvania University over the last few weeks. At first, the authorities didn't pay much attention to it, but it seems to have gotten out of hand lately.
And all over the world's the same, Lee. Just seems to be a wave of this kind of thing at the moment. Well, what's this got to do with us?
Johnny, the point is that the authorities have now pinned it down to an extremely fractious element of the student community. They feel there's a nucleus of students who are making it bad for the rest. And these students are communist-inspired.
Communist-inspired? Or trained? Is that what we're going to find out?
There's something you don't know, Johnny. Even I only found out about it this morning. Strictly top secret. You see, there's this Professor Neiman.
The guy whose name was on the report I read to you this morning?
Yeah, this guy is Professor of Biodynamics.
Here we go with that word again.
Well, actually, it's not that complicated. The definition, anyway. Biodynamics is a branch of biochemistry dealing with the study of vital force or energy on living organs.
Now he tells me.
This Professor Neiman, who's head of the Faculty of Biochemistry at Pennsylvania University, has apparently developed a synthetic foodstuff which is called glucose. Now, this glucose had the effect on animals of producing double the amount of stamina and energy that a normal man already possesses. So, there it is, Johnny. That's the story of Professor Neiman and his principle of dynamic energy. Central Intelligence have got enough on their plates keeping Professor Neiman under surveillance without the threat of a communist-inspired revolt.
Now I understand. So we gotta get down there to keep the scene happy, huh?
Something like that, Johnny. Step on it, will you?
Well, Lee, looks like a particularly nasty killing.
Although instantaneous. A double chop to the right carotid artery.
Yeah, not the way we train our boys.
Well, what do you think actually happened, Lee?
Well, there's not much to go on. Professor Neiman's papers on the Plucrose formula left untidily on the desk. Student Hal Peterson found dead on the floor beside them. Laboratory, obviously the scene of some kind of struggle, didn't you say, Johnny?
Yeah, but not much of one. Must have been over in a few seconds.
Yeah, and then there's the flash bulb, cube shape, apparently from a mini camera of sorts, used.
Identified as Russian manufacture.
Yeah, the lab report on it definitely said, as near as can be ascertained, this flash could be of Russian origin.
Okay. Well, let's assume that whoever it was somehow entered the professor's laboratory, took out the Plucrose papers, knowing exactly where they were kept, and then with his mini camera started to photograph each page. But someone, probably Hal Peterson, interrupted him. Now, he didn't like that at all, so he pitched in and killed Peterson. Then he panicked and blew. End of assumption.
Inside job, Lee?
It has to be.
Why?
There's one thing worries me. Just how did the intruder enter the lab?
He just unlocked the door and walked in.
Well, let's examine that lock once more, shall we, Johnny?
Just to your right, Lee.
Yeah, just take a look here, Johnny. I can feel scratches on the metal.
Yeah, and the lock's busted. Kind of twisted.
Yeah, but the door frame isn't touched. Not splintered in any way.
That figures. It was the lock he was concerned with. Just picking the lock.
Then why are the scratches and the metal all twisted?
Well, I'm with you. If he was just picking a lock, then why the necessity to twist the metal?
To make it look like forced entry.
Exactly. This lock was tampered with after entry. In other words, the guy had a key, opened the door, and walked in, as you say, Johnny, in order to make it look good. He tampered with the lock afterwards.
Skeleton key?
Johnny, the make?
It's a Schwanzheiser 5-lever action.
5-lever? You still think it's a skeleton key, Bradley?
I guess not. Then it was a duplicate, huh?
Or the original key itself.
What?
Professor Neiman, I'm concerned at the moment with one particular aspect of this whole case.
I would be glad to help in any way I can.
Thank you. The key to your laboratory. Where is it now?
Where it always is, on my person.
May we have it just for a moment?
Oh, certainly. Here.
I got it.
Johnny, you notice anything unusual?
No, just a pretty complicated pattern. Heavy, expensive to make, and definitely the original, because it has the maker's name on it. All duplicates just carry a number, no name.
Yeah, no use taking fingerprints 10 to 1. The guy wore gloves anyway. Okay, give the key back, Johnny.
There's something wrong with the key.
Professor, has anyone else, other than yourself, access to this very important key?
No one. Only myself.
So, nobody ever enters that room without your presence?
I'm always alone when I work in there.
I understand. Well, thank you, Professor Neiman. That'll be all for now.
Very well, Mr. Masters.
Oh, Professor, one more thing.
Yeah?
This, Plucrose, I understand that you have a guinea pig. One of your students has been training for the intervarsity track meeting. Been on the stuff for some weeks now. Is that right?
Yes, it is correct, young Robert Nichols.
Yeah. How's he making out?
Extremely well. I'm sure he will impress everybody at the athletics contest.
Okay, Professor Neiman. You may go now.
Thank you, Mr. Masters.
Well, where do we go from here, Lee?
Good question.
Only 21,000 or so people on this campus, including staff.
Okay, now, what do we got? One dead student, an obvious attempt to photograph the professor's formula, a track meeting tomorrow, and 21,000 suspects.
Figure there's a link?
Link?
Well, yeah. Between these events and the so-called communist-inspired unrest here at the university.
Could be, Johnny.
So what do we do now? Interrogate 21,000 people?
No, I think it's reasonable to start with the central characters in this burlesque.
Beginning with... Bobby Nichols?
Yeah, who wants it?
I'm Johnny Bridges. This is Lee Masters.
FBI?
Right. You finished your workout? Can you take 5?
Sure, I'm just about through. I guess it's about Hal Peterson, huh?
Tell me, Bobby, were you one of his buddies?
We used to work out together quite often.
And, where exactly were you last night?
Me? Well, I was pretty bushed after training. Been pretty tough these last few weeks. Did a little studying up in my room, then I hit the sack.
You didn't hear anything unusual? No sound of a fight, maybe?
No.
Bobby, how you feeling after being trained on the Plucrose substance?
Oh, great, just great. I'm going to show those babies at UCLA just what speed is.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. How was it that Professor Neiman chose you to be the first human subject?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I was in pretty good shape anyway. I don't mind. Kind of fun, really. No side effects.
Where you from, Bobby?
Seattle, Washington.
Long way from Pennsylvania. How come?
Oh, well, you see, I'm studying cosmonautics, and...
How's that again?
Huh? Oh, that's the science of aerial navigation in space.
You were saying, Bobby?
Yeah, well, that's why I'm here at Pennsylvania University. Seattle's not so good for that sort of thing. Besides, it was all full up. At Washington University, I mean.
Who's in your team in the relay race tomorrow?
Well, there's a guy named Maddox. He runs first, then he hands over to Bennett. Bennett takes it to, well, it was going to be Hal Peterson, but now it'll be Jim O'Grady.
So you're the final burst man, the fourth runner?
That's right. It's got to be that way. It's the final stretch that counts.
Okay, Bobby, that'll be all. You better go back to training. You want to be fit for tomorrow, remember?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Masters. You want any help, you know where to come. Bye, Mr. Bridges.
Ciao.
Competitors for the long jump, please assemble on the far side of the field. Thank you.
Everyone know what to do?
Yeah, I got 6 in all. 2 are playing timekeepers, the rest sort of background boys.
Good. Johnny, I want you to pay particular attention to the relay race. I want a running report on that event.
But why the relay?
Well, you see, I'm working on a hunch, Johnny. At the moment, it's just a hunch. But I'm hoping for the best.
Well, I hope you know what you're doing, Lee. I can't see the light at all at the moment.
I may be wrong, but I'm pretty certain something is going to happen. And it's got to happen soon.
But why, Lee?
Well, for one thing, the guy who photographed that formula, he's now in possession of a very valuable microfilm. He's got to get rid of it, but fast. How? That's the question. Now, he has to pass it on. That's the way they work. Someone's the middleman, and there's a third and final contact, too.
Will the competitors for the final event of the afternoon, the 4x100 relay race, please assemble at the start. Thank you.
You think Bobby Nichols, even with Plucrose, can beat Anderson in the final burst?
Anderson?
UCLA's final runner. Anyway, it looks like they're lining up, Lee. We'll soon find out.
And there they go, everybody. The first 2 are Maddox for Pennsylvania, 4
words, handing over the baton. Now. Maddox, now.
And it's Grant from UCLA. Grant from UCLA, only a yard clear of Bennett for Pennsylvania. This could be anybody's race, ladies and gentlemen.
Grant hands over. Now. Bennett to O'Grady. Now.
Grant has just handed over to Richards of UCLA, and the gap has widened with O'Grady for Pennsylvania about 3 yards behind. Now, a lot is going to depend on Nichols if Pennsylvania want to take the shield.
Richards is handing over to Anderson. Now. Here comes O'Grady. Now.
Anderson's going ahead slightly in this final burst. Nichols, he's catching Anderson. Yes. I've never seen anything like this in 20 years. It's Nichols, he's up to Anderson. He overtakes Anderson without any effort at all. Anderson seems to be standing still. It's Nichols all the way. Bobby Nichols of Pennsylvania University has won this race in what must be record time.
Phew. Boy, some race.
Watch him, Johnny. What's he doing?
Well, he's just talking to Anderson of UCLA.
How close are they?
Well, they're just talking to each other.
What's he doing?
Nothing, Lee. He's just handed over his baton to Anderson. At least I think so, but...
Okay, Bradley. Get it going.
Right.
Call him, Johnny.
Professor Neiman. Professor Neiman.
Try the door.
Okay. Hey, it's open.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Let's go in.
All right.
Well, Johnny, what do you see?
Wow, what a mess. Bottles, jars all over the place. Hey, what's that?
There's been a fire here.
Yeah. Papers. Burnt.
The Plucrose formula.
I don't know, Lee, but someone's... Gee.
What is it, Johnny?
The professor, under the bench.
Dead?
I'll say. Head nearly blown off. There's a revolver in his hand. Suicide?
That's what I was afraid of. Well, let's start at the beginning, shall we? Professor Neiman discovers Plucrose here at Pennsylvania University. Now, this is dynamite. He knows it. We know it. And so do the Russians. Or at least they don't right off. The Russians, like the Chinese, are very thorough when they go in for subversive activity. This Bobby Nichols, to all intents and purposes, is a clean, good-living, all-American boy from Seattle. But in reality, he's as Russian as vodka.
Trained in Russia?
Not only trained, he is Russian. Brainwashed and fitted out with a new psyche, a new personality, a new background. They get him into the States with a whole history built in, even with parents for good measure. His job? To create unrest among the students of the university. Yeah, there may be 100 other such Bobby Nichols scattered around campuses all over America.
But how did he find out about Plucrose? I mean, it was supposed to be top secret.
He found out the same way he got into Professor Neiman's laboratory. And that was the one thing worrying me. Now, as you know, Nichols won't talk. He just clammed up. But we can be pretty certain that Neiman not only told him about Plucrose, but actually gave him the key of his room.
Gee, but why?
Scientists are a strange breed, Johnny. To them, science crosses the boundaries of mere politics.
So Neiman was a double agent?
Not strictly, Bradley. He wasn't working for the Russians and the Americans. He let it be known among foreign embassy circles that he was interested in sharing his scientific discoveries with any country. China, too, if necessary. Yeah, the Russians soon put Nichols onto him.
And they formed an alliance.
Right. Now we come to the athletics meeting between Pennsylvania and California universities. If you recollect, Johnny, during my interrogation of Nichols, he made a perfectly innocuous slip. He said he was majoring in cosmonautics. Do you know the difference between astronauts and cosmonauts?
Oh, yeah, Lee. We Americans call spacemen astronauts, but cosmonauts is what they're called in Russia.
Yeah, precisely. I assumed Nichols was the guy we were looking for and who'd killed Peterson, but I couldn't prove it. Then at the sports meeting, I knew something had to happen, and it did. When you told me that Nichols was talking to Anderson at the end of the relay race and then handed over his baton to Anderson, that's when your boys jumped in, Bradley.
Gee, what a place to hide microfilm. And a hollow baton yet. Anderson was the third man. Oh, he was an ideal contact, living in at the University of California. Berkeley, near San Francisco, right on the coast.
And from the coast over the seas to the Soviet Union or anywhere, huh?
Yeah.
So Professor Neiman panicked when he saw what went on with the baton and shot himself. So I guess that takes care of that.
Well, we've still got the microfilm, Johnny. At least Neiman left that behind. And what's more, Blue Crow's works.
It sure does. I think I'll get hooked on that stuff. After all, in this business, you need to be a Superman. Believe me.
You have been listening to The Sounds of Darkness. Join the world of Lee Masters, the blind detective, next Tuesday in The Sounds of Darkness. The Sounds of Darkness is produced by Gerry van Beek.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. You know, the lives of Holmes and Watson were not always filled with action. They spent many a quiet evening at home in Baker Street, discussing the problems of the world over a glass of port. You know, it seems that no wine is more expressive of friendship and hospitality than port. And I'm sure there's no port wine more enjoyable than Petri California port. Try a good glass of Petri port after dinner some evening, or any time you get together with your friends. You'll love the rich, ruby red color of that Petri port. You'll love its smoothness and full body, its remarkable and wonderful flavor, a flavor that comes straight from the heart of luscious, hand-picked grapes. Serve that Petri port alone, or serve it together with cake or cookies or with fruit. Yes, and serve it proudly. You can, because the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now I'm sure our old friend Dr. Watson's expecting us. Let's tap on his study door.
Come in.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. Come over here by the fire. I was just having a cup of coffee. Would you care to join me?
Thanks, that'd be nice.
It'll prevent you falling asleep during my story tonight.
There's no chance of that, Doctor. From the hints you gave us last week, it sounded like quite a story. It began in a circus in Paris, you told us?
Yes, my boy, the circus. A colorful world of sawdust and spangles. A world, Mr. Bartell, that I may tell you confidentially, always held an irresistible fascination for me when I was a youngster.
Me too, Doctor.
In fact, when I was 8 years old, I fell desperately in love with a lady bareback rider, a stunning creature who wore pink silk tights with gold sequins on them. Unfortunately, my mother caught me writing her proposal of marriage, and I'm afraid that, it's another story, and one that you probably wouldn't find very interesting.
I'm sure I would, Doctor, but I think it would be safer to stick to your Sherlock Holmes story.
Yes, you're probably right, my boy. Well, it was a winter in the 1890s, and Holmes and I were in Paris. On our second day there, Holmes suggested we attend that night's performance of the Cirque Royale. Needless to remark, I was delighted, Mr. Bartell. And shortly after 9 o'clock that night, I found myself seated beside Holmes in a box near the ringside. It was an incredibly vivid scene, even for that city of color and light. The gay costumes of the women and the gaudy trappings of the ringmasters and clowns looked like a giant kaleidoscope under the blazing glare of the arc lamps. As we sat there, a brass band nearby blared forth some popular music of the day, and yet he didn't appear to be enjoying himself. And so I leaned across and touched his arm.
What is it, Watson?
Well, you're very quiet, Holmes. Aren't you having a good time?
A good time, I suppose, old chap. I was just wondering where Mr. Edwards is.
Mr. Edwards? Who's he?
An extremely distinguished client who was to meet us in this box at 9 o'clock.
Client. So this little excursion was on business after all. Yes, I might have known it.
Don't worry, old fellow. In your case, I think you'll be able to combine quite a little pleasure with the business.
Well, can't you be a little more explicit, Holmes?
Shh. Here comes the ringmaster.
Mesdames et messieurs, j'ai l'honneur de vous présenter ce soir la grande vedette du cirque, Mademoiselle Gisèle Girondet, équestrienne incomparable.
Gisèle Girondet, yes, I've heard of her. She's a bareback rider, isn't she, Holmes?
Honest in France, old fellow. She also has quite a reputation as a femme fatale. 3 duels have been fought over her. A young English officer in the Grenadier Guards committed suicide last year because of her. And a famous French banker is at present languishing in prison because her extravagances drove him to appropriate funds that did not belong to him. Yes, Watson, she's an extremely colorful personality.
You know, Holmes, it's a funny thing. When I was 8 years old, I fell violently in love with a lady bareback rider. She wore pink suit tights with golden sequins on them, but unfortunately...
Here she is, old fellow. Here she is.
Holmes, she's exquisite. Look at the way she's jumping from the back of one horse to the other. Sheer poetry of motion.
The lady appeals to you, Watson.
By George, yes, indeed she does. In fact, Holmes, I don't mind telling you, if I weren't a married man and a poor man...
you'd like to court the lady, eh?
Yes, I should
Excellent,
indeed.
old fellow, excellent. That's the very reason for our attendance at the
Well, what
circus.
in heaven's name are you talking about, Holmes?
Ah, there you are. Good evening, Mr. Edwards.
Holmes, my dear fellow, how are you? I haven't seen you since that little affair at Windsor Castle when Mother...
Excuse me, sir. I am Mr. Mycroft, and this is my friend, Sir William Nigel.
Sir William Nigel?
Of course. And I am Mr. Edwards. We must respect each other's incognitors, eh? How do you do, Sir William?
Well, I'm extremely honored to meet you, Your Royal, Mr. Edwards.
How'd you like Giselle? Isn't she a stunning creature?
Yes, indeed she is, sir.
The 4 of us to have supper together after the performance tonight, I understand, Mr. Edwards.
Well, unfortunately, I can't be there, Mycroft. There's some stupid affair at the embassy which I have to attend. We must postpone the dinner until tomorrow night.
Very well, sir.
Come over to my hotel a little early and we can discuss the whole business. Personally, I think a lot of fuss is being made about nothing. Now, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I must go back and see Giselle for a moment and tell her that I can't keep our appointment for tonight. I'll see you tomorrow, Mycroft. Good night, Sir William.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Et maintenant, pour votre plaisir, les frères Salini, les jongleurs internationaux.
Holmes, what's all this mystery? That wasn't Mr. Edwards, it was the Prince of...
Shh, Watson, please. Discretion, old fellow. Mr. Edwards, as you know, is extremely democratic. Too much so, possibly, when one considers his position and responsibilities. He's become quite seriously involved with Mademoiselle Giselle, the lady bareback rider who has just left the ring.
Oh, so that's it.
The Foreign Office, quite naturally, I suppose, is deeply concerned over the matter, and I've been entrusted with the delicate mission of protecting Mr. Edwards.
Well, does Giselle Girondet know that his true identity, do you suppose?
That's the first thing that we have to find out. It's possible that she is simply captivated by having a rich Englishman at her feet. If, on the other hand, she knows who Mr. Edwards is, then we may be in for a great deal of trouble.
Yes, but how are you going to find that out?
By tempting her with a richer Englishman. And one with a title. That, my dear fellow, is why you are Sir William Nigel.
You mean that...
your job, old fellow, is to do your utmost to steal Giselle Girondet from Mr. Edwards.
But, well, I don't even know the girl.
We shall remedy that defect in a few minutes. As soon as the performance is over, my dear chap, I shall take you to her dressing room and arrange an introduction.
must say, Holmes, the backstage life at a circus is even more colorful than in the ring.
What makes you say that, old fellow?
Well, I just saw a pinhead having tea with a bearded lady while a sword swallower was standing behind him practicing his act.
Oh, hello. See that man standing talking to the girl in tights?
Yeah, attractive, isn't he?
The gentleman is Inspector Vernet of the French police, an old friend and a distant relative of mine. Vernet, how are you?
Ah, Holmes, mon cher ami, comment ça va?
No, Vernet, please. On this occasion, my name is Mycroft, if you don't mind, and this is my friend, Sir William Nigel.
How do you do, Inspector?
Enchanté, Sir William. Permit me to introduce Mademoiselle Yvette Marat.
How you do?
How do you do, madame?
How do you do?
What brings you behind the scenes at the circus, may I ask, mon cher Mycroft?
My friend Sir William is most anxious to make the acquaintance of Mademoiselle Girondet.
But of course, every man wishes to meet Giselle Girondet. Why not ask Vernet? He will present you to her. Ha! He knows the way.
Oh, now, Yvette, chérie, do not begin that all over again.
You're in love with her. You've always been in love with her. I wish you were dead. Sometimes I think I could kill her myself.
On my soul, Inspector, she's a fiery little thing, isn't she?
Ah, ça c'est vrai, ça, Sir William. Many times I've told her that Giselle Girondet would never waste her time with a simple police inspector. She prefers a wealthy foreigner. But Yvette ne comprend pas. She does not understand and she does not believe.
Mademoiselle Marat was dressed in tights, Vernet. What does she do in the circus?
She walks the tightrope.
Oh,
She's
yes.
queen of the high wire. A charming and a talented girl, but a most jealous one.
Vernet, my distinguished friend Sir William Nigel is most anxious to meet Giselle Girondet. Will you introduce him? I should prefer not to appear on the matter at this stage.
Oh, mais certainement. I will take you to her dressing room. Please come with me, Sir William.
Right. I'll see you later, Holmes.
I'll be waiting for you, old chap. Good luck.
You're a lucky man, Sir William. Giselle has quite a penchant for the Englishmen. And when they are rich and have a title, I am sure she finds them irresistible.
You really think so?
Oh, but of course. Ah, quel dommage that I'm only a poor policeman. Here we are.
Entrez.
Giselle, mon chou, permit me to present to you Sir William Nigel. He's a great admirer of yours.
Yes, indeed, madam.
Ah, Sir William Nigel. Come and sit here beside me, Sir William.
I shall leave you. Au revoir.
Sit closer. There. That is much more cozy, no?
Oh, it's very nice of you to see me, Mademoiselle Girondet.
Oh, don't be so formal, my Englishman. You may call me Giselle, and I shall call you... Let me see, I shall call you Sir William... Willie! I shall call you Willie. You do not mind?
Mine? It's very delightful. Quite delightful, my dear. I was hoping perhaps that you would care to have a little supper with me tonight, Giselle. So what about some oysters, a cold pheasant, and a bottle or two of Pomeranian Green 072? You get to taste rather well, don't you think?
Oh, Willie, I can see you are a perfect
Oh,
toast.
I don't know about
One
that.
moment, I get my cloak.
Well, you know, Giselle, it's a funny thing.
What is a funny thing, Willie?
When I was 8 years old, I fell violently in love with a lady bareback rider at a circus. History seems to be repeating itself.
Here.
Alfio Alfieri, do you no longer knock when you come to my door?
Who is this man?
My name is Nigel, Sir William Nigel, my good man, and who may you be?
I am Alfio Alfieri.
I am Alfio Alfieri. And what is he? Ha, a trainer of wild animals, an imbecile. Breton!
You must not speak to Alfio in that way. You belong to me. Send this stupid Englishman away.
Founded impudence.
Grossier. Belong to you. Giselle belong to no one.
Do I have to take my whip to
Put
you?
it down that way. Put it down, you scoundrel.
Next time it will be your face, Carla.
You infernal blackguard. Raising your hand against a woman. Shocking.
Bravo! Monsieur Willie has knocked him down.
He certainly deserved it.
Oui. And you in turn deserve something, Willie.
Oh, what was that?
Come close, Willie, and I give it to you. A little kiss.
No, kiss? Thanks awfully.
Oh, Willie, you are so strong, so resolute, so brave.
Oh, it was nothing, my dear Giselle. Nothing at all. Here, more champagne, gosh. More champagne.
Oh, Willie!
Giselle?
Oui, Monsieur Edwards?
Have a box for the opera tomorrow night. I was hoping that perhaps...
Oh, I'm sorry, monsieur, but my time is occupied. I am showing the delightsome moment to mon cher Willie.
Mademoiselle aime mieux le collier de perles à 5 rangs ou celui à 3 rangs?
He says, which do I prefer, the 5-string color pearls or the 3-string color pearls? What does my Willie think?
So that you can't hang too many pearls on a pretty neck like yours. I'll take the 5-string collar, my good fellow.
You're doing splendidly, Watson, splendidly.
Yes, but Holmes, I felt such a blasted fool handing that jeweler fellow a check signed by Sir William Nigel. Are you quite sure that it'll be honored?
Don't worry, old fellow. Remember who our client is. Money is the least important concern in this matter. On with the masquerade, old fellow. On with the masquerade.
More champagne, garçon.
Willie, you are such a headstrong boy.
More champagne. Citadel, you dear little thing.
Good evening, Vernet. Has Mademoiselle Girondet come into the evening performance yet?
Yes, Monsieur Holmes. I escorted her to her dressing room half an hour ago. Monsieur Edwards is in there with her now. At last, it seems, she has use for a poor policeman. Last night, she found a threatening letter on her makeup table. Since then, she has been most grateful for my company.
A threatening letter, eh? Any idea who might have sent it?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm afraid I have, Monsieur Holmes. I told her to pay no attention. By the perfume of the notepaper, I recognized the sender. A jealous tightrope walker called Yvette Marat.
Oh.
Poor Yvette. She would make a very inferior criminal, I'm afraid. Still, Giselle asked me to stay outside her dressing room till the performance starts. You wish to see her?
Yes. Oh, good evening, Mr. Edwards.
Evening, Mycroft. Evening, Inspector Vernet.
Comment ça va, Monsieur Edwards?
Look here, Mycroft, I think this little game's gone far enough. Giselle has just refused another invitation of mine. Now, I know who Sir William Nigel is, and I swear I'll tell her.
Don't you think, sir, that the lady is hardly worth bothering about? Surely this whole incident with Sir William proves that she's a scheming little adventuress. A fictitious title and an apparently bottomless purse have shown her up in her true colors.
I could have told you the same thing without such an experiment, my friend.
Well, I suppose you're right, Mycroft. I've been a fool. An idiot who lets a pretty ankle turn his head. A conceited dolt.
Let us just say, monsieur, that you have been a man.
Good evening, sir. Good evening.
Good evening.
Just going back to see Giselle for a moment, I brought us these flowers for her. I'll be back in a jiffy.
Just a minute, Watson. I hate to dampen your ardor, old chap, but the masquerade is ended.
Ended? What do you mean
It is no longer necessary for you to impersonate Sir William Nigel or to pay court to Giselle.
Oh, really? 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 Well, that's a great relief, sir. Great relief. I've hated the whole business.
Oh, yes, I'm sure you have. We appreciate the sacrifices that you've made, don't we, Sir Edward?
Yes, indeed.
Well, I must go back and see her once more, though. We had a rendezvous for tonight, and I must cancel it. A gentlemanly thing to do, you know. I won't be a minute.
Never have I seen a man more downcast. Obviously, with him, my dear Holmes, business was a pleasure. Alfieri, where are you going?
That Englishman. I just saw him go into Giselle's room.
To whom are you referring?
That man that called himself Sir William Nigel. 2 days ago, he struck me. I have to settle with him. No man may strike Alfieri.
Do not cause any more trouble, Alfieri. From what I've been told, you thoroughly deserved what happened to
you. Here he come now. You, English, you. Alfieri challenge you to a duel.
Holmes!
What's old chap? What is it? You're as white as a ghost.
It's Giselle.
What's wrong with her?
She's dead. She's lying there in her dressing room. Strangled.
Strangled? And only half an hour ago I spoke with her myself. Since then, I've been standing in this corridor, guarding her door at her own request. Only 2 men have entered Giselle's dressing room since then. You, Monsieur Edwards, and you, Sir William Nigel.
What are you suggesting, Vernet?
I am suggesting nothing. I am stating that these 2 gentlemen are under arrest for suspicion of murder.
Dr. Watson's unusual story will continue in just a few seconds. Time I'd like to take to remind you that one wine that seems to be the outstanding favorite among the ladies is Petri California Muscatel. That's probably because, like a beautiful woman, Petri Muscatel is subtle and intriguing. Petri Muscatel is the color of burnished gold. And its flavor, well, it's the flavor of big, plump Muscat grapes, picked by hand, carefully and tenderly, and they're just full of wonderful, delicious juice. If you want to show that you really know the wine that women prefer, serve Petri Muscatel. Serve it after dinner or later in the evening. It's wonderful. And why shouldn't it be? It's a Petri wine. Well, Dr. Watson, so you and the mysterious Mr. Edwards got yourselves arrested on suspicion of murder, huh?
Yes, Mr. Bartell. Holmes did everything in his power to persuade Inspector Verney to release us, but it was useless. And so, while Mr. Edwards and myself were languishing in detention cells in the local Sûreté, Holmes and the French inspector were examining the dressing room of the dead woman.
I'm sure, Inspector Verney, that being as keen a detective as you are, you must suspect the true identity of Mr. Edwards.
Of course, Monsieur Holmes. But that is the danger of incognitos. If he chooses to assume the identity of plain Monsieur Edwards, then he must run the risks of plain Monsieur
And you're convinced that either he or my friend strangled Mademoiselle Girondet?
It is obvious.
Then I'll have to prove to you that they didn't. Let me examine the body again, will you? If she had been strangled by either of my friends, why would her body be lying here under the window? It's as far away from the door by which they left this room as possible.
That proves nothing.
No, but it's odd.
Giselle was a strong girl. There might easily have been a struggle. Perhaps she tried to get away through the window.
And yet there are no marks of violence on her throat. Just this piece of very fine cord that did its deadly work so cleanly. Cut with a knife.
Please do not remove the cord, Monsieur Holmes. The body has not yet been photographed.
Dear me, Verney, you're making it very hard for me, aren't you? You notice, of course, that the window is open.
Yes, but we have examined the snow outside. There were no footprints within 3 yards of the window. The murderer must have entered by the door that I was watching.
Yes, it would be hard, even for a professional acrobat, to jump in. An acrobat? Verney, your young friend, Mademoiselle Yvette Marat, is a tightrope walker.
Yvette, but...
Yes, she certainly had a motive. She'd even sent a threatening letter. I heard her express hatred and jealousy for this dead woman. It's conceivable that she could enter a room by a window without leaving footprints in the snow. Where was she at the time of the murder?
I do not know. I was waiting for her in the corridor.
Then I suggest that we investigate her alibi at once. And after that, Inspector, I must pay a visit to the Sûreté. I don't want my friends to think that I've deserted them. Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Holmes.
I'm afraid it looks rather black. As I was telling you, Yvette Marat, the tightrope walker, was able to establish a completely satisfactory alibi. Verney still suspects you or Dr. Watson.
Well, that's ridiculous.
May I ask you a very straightforward question, sir?
Of course.
I can well understand that if you had gone into the dressing room and found the woman already murdered, you might easily be tempted to conceal the fact, to avoid a scandal involving your person. Will you swear to me, sir, on your true identity, that Giselle was alive when you left her?
She was, Holmes. I swear it.
Thank you, sir. That's all I wanted to know.
Holmes, I'm glad to see you. You know, I've been thinking. All this depends on Verney's evidence. Supposing he was the murderer. He told us that Giselle had turned him down, you know.
I'd thought of that, but Mr. Edwards swears that Giselle was alive when he left the room. And yet that means that Mr. Edwards... Oh, no, it's unthinkable.
Holmes, you're not suggesting... Holmes, if I thought that were possible, I'd confess to the murder myself. My life wouldn't matter if it'd save a scandal like that. Great Scott, it'd shatter the empire.
Dear old Watson, you shall not sacrifice yourself. You're as valuable a British institution as the Lion himself. No, my dear fellow. It will never sacrifice you, not while my mind is still capable of... My mind? That's it! Thank you, Watson. You've given me the answer.
Holmes, what are you burbling about
Be patient,
now?
old fellow. In half an hour, you'll be out of this cell, and the real murderer will be in it.
Questions. Why must Alfieri answer so many questions?
Because he will not yet tell the truth. You murdered Giselle Girondet.
How many times I have to tell you I did not kill her? Why should I want to harm her?
Because you were jealous. Because she humiliated and tormented you.
But I was not in her dressing room. I've already proved that fact. Am I a magician that I can kill somebody without entering a room?
Alfieri, I know how you killed Giselle Girondet without its necessitating your entering this room.
And you're a smart man. Please to tell me.
I don't need to tell you. With the aid of Vernet, I'll show you. Open the window, Alfieri.
What game is this?
Very well, then. I'll open the window myself. Put your head out. Come on. So. Who do you see? Inspector Vernet standing 3 yards away, where you stood, and he's got your long training whip.
No!
Don't move! Stand there. The inspector hasn't your skill with a whip, but he wants to try a little experiment.
No, leave him alone!
All right, Vernet. I'm holding him.
Well, Mr. Edwards, I mean, well, sir, this is a pleasant change from a prison cell, isn't it?
It certainly is. Holmes, I can't tell you how grateful I am. I still don't quite understand how you did it.
Watson, in rather a roundabout way, was responsible for giving me the clue.
Oh, how was that, Holmes?
Well, on more than one occasion, old chap, I've had cause to deplore your rather florid style of writing. Tonight, I was very thankful for it. When I began to speak of the capabilities of my mind, suddenly I remembered a phrase of yours in which you referred to its whip-like rapidity and accuracy. That, of course, made me think of Alfieri, the animal trainer.
Exactly how did he kill the poor girl?
Well, sir, he stood outside the window, far enough away to leave no incriminating footprints. Called to Giselle, probably persuaded her to lean out, then snapped the whip around her neck, pulling it tight and strangling her.
And then I suppose he cut the cord and let the body fall back into the room.
Precisely, old fellow. We found a whipstock among his tackle, a whipstock from which the lash had been cut. The stub of lash left matched the cord around the dead girl's throat.
Amazing business. And I don't mind telling you, fellas, I'm very thankful to be through with it.
Yes, so am I, sir. In fact, I wouldn't be at all surprised if this whole incident cures me of my love of circuses.
Oh, I didn't know you had a predilection in that direction, Watson.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, you don't mind my saying so. When he was 8 years old, he fell in love with a lady bareback rider. Didn't you once?
Indeed. What happened?
Well, sir, I don't remember her name, but she wore pink silk tights with golden sequins on them. And I wrote her a rather hot-headed letter. Unfortunately, my mother...
Well, Doctor, that was one of the most unusual stories you've ever told. And I might say you played a very prominent part in that case yourself.
Oh, I suppose I did at that, Mr. Bartell. Giselle was a beautiful girl. Beautiful.
Boy, I sure love that nickname she gave you. Wheelie.
Yes, I thought it was rather nice myself. Well, that is, I mean...
Don't get embarrassed over a nickname, Doctor. You should hear the nickname I had. When I went to school, all the girls called me Bottles.
Bottles? Oh, I see, from Bartell. Bartell. Oh.
Some nickname, like a prophecy.
What do you mean?
Well, they called me Bottles, and now that's what I like to talk about most. Bottles. Bottles of Petri wine.
Oh, I should have known.
And I'd like to talk about Petri wine because, as far as I'm concerned, it's the swellest wine that ever poured from a bottle. That's because the Petri family really knows how to make good wine. Well, they ought to. They've been making good wine ever since they started the Petri business way back in the 1800s. And since the Petri family has always personally owned and operated their business, they've been able to keep that fine art of winemaking right in the family, handing it on down from father to son, from generation to generation. So it's no wonder, whenever you want a good wine, you want a Petri wine, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes story are you going to tell us about next week?
Well, now, next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you of a strange adventure that Holmes and I had in the swampy fenlands of Norfolk. It concerns a gypsy encampment, a child that vanished, and a horrible death in the murky depths of a fearsome quagmire.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Three Students. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family.
Here she comes, ladies and gentlemen, the Promo Seltzer Special. Bringing you radio's most thrilling mystery drama, The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Bromo Seltzer bring you another thrilling adventure with Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective, in person. Ellery Queen invites you to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unravels. Before revealing the solution, he stops the play, gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Our guest armchair detectives for this evening are film star Miss Jean Cagney and Mr. Peter Cusack, Executive Secretary of the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis. And now, Ellery Queen, Master Detective and your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, I'm going to tell you about the exotic adventure of the Scarecrow and the Snowman. One July morning, some years before the war, Dad, Nicky, Sergeant Veely, and I were driving through the rich farm country of the Midwest. Suddenly, we rounded a curve and saw a red barn and a big clapboard farmhouse shaded by elm trees. Sergeant, stop.
What for, Maestro? We're in the middle of no place.
I want to take color movies at this farm.
Huh?
You and your movie camera, Ellery.
Try a shot of that scarecrow over there in the cornfield, son.
Oh, swell, Dad.
So that's a scarecrow. What do you know?
Get that farm in the picture, son.
There, Ellery, see? Walking toward the Scarecrow.
Yes, very nice.
Wait a minute. Something's wrong.
Yeah.
What's he yelling at us?
Yelling for help, Nicky.
Oh. Come on, let's get over there. Hey, farmer. What's the matter?
What's wrong?
Why, he's the color of death.
It's bleeding. It's bleeding.
What's bleeding?
Scarecrow.
The Scarecrow? It is bleeding.
Them rags, that's so kitty. That's our regular scarecrow. And how could a scarecrow bleed?
Because it's not a scarecrow, you clerk.
It's a man dressed in the Scarecrow's duds.
Let's get him off this pole.
Right.
Okay, I got
He's been tied to the stake by his belt.
How the old tarnation did he get here?
Don't you know? Easy now. That's it, Dad.
Badly wounded, Ellery. Unconscious. Hey, you, farmer. What's this farm? Who are you?
This is a Mayfield place. I'm Josh Bullen. I run the place for old man Mayfield.
Where's the nearest doctor, Mr. Bullen?
Berryville Hospital, 6-7 miles from here.
We'll have to rush him there. Come on, Dad. It's going to be a race with death.
The country doctor's certainly taking his time in there. Just how was the man hurt, Inspector?
Stabbed twice in the chest, Nicky.
I wonder who he is. Not an identifying mark on him.
Yes, quite a mystery. Mr. Bullen.
Yes.
Who lives on the Mayfield farm beside yourself?
Well, now, there's me and my wife, Josie Mayfield. We've been married 4 years now, and Josie's pa, old man Mayfield. It's really his place, but I run it for him.
Don't tell me there's no Ma Mayfield, Mr. Bullen.
It sure is, Miss Porter. Josie's mom, my mother-in-law. Wonderful woman. Cooks, keeps house, helps out in the fields. Strong as a plowmare, Ma Mayfield is. I sort of wish Josie took after her mom.
Your wife, Mr. Bullen? What's wrong with her?
Josie's been sickly, Mr. Queen. Ever since our baby died. Stays abed most times. Ain't got the strength to crawl downstairs now. Oh, say, here's Doc Jenkins.
How's your patient?
Will it pull through, Dr. Jenkins?
Yes, well. What's he made of ours?
I'd like to talk to him, Doctor.
Can't now, Mr. Queen. He's unconscious. Say, Josh, who is he, do you know?
Darned if I do, Doc. Never seen him before.
Me neither. Huh.
Thought he knew everyone in the county, too.
Doctor, I'd like to photograph your patient.
I know it.
Take his picture? Well, I imagine you'll have to get the sheriff's permission.
But it's attempted murder.
Ellery, take your photo.
And, Doctor, no one's to see or talk to the victim till we can question him.
All right.
Please notify us at the local hotel the moment he regains consciousness.
Yeah.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll be back in just a moment to tell you more. But first, Ernest Chappell.
Maybe you think you've got a tough job. Yeah, but Mr. Willis C. Latchaw of Spring City, Pennsylvania, has a job that really puts the pressure on. Here's what he writes.
I'm one of the guards at an important aircraft engine company. We've got to see that nothing and nobody gets into our plant who's not supposed to. Picture us on a 12-hour watch, every nerve tense, ready for anything that might happen, when up pops one of those pesky headaches. The boys on my shift know how to handle that, though. We make a beeline for the plant dispensary or first aid station for our old friend Bromo Seltzer. We found there's nothing better for quick relief from headache and jittery nerves.
And you're right, Mr. Willis. Bromo Seltzer fights headache 3 ways. Helps you feel a lot better, fast. So the next time you've got a common sick headache, friends, try Bromo Seltzer, won't you? Then write and tell us your own experience. Just address your letter to Ellery Queen in care of the station to which you are listening. And now back to our story. Ellery has photographed the mysterious Scarecrow Man and had the photo developed. Now, several hours later, the Queens are driving Josh Bullen back to the Mayfield farm.
Henry, think someone in the Mayfield place carved that fellow up?
I don't know, Dad. Keep your eyes open.
Well, here we are.
Whew. Isn't it hot?
Man, what I'd give for a seidel of beer. Beer? I'll get Ma Mayfield to fix you the finest drink of ginger beer you ever tasted.
What, baby? Oh, who's that crazy-looking old man on the porch?
What's he waving that shotgun at us for?
It's all right, Pa. I know these folks.
Don't get scared. That's just my father-in-law.
Mr. Mayfield, if you'll put that shotgun down...
I know you, Jonathan, minute I clapped eyes on you. Stand where you be.
Pa, this ain't Jonathan. It's Mr. Queen.
It's true, Jonathan, Josh. You, boy, make tracks I'll plug you dead.
Hey, the old squirrel ain't kidding.
You won't get, eh?
He's going to shoot.
Ellery, Duck, come on. Get behind the car, all of you.
All right, I warned you.
He's shooting.
What's the matter with him?
Pa!
For heaven's sake, Mr. Bullen, who does he think I am? Who's Jonathan?
My wife's brother, old man Mayfield's son.
Ma!
Who's the shooting?
Land of mercy, Pa, you give me that gun.
Yeah, Ma, I'm going to shoot Jonathan dead.
You are going to march up to the attic to your room, Pa Mayfield.
No, I'm not.
Sorry. The old lady's okay. See the way she took that gun away from the old bazooka? Sorry as all get out, folks. You see, Jonathan Mayfield got into a heap of trouble, and his pa said he'd kill him if he ever showed his face around the farm again. Old man's out of his head.
Why don't you put him away, Bullen?
Ma won't hear of it, Inspector. Besides, Pa's quiet most times. Come on into the house. Ma, that you?
Yeah, Josh. Well, Pa's all right now. Come on in,
Thank you,
folks.
Vance.
Ma, these folks are fretting for some of your extra special ginger beer.
Josh, you take him into the parlor, and I'll be right in with a big pitcher. Just make yourselves right to home, folks.
Now, this way, folks.
Thank you.
What? Why, Josie.
Josh? Oh, hello.
Downstairs, Josie? Sitting in the parlor all by yourself. Folks, this is my wife, Josie Mayfield Bullen.
How are you, Mrs. Bullen?
Oh, I'm so glad. It's so very nice having you.
Sit down, folks.
Yeah, guess you will.
My, Josie talks mighty fine, eh? Had 2 years of state college, Josie did.
This girl is so pretty. Are you married? Why, no, I'm not. I am. I had a baby once. It was the cutest baby. She had blue eyes and the softest blonde hair.
Now, Josie, you know we don't talk about the baby. Ma, where's that ginger beer?
Come in, Josh, come in. Well, what's everybody so quiet for? Josie, have you been talking about the baby again?
It was a girl, Mom. Remember? Oh, the sweetest little girl.
This place gives me the jeepers, Inspector. No, not this girl here.
Henry, show him that photo and let's feed it.
Come on, folks, now. Come on, try some of this.
Oh,
just
thank you, Mrs. Mayfield.
Hey,
by the way, Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
This fella? Nope, can't say as I do. Josie, drink?
No, thanks, Mom. I was going to name my baby Mary Ellen, you know.
Ellery, please. Let's go.
We're talking photos now. Here's one of Jonathan, Josie's brother.
Josh, you put that album away.
Please, may I see it, Mr. Bullen?
Sure.
Dad, come over here.
Here, miss. Can I give you some Josie?
It's not the wounded man, Dad.
Nope. No resemblance to the stranger tower. What do you say we go?
No, Dad. We're staying in Derryville till I find out who that scarecrow man is and who tried to murder him.
Finally, 3 days later, Dr. Jenkins said we could question the stranger. But when we went to the man's room at the hospital, we found that he'd escaped through a window. It was Ellery hopping. The scarecrow man gone, and we still didn't know who he was or who had tried to murder him.
Well, we hung around trying to find someone who recognized the scarecrow man from Ellery's picture of him, but no one knew him, so we gave up. 6 months later, January it was, we got a letter from the Derryville Justice of the Peace, an old fellow named Clem Hunter. Hunter confessed that he'd lied about not recognizing the stranger, and he wanted to clear his conscience. He wrote us, "You certainly won't find it out from anybody else, because me and the town clerk, who's dead, were the only ones who knew who this fellow was. If you'll come see me, I'll tell you the whole story."
But 2 days before we got back to Derryville, old Clem Hunter up and kicked the bucket. Pneumonia. Boy, you should have seen the maestro. Our last hope of solving the mystery 6 feet under. But the maestro says, now that we're here, I'm not going back to New York without taking another whack at the Mayfield. Well, we drive over to the Mayfield farm in practically a blizzard. The roads were so bad, Ma Mayfield makes us stay overnight.
Late that same afternoon, the storm subsided a bit, and Ellery and I went outside to find Josh Bullen hammering away at a thick pole driven into the frozen earth right off the porch.
Hi, Mr. Bullen. What are you doing?
Making a snowman, Mr. Queen.
A snowman?
That's steady enough, I reckon. Now to pack more snow around it.
Oh, may I help, Mr. Bullen?
Sure thing, Miss Porter. Pitch right in.
By George, that looked like fun. Move over, Nicky.
Now, hurry, I asked first.
Seeing this pole, Josh, stuck in the ground this way...
Sort of reminds you of the fellow we found hanging in the cornfield last summer, don't it?
Yes. Ever hear anything more about him after he escaped from the Derryville hospital, Josh?
Nary word. Say, this is coming along fine. You make his head, Miss Porter.
Oh, fine.
Hope Josie likes him. She's watching from her bedroom window up there. Hi, Josie! Like it, Mrs. B?
Oh, Josh is lovely.
Well, wait, he ain't finished. He still needs eyes, nose, and a mouth.
And a pipe, Josh. Stick a pipe in his mouth. Oh, how my baby would have loved you.
Baby?
Don't pay no mind, folks. Sure, Josie, pipe it is.
Yes, who ever heard of a snowman without a pipe?
A corn cob, Josh.
Yeah, gotta have a corn cob. Oh, blame it, I left my cob up in my bedroom this morning. Of course, Paul Mayfield's got a raft of them. Keeps all his cobs up in that attic room of his. But I guess we better not bother Paul. Might start shooting at you for Jonathan again, eh, Mr. Queen? Yeah. Oh, but gee, here's that other corn cob of mine, right here in my jeans. Forgot all about the second one. There, Josie, how's he look?
Beautiful snowman with that pipe, Josh.
Oh, hi, Inspector Sergeant. Look at this.
Hey, that's some production.
A snowman. Where's the maestro?
Ellery, it was right here a second ago.
Here I am, Nicky.
Oh.
Him and his movie camera.
Yes, Sergeant. I remembered he was in the car.
Gonna take movies of the snowman, son?
Dad, you're a mind reader.
Who's there? Who's doing that? Somebody's at the door of this iceberg they call a bedroom.
Climb it a bit, son. See who it is.
Oh, must be 10 below zero in here. Yes, who is it?
Ellery, it's me.
Nicky crying. Oh, wait, Nicky. Oh, coming.
I just saw it.
Saw what, Nicky?
Again. What are you crying?
I couldn't sleep. I got up and looked out my bedroom window at the snowman in the front yard and...
Nicky, stop. What did you see?
The snowman. He's bleeding.
That's noisy. You want to wake the others?
Okay, Inspector.
There, you see?
A red brown stain all over the snowman's chest. Ellery, what in thunderation do you think you're doing?
Photographing a snowman, Dad. Lucky this moonlight's so bright. Now, let's have a look.
Well, if that ain't blood, real blood, I'll turn in my badge.
Somebody's idea of a joke.
Nicky, go back to bed.
Oh, no.
Go on, Nicky.
All right, Inspector.
Joke, huh? Some joke.
Maestro, it's a dead man under this snowman.
I thought so. Strapped to the pole by his belt?
Yeah, just like that scarecrow guy last summer.
2 ugly stab wounds in his chest, son.
Brush the snow off from around his head, Sergeant.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's the same guy.
The man who escaped from the Berryville hospital.
The scarecrow man.
Why isn't Bailey back? He breathes as hard as this corpse in the front yard here. Again, all identification marks gone ratted.
How long do you figure he's been dead?
I'd say since late last night, son.
Yes, about the time the snow stopped. We slept through the whole thing.
Bailey.
Yeah, Inspector?
Mushing from Nome? Well, what'd you find out? Where's the single set of tracks leading up to the snowman come from?
The Mayfield barn, Inspector. Blood in there. And signs of a fight.
Murdered in the barn, huh? And the killer carried the dead man to this spot, knocked down Josh Bullen's snowman, slung the corpse to the pole with his own belt, and rebuilt a snowman around it.
Why do you suppose he did that now, Maestro?
To delay discovery of the crime, Sergeant, the killer was afraid of us. By the time the snow melted, we'd long since have left the neighborhood.
It would work, too, if the dead man's blood hadn't soaked through the snow. Really, was there any clue in the barn to the killer?
I looked my eyes out, Inspector. No dice.
And these tracks don't tell us anything. The killer wore huge galoshes. Could have been anyone's.
But aren't there any other tracks, really, to show where the killer came from or which way he went?
Nary a track. Anywhere's on the Mayfield property.
Dad, that means the victim came to the barn during the snowstorm, as did his murderer. Then more snow fell and wiped out all the tracks they'd made.
So by the time the killer lugged his victim's body from the barn to the front yard here, all he left was this one set of tracks.
Hey, wait. Then where are the killer's tracks escaping from the yard here after he put the body in the snowman? There ain't no escaping tracks.
Sergeant, you've hit it. The only place the killer could have escaped to without leaving further tracks in the snow is up onto the porch of the Mayfield farmhouse here.
Yeah. He could have made it from the snowman to the porch in one big step.
But, Ellery, that means the killer is one of the people in this farmhouse.
Yes, Dad. At last we know the stranger was murdered by one of the Mayfield tribe. So let's wake him up and find out which one.
Well, we went to work on the Mayfields. We might just as well have saved our breath. They all claimed they didn't know a thing about the corpse and the snowman. So we turned the whole mess over to the local sheriff and headed for home. You don't like to remember, Ellery, the next few weeks. Here it is. Snap your head off for a look. Haul out his reels of movie film that he shot on our 2 trips to Derryville and run 'em over and over. So anyway, one night, he was showing his shots of the blood-stained snowman when...
Nicky, stop the machine. Sergeant, put the lights on.
Yeah.
Why the excitement, son?
What cooks?
Now I know who killed that man.
You know who killed him. But, Maestro, we don't even know who he was.
You mean the victim?
Yeah.
I've known that for some time.
What?
You have?
Not his name, of course. But it wasn't the victim's identity which held me up. It was his killer's identity.
And now you know that, too? But how can you, Ellery? All you've done is run the snowman movie.
They're what told me, Nicky. Didn't you notice a difference between the Josh Bullen snowman and the snowman the killer built around the corpse?
No.
The snow at the base of the killer's snowman had been shoveled up. Don't you see? After concealing the body inside the snowman, the killer then began poking in the snow at its feet with a shovel.
He'd lost something in the snow and was looking for it.
But what else?
My films even answer that. There's an object in the shots of the original snowman that's missing from the shots of the made-over snowman.
Something missing? What, Maestro?
Josh Bullen's corncob pipe.
Hey, that's right. When we found the made-over snowman with the corpse inside, the pipe wasn't there.
Exactly. The killer dropped the pipe accidentally and shoveled frantically around trying to find it. He never did find it. Otherwise, he'd have stuck it back in the snowman's mouth.
Yeah. So we'd think it was still the same snowman and not get suspicious and find the body.
That's all very well, Mr. Queen. But what's the missing corncob got to do with the killer of the stranger?
The missing corncob, Nicky, tells me who the killer was. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have the mystery of the Scarecrow and the Snowman. Have you puzzled it out yet? Well, let's compare solutions with our guest armchair detective. Nicky, will you introduce our guest, please?
Well, Ellery, our first guest tonight is Miss Jean Cagney, the famous screen star and sister of Jimmy Cagney. Our second guest is Mr. Peter Cusack, Executive Secretary of the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis. All right, Ellery.
Thank you, Nicky. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take a moment here to remind you that the March of Dimes to fight infantile paralysis is on right now. Won't you help protect America's children from this dread disease by sending your dimes and dollars, as much as you can afford, to President Roosevelt, Washington, D.C.? Thank you. And now, Miss Cagney, who is the murderer?
I'd say it was Ma Mayfield.
Have you any reason?
Well, I would suspect that Ma Mayfield wouldn't have a second pipe on hand.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I think she'd be strong enough to be able to commit the crime and to reconstruct the snowman.
Thank you, Miss Cagney. And Mr. Cusack, who do you think the murderer is?
I think the murderer was Josh Mayfield, Ellery.
Why do you think that?
I don't know what his motive was, but the clue of the missing corncob pipe makes me feel that it was he, because he referred to the fact that Pa Mayfield had this collection, and Pa Mayfield being very fussy and irritable, I would think that Josh would not want to lose the pipe.
You mean Josh Bullen, the husband of Josie Mayfield?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Cusack and Miss Cagney. We'll let you know in just a moment whether you've hit the solution to our mystery. But first, here's Ernest Chappell, who can't seem to get his mind off sabotage.
And it is sabotage when a common sick headache makes you lose out on work or pleasure. You can't do a first-class job or enjoy your fun when you've got pounding head pains, plus the upset stomach and jittery nerves that may accompany a common sick headache. And that's why I say the next time you're feeling miserable with a headache, step up to the nearest drugstore fountain and ask for a Bromo Seltzer. Now, 10 cents is all it costs to try Bromo Seltzer. And once you experience the quick, effective relief it gives, you'll want to get a bottle for your home medicine chest.
Harry, you said you knew who that dead stranger was.
Well, Dad, remember your mentioning that we got a letter from the Derryville Justice of the Peace?
Sam Munter, who wrote saying that he knew who this stranger was?
Yes. Now, what could a Justice of the Peace and a town clerk know that other members of a rural community might not know? Well, what do we usually associate with Justices of the Peace?
Marriages. He performs them.
Yes. And marriages also involve a town clerk, who probably issues a license and certainly records the marriage in the town roll.
So you figure the stranger had been married in Derryville years before?
Right. But who else would know of the stranger's marriage? Only the Mayfields, because the killer is one of them. So we must ask, what woman at the Mayfield farm was of marriageable age? Only one. Josie, the daughter.
Josie's married to Josh Bullen.
Conclusion, Josie and the stranger had been married before Josie's marriage to Josh Bullen. A secret marriage, because no one in Derryville was able to recognize the stranger from that photo I took of him at the hospital last summer. So it was reasonable to conclude that one of the Mayfield tribe had killed the stranger to keep his secret marriage to Josie from becoming public knowledge.
Josie and the stranger elope or something. Old man Mayfield finds out and either drives the man away or buys him off. There's been something pretty raw about the man that the Mayfields couldn't stomach.
So when they thought Josie's husband would never turn up again, Josie never bothered to get a divorce.
Then when Josie married Josh Bullen, she committed bigamy.
Yes. Well, the husband did turn up again, last July. probably with demand for more money, which the Mayfields couldn't or wouldn't meet. So one of the family stabbed him early that Sunday morning and hid the body in the cornfield scarecrow till it could be disposed of permanently at nightfall. But we came along during the day, found the stranger still alive, took him to the hospital, and he escaped. And the one who knew Josie's bigamous secret was loose again.
Then why did he come back in January?
We'll never know exactly, Sergeant. Anyway, the same Mayfield murdered him for keeps this time and hid the body in the snowman so that we'd fail to discover the crime and leave.
But who is the killer, son? How do you know?
The missing corncob pipe tells me, Dad. The
Corncob pipe?
We know the killer wanted a corncob and hadn't located the one he'd lost in the deep snow. Because if he had found it, he'd have stuck it back in the snowman's mouth, and he didn't. But that fact clears Josh Bullen and old Pa Mayfield.
Clears Bullen and his father-in-law? How so, son?
Because either man could easily have got another corncob to stick into the snowman's mouth, Dad.
How do you figure that out, Ellery?
Well, we know that Josh Bullen had a second corncob up in his bedroom. And we also know that Pa Mayfield kept his corncobs in his attic room. Either man could have procured a corncob to replace the lost one merely by stealing up to his own room in the middle of the night while the rest of us were asleep. Since the killer didn't replace the lost pipe, it means he didn't have one to replace it with and couldn't get another from his own room.
But, Maestro, that leaves only...
The two women of the house.
Precisely. Could the murderer have been Josie, Josh's wife? No. It was a man-sized job to carry the dead body from the barn to the front yard, demolish the original snowman, tie the corpse to the pole, and build a new snowman around it. Josie is an invalid, bedridden most of the time, so Josie couldn't possibly have done it.
The old lady?
Yes, Sergeant. Ma Mayfield. Did Ma Mayfield have the strength to commit both these strenuous crimes? Oh, yes. Josh told us she even helped with the farming. In fact, Josh said she was as strong as a plowmare. Yes, Ma Mayfield killed her daughter's husband to protect Josie's reputation in that rural community and save what was left of the poor girl's life. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution to the mystery. I want to thank Miss Cagney and Mr. Cusack for appearing as guest armchair detectives this evening. We want especially to compliment Miss Cagney on her skill in solving the crime. We have for both Miss Cagney and Mr. Cusack a personal gift from Bromo Seltzer, also an autographed copy of my latest mystery anthology, The Female of the Species, and a subscription to Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine.
While we're waiting for Ellery to tell us something about next week's mystery, come on there, swing aboard our famous talking train.
Fight headache, three ways.
Now, you couldn't ask for better advice than that. Fight headache 3 ways with Bromo Seltzer. Your own experience will tell you it isn't always just the pounding in your head that makes you feel so miserable. It's also the upset stomach and the jumpy nerves that may accompany the headache. And that's why we say, for that kind of 3-way misery, take a Bromo Seltzer. Remember, it fights common sick headache these 3 ways.
Bromo Seltzer quickly relieves headache pain. Bromo Seltzer helps settle upset stomach. Bromo Seltzer helps calm jumpy nerves.
Now, you can take Bromo Seltzer while it's still fizzing or after it settles down. Use it only as directed on the label. For persistent or recurring headache, see your doctor.
But when it's a common sick headache that's got you down, take this tip from our educated train.
Fight headache, 3 ways.
And now, Ellery, let's hear about next week.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, next week we tell you a ghost story. Yes, a ghost story with a real ghost that seems immune to bullets. Don't miss next week, Adventure of the Family Ghost. Our guests will be Martha Scott and Mark Conway.
And don't forget the other great Bromo Seltzer show, friends, Vox Pop, the show that travels America. Next Monday, Vox Pop takes you to the Winchester Repeating Arms Company at New Haven, Connecticut. Consult your local paper for the time and station. Music for the Adventures of Ellery Queen is by Charles Paul. This is Ernest Chappell reminding you to catch the Bromo Seltzer special again next week, same time, same station.
Fight headache, 3 ways.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Crime and Peter Chambers. Created by Henry Kane, transcribed and starring Dane Clark. A private investigator, duly licensed and duly sworn, Peter Chambers.
You're a private eye. That's your business. Anything else? That's for laughs. You've got a slant of sun coming in the office window, your feet are on the desk, and you're relaxed. Business is lousy, but you've got no kicks. You're young, you're strong, you've got a few bucks in the bank. And it's a beautiful day.
You, Peter Chambers?
All of me, lady. Beautiful day, isn't it?
Not for you. Not for long, anyway.
She's a cute little trick, but nervous as a puppy with fleas. She's wearing a tan suit, molded to her figure, and properly protruding. The rest is in perfect taste. Black nylons, black shoes, black blouse, and black gloves. So she spoils it. She dips into her bag, and what she produces doesn't quite go with the ensemble. Because now she's wearing a pearl-handled gun in her right fist. Looks like a .38, and is pointing directly at you. So you scrape back out of your chair and you go to her.
Stand back. Stand back, I tell you.
Honey, you're not even holding the gun right.
I know what I'm doing. Keep away from me.
You're shaking like you're practicing to be a cooch dancer. Now relax, little lady.
Keep away, please, please. No.
Okay, now. I've got the gun, and you're still shaking. Now sit down, lady. What's your name?
Elsa Corey.
What do you do?
Do?
For a living. A gun moll, you ain't.
I'm an actress.
Working?
Yes.
Well, come on, sister. This is like pulling teeth. Let's have it all in one lump.
I have the second lead in the Lady Dances. It's in rehearsal. It's my first real job. It's produced by Jack Burke. He hired me. Anything else?
Where do you live?
1013 East 39th Street, 2B. Oh, please don't point that gun at me.
It's your gun, remember? Okay. I drop it in my jacket pocket like so. See? No more gun. Now, what's this jiggle all about?
Jiggle?
Look, it's a beautiful day. I'm sitting around with my feet on the desk dreaming my own personal little dream. So a dame drops in, wriggling around a Roscoe, and the Roscoe is blinking its eye at me, so I got a right to ask. What's it all about?
Well, I can't...
Oh, that's coherent. Now, let's do it incoherent this time.
I came here to kill you.
Hmm? Why?
I was sent.
By whom?
Bruce Burke.
Bruce Burke, huh? Well, it's all in the family. Jack Burke, Bruce Burke, two lonely brothers. Well, I never met your producer, but Bruce. Brucey boy, I know.
I'm sorry. I'm dreadfully sorry. Believe me, I don't think I could have. I couldn't. I know I couldn't.
All right, Elsa. Elsa Corey, simmer down. Just make yourself at home. I'll be back.
Where are you going?
To pay a call on Brucey boy. Maybe he can fill me in where you can't. And don't go away, baby. Pop will be back. Bruce Burke. A crumb right out of the bread box. A bum with a couple of $1 million. A sharpshooter that owns a nightclub called The Flame. You put the light out on The Flame about a year ago, hooked him for watering his stock. So, it's a beautiful day, only for you, suddenly, it's beginning to shape up cloudy. You get to his Park Avenue address, stick your finger on the buzzer. Nobody's home. Well, you've been there before, a 12-room suite for Brucey and his missus. Plus, she's got an apartment on the side. And just for kicks, you try the knob, and very conveniently, the door's not locked. You're inside, but you don't go far. Bruce Burke is napping, face down. Only when you go to turn him over, Brucey boy's napping days are finished. The guy's stiff as a bugle, 2 bullet holes in his face, and his rigid leer is like a spiteful grin. And suddenly you feel it. Call it extrasensory perception. You know you've been yanked into a deal that you ought to get out of. Fast. You do a beeline for the door, you pull it open, and you're face to face with Detective Lieutenant Louis Parker, New York City Police, homicide.
Hi, Pete.
Fancy, as they say, meeting you here.
Hi, Lieutenant. Same fancy goes for me. What brings you?
Jingle on the phone, what they call anonymous.
Oh, I see. Well, come in.
Thanks for the welcome, Shamus. Hey, what do we got here?
Corpse. Body used to belong to Bruce Burke. Plus.
Plus what, kid?
Plus, I've got a hunch, a little frame job with me in the middle. Yeah, take a look at this. A little encumbrance I'm carrying in my pocket.
I handle it, you notice, by the muzzle. Pearl handle 38 revolver. Okay, what's scoop?
Break it, Lieutenant. I've a vague notion you're going to find 2 shells discharged. I also have a notion that ballistics will show that the 2 bullets in this monkey came out of the gun you're holding.
2 hunks of lead, mister.
Figures. And my fingerprints on the handle. And my fingerprints on the doorknob. And me and Bruce Burke supposed to have a feud going.
I hope you got a good story for me, kid. We've been friends a long time.
And the little dame wearing gloves. I'll bet mine are the only fingerprints on that Roscoe.
Better be a good story, kiddo.
Salulu, Lieutenant. Lend an ear. You tell him the tale and he listens. Louie's an old friend. You've worked together for years. He promises a thorough check on the situation, and you promise to be down to see him to check the check. You leave him the pearl-handle pistol, and you leg her to the next spot that might furnish a little information. The Lady Dances is rehearsing at the Ascot on 48th off Broadway. Backstage, there's one solitary guy working a song on a piano.
Well, what do you want, bub?
Looking for Jack Burke.
I'm Jack Burke.
Stands up from the piano, very fashionable type. White hair, slender figure, $200 suit.
Well, what is it, young man? What do you want here?
Oh, I thought there was a rehearsal going on.
It's off for a while.
Oh, may I ask you?
No, you may not ask. What do you want here?
Oh, name's Peter Chambers. I'm a private detective. I'd like to inquire about a young lady, Miss Elsa Corey.
I'm not messing into the affairs of every private shummus that comes barging backstage for some cockeyed reason of his own.
Oh, look, Mr. Burke, if
I haven't got the time
now. Just one little minute, Mr. Burke.
Oh, like that, is it? You want to play tough boy, huh? Willie!
A muscle-bound monster comes ambling out of the wings. The guy's 6'4" and practically as wide as he's long. Willie's got a face that's half moron, half pig. And the part of the pig is dangling in a couple of ham-like hands. But you're not worried about Willie. You've got a large ego and a lot of confidence. And you think you can take Willie if you had the time. But right now, you don't have the time. So you turn from Willie to get back to Jack Burke. But you've underestimated Willie. Willie's not as amiable as he looks. You get a hit in the head like a stroke of paralysis. And the lights blaze and start whirling. And then there are no more lights. There's blackness. Whirling, spinning, blackness. You open your eyes and you're sitting on the sidewalk, sprawled like a drunk that forgot how to stop. You're backed against the stage door, but it's locked. You've got a bill to collect with a joker named Willie and a larger bill with his boss, Jack Burke, but you can't. Now. Thoughts joggle in your mind, and then you know where you're going. Loretta Burke is the wife of Bruce Burke, and she's got a lush little cave of her own on Central Park South. You head for it thinking about her. Loretta Burke, who managed a nightclub called The Flame. You head for her diggings, and then you're there.
Hello, Mr. Chambers. To what do I owe the pleasure?
A lush blonde, 30 years younger than Bruce. A page boy blonde with shining hair and shining green eyes. And a figure that brings it to a full stop. Loretta Burke in silver lounging pajamas.
Always nice to see you, Mr. Chambers. May I offer a drink?
You may. I can use it.
Here you are, Mr. Chambers.
Thank you.
Well, you're not yourself today, are you? Gulping your drink.
Well, for a very recent widow, Mrs. Burke, you're certainly bearing up staunchly.
I didn't know that you knew.
Well, let's do a reverse on that, sweetie. I didn't know for sure that you knew.
Look, tough boy, I don't believe in mourning. I don't wear my heart on my sleeve.
No, what do you wear it?
inside, where I belong. I'm a gal with a lousy reputation, but in my own peculiar way, I loved him.
Maybe you did in your own peculiar way.
Well, let's put it this way. Whoever killed him, sooner or later, is going to face up to me. Now, you got any comment, Mr. Chambers?
I don't know. This started off as such a beautiful day, and me sitting around thinking about how business is lousy.
Maybe you ought to get out of here and see if you can't stimulate a little.
Gentle hint, Mrs. Burke?
I've got a lot of things to do.
I get it. Well, one question before I leave. You know a little dame by name of Elsa Corey?
Never heard of her.
Bye now. See you around.
You bet you will.
Outside, you called the office about Elsa Corey, but of course our little birdie has jumped the chicken coop. You do a small debate with yourself. Corey or Parker? Which one first? But you promised the lieutenant, so you mosey for police headquarters downtown. You're jogging up the steps when you see him coming out. In a hurry.
Well, the private eye, or is it the public enemy? You coming to give yourself up?
Lieutenant is jocular, but he looks worried, and when a friend looks worried, you'll begin to worry.
That was the murder gun, Pete, no question. I'm working it slow, working the angles first, because you're involved. But that little Elsa Corey better be around to back up your story.
Well, what else is new, Lieutenant?
Jack Burke's been scouting for dough for his show. He needs money. Bruce's wife, that doll, always needed dough. Well, they're both falling into it.
How?
Bruce Burke's will. Jack gets half the estate, Loretta Burke gets the other half, plus the nightclub goes to her.
Real cozy, huh?
Look, pal, you're not one for throwing stones. Not in this case. So far, all I've really got is you.
Yeah. You've been a doll, Lieutenant, a living, breathing doll.
Well, don't depend on it, Pete, not for too long. I know you, but as a DA, he's beginning to champ at the bit, so let me go to work now, huh?
Where are you heading for?
Date with Jack Burke.
Jack Burke? Where?
Casa Moretti, upstairs, private room, number 4.
Look, Louis, one more favor. Give me a 10-minute head start, huh?
Head start with whom?
Jack Burke. I've got a bill to collect, and it's overdue. 10 minutes, Lieutenant? Oh, please, Louis.
Okay, but I hope you know what you're doing.
Oh, I hope so, too. The Casa Moretti is in Greenwich Village, and it serves the longest, skinniest, most flavorsome spaghetti west of a little town called Rome, which they tell me is in Italy. Casa Moretti has a downstairs dining room and an upstairs private room where you can run yourself a tete-a-tete or a banquet, depending on your mood. Your mood right now is for a little private chatter, and you rub your knuckles against a door marked 4.
What? You again? Now, look here.
First, you clip him because you owe it to him.
No!
Then you close the door. Then you drag him into the room. And you give him a quick frisk, but there isn't a thing on him that's incriminating. So now you pick him up and deposit him in a chair. And you slap him back to consciousness.
What?
Live it up, Mr. Burke. Come on, listen to the birdie sing.
I'm listening. And you're no birdie. What do you want?
A bit of polite conversation, nothing more.
Well, what do you want?
Johnny One Note, that's me. Little lady by name Elsa Corey. Know her?
Yes, she's the second lead in the show we're rehearsing.
Know her any better than that?
She's an actress in my show, period.
Have it your way. According to her, she says your brother sent her to see me. Did you introduce her to your brother?
No.
You happen to know if your brother was acquainted with her?
My brother is dead.
I know that.
And from what I hear, you, a private eye by the name of Chambers, you hated his guts.
I'm supposed to know all about that, too.
All right. Is there anything else?
No. I told you all I wanted was a bit of polite conversation.
Well, then get out of here.
Say it nice.
Would you please leave, Mr. Chambers?
Oh, a pleasure, Mr. Burke. A pleasure indeed. There's one stop left. You've done the merry-go-round. You've gone the full circle. Elsa Corey said 1013 East 39th Street. Turns out to be a tinderbox. Ramshackle as an ancient barn on a prairie. Young actresses don't have it too easy, and that is a problem. You climb up to 2B and you knock on a door that's thinner than Melba toast and has about as much resistance. Nobody answers. You turn to leave, and all of a sudden, a hunch comes up and clobbers you. You shove a shoulder at the rattletrap door and you lean hard. You're inside now. Little room with the barest of trimmings. And your hunch is paid off because you're not alone. Elsa Corey sits in a chair and looks at you, but her eyes aren't blinking. Elsa Corey. Her face mottled and blue bruises on her throat. Elsa Corey strangled to death. So, it's still a beautiful day. Only it's not day anymore. It's nighttime. You've gone home and you've put in a little afternoon sleeping, but it hasn't helped. You're way down deep in a jam and you feel it beginning to close in.
How goes it, Pete, boy?
Pretty bad.
Yeah, bad.
Detective Lieutenant Louis Parker, a nice guy and a good friend, but the expression on his face is that of a pallbearer with rheumatism doing his job on a rainy day.
Ain't good, pal. Stinks, in fact.
Yep.
Elsa Corey, she's dead.
Yeah.
We got another one of them phone calls. Anonymous.
I can clear that for you.
Like how?
I made that phone call.
You did?
Yep. I busted into her place and I found her. Like what you found when you got there.
You know what it means, kid.
I got an idea.
You had one little out, an alibi witness named Elsa Corey. Now she ain't with us no more. Where's that leave you?
Crouched behind the 8-ball, only he keeps getting smaller.
Pete, you know how I feel about you, but... Want to come downtown with me now, fella, and tussle it out with the DA's people?
Well, must we...
What's left, kid?
Well, I've got a little night duty to attend to. I've been sort of resting up for it.
Night duty?
Yeah, now look. Let's make a date, Louis. I either collect a killer for you or I present myself.
Present yourself when?
Let's say tomorrow morning, bright and early tomorrow morning. You either get a closed case by then or you've got me.
You know, I only work for a living, Pete. I can get kicked off the force fast.
I never crossed you up, Louis, ever. It's been a long time now, you and me. It's one for the storybooks, a private eye and a public cop who can work together and who respect each other. We got a deal.
Deal it is, yeah.
Bye, Lieutenant.
Bye, Detective.
The Flame is a nightclub on the outskirts of town, and that's your next stop. And the last stop, you figure, one way or another. You get the car out of the garage, you drive up and park in their parking lot. The club is a distance off, and you crunch through gravel on your way. You see a uniformed cop a distance off, but you don't see what's right close near you.
Easy does it, mister.
Well, if it ain't little Willie.
That's me, pal.
Willie's loaded with artillery and is jammed to your ribs.
Back up to that shed, mister. Double time we do it.
But you're not having any. You're not turning your back on Willie. You did that once, and once is enough. So the left comes down on the gun, and the right goes to the chin. And down goes Willie with me on top of him. The gun gets kicked out of the way, and Willie absorbs a few additional raps, and then my hands are around his throat.
You're choking me.
That's the general idea, Willie.
Let up, mister. Let up. Let up.
New position, Willie. Now I'm sitting across you like you're a hassock, and my fingers are still around that bull neck of yours. And you're a little weaker, Willie. You're quite a little weaker. Talk, Willie.
What do you want to know?
Why did you conk me backstage at the Ascot?
I got the signal from Jack.
You work for him?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're in rhythm now. Why did you croak Bruce Burke?
I didn't.
Oh, you need a little more pressure on your throat. Is that it?
No, I had nothing to do with Bruce.
Okay. Elsa Corey. Talk it up good now, Willie. Well, okay.
I went there. 39th Street. Jack sent me. I did a job on her like Jack told me to do.
Willie passes out of the picture. You get up off him, collect his gun, and go looking for the cop, and latch the law onto Willie with instructions to deposit him in the lap of Detective Lieutenant Louis Parker. Then you brush at your clothes, and you make for the nightclub. The joint is jumping, and it's temptation, but you haven't got the time. You steer through the joyous people to the door marked Office of the Manager, and you open it without knocking.
Well, Peter Chambers, we were just talking about you. Close the door.
The other half of that we is Jack Burke. He's in a tuxedo. And Loretta is in a red off-the-shoulder job that almost gets your mind off your work. But the old mind comes right back to attention because dear Loretta shoves a lily white hand into the desk drawer and comes up caressing an ugly 45.
Sit down, Mr. Chambers.
Oh, thanks. I'll stand.
Jack and I have been chatting about you.
In what connection?
In connection with the death of my husband.
Lady, you're pointing that gun in the wrong direction.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Jack Burke, who dreamed himself up a foolproof little murder, only I'm going to take it apart for him right now.
This had better be good.
Listen, this guy is in a jam with his show. He's looking for money all over town. Do you know whether he asked Bruce for a loan?
Yes, I know he did, and Bruce turned him down. Bruce had no confidence in the lady dancers.
So Bright Boy figured one out. If he bumps Bruce, he gets half of his estate. Even if he can't get the loot right away, he can borrow on the strength of it. So he kills him.
He's a liar.
He knows a little dame, second lead, Elsa Corey. This kid doesn't know which end is up. So he gives her the cleaned-up gun, and she's wearing gloves, so it's still clean.
What is she supposed to do with
She's
it?
supposed to come to me because Jack thinks there's bad blood between me and Bruce. She's to threaten me, not shoot me. No, nothing like that. And she's to tell me that Bruce sent her.
Bruce? Why Bruce?
Because this guy figured it exactly as it happened.
Oh?
I took the gun away from her. I went to Bruce to find out what it was all about. The door was conveniently left open for me, and I found Bruce like this bum had left him. And then a cop show, spurred by an anonymous phone tip. Cute, huh?
Cute enough. Where's the girl? That Elsie Corey.
Yes, where is she? Where is she?
Look at him wiggle. The big producer. Where is she? She's dead.
What?
He wasn't going to let her hang around to testify against him, was he? Did you ever hear of Willie?
Of course.
Willie choked her to death.
Proof, not words.
The law's caught up with Willie. He's yodeling out there like a broken-down jukebox.
Well, that's proof against Willie, not proof against me.
Look at him, squirming like a rat with his tail in a trap. Look at him. How much more proof do you want? The lady looks. Guilt is scribbled on him like the devil is written on his forehead. She lifts the gun, and for a minute you think it's for you. But it isn't. There isn't much left to look at when you get to him. And all of it is very dead.
All right. It's over, and it's done with.
Mind if I sit down for just a couple of minutes?
Sit.
It was a beautiful day before it shaped up cloudy.
What are you talking about?
Then a dame comes in and threatens me with a gun, and I get myself jammed up with the law as a murder suspect, and I get pushed around by an ape named Willie, and then I almost catch up at the wrong end of your 45, but it's finally developed into business.
Business? From whom?
You.
Me?
Next stop for you is a pokey. Maybe with a good lawyer. Who knows? It turns out justifiable homicide.
That's business for a lawyer, not for you.
True enough, but a lawyer